Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Live Now from Fox. It is Thursday, September 2nd, taking a Live Now look and starting out our show over Newark International Airport. That is because for a whole portion of our show and throughout the day, we are going to be following the videos and the damage that has been caused in the Northeast after Ida remnants have triggered historic flooding in tornadoes in states like New Jersey, New York, Maryland, the DMV region. Again, this is days after Ida made landfall in Louisiana as a Category 4 hurricane. Now states like New York and New Jersey, more than 1,000 miles away, were hit with this major flooding, canceling flights and halting trains. Specifically here in Newark, New Jersey, residents posted videos of streets covered in several feet of water, submerging cars. Videos also showed floodwaters rushing through Newark Liberty International Airport here. And as you can see, the lights are still on. We do know that as of 10:30 p.m. last night, all flights were suspended and all parking lots were closed at Newark International Airport due to this severe flooding. All train service to the airport was also suspended. Now, New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy, as well as New York Governor Kathy Hochul, both declared a state of emergency, urging people to stay off the flooded roads. Now, we are expected to hear from both leaders here on Live Now from Fox a little bit later today. And we are also going to be showing you some of this video that has been posted and has been emerging on social media and the internet of this crazy flooding in New York City subway systems, in the airport and residential streets, as well as tornadoes and damage that we're seeing across neighboring states. We're also going to be doing some live reports with reporters from our owned and operated stations across the nation. So you can, again, bet that this is something that we are going to follow extensively here all day long on Live Now from Fox. Again, good morning, everybody. My name is Regina Gonzalez. I am joining you live from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. You will have me all morning long until 11 a.m. Eastern Time when we pass things off to the Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. That is where you have Mike Page, Christy Larson, Daytona Everett, Andrew Krafts, bringing you all your West Coast morning and then overall afternoon and evening news out there. Again, the impacts of the remnants of Ida in the Northeast is something that we are following, as well as the rescue and recovery efforts going on in Louisiana, Mississippi, Tennessee. Again, they have been devastated, and we do know that some of the power went back on in New Orleans after the hurricane made landfall as a Category 4. We do have a Live Now look at our XRAD radar right now to show you where Ida is kind of hovering right now. Still that flash flood watch in effect for lots of states in the Northeast. And again, many states like New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, the two Virginias, the DMV area, seeing devastation and impacts, deadly flooding, and it's something that we are going to talk about and bring you live reports here all day long on Live Now from Fox, proving its unforgiven might, everybody. Fox News' Gary Bumgarden is bringing us this full story on the deadly aftermath and the conditions that were seen in the Northeast over the last 24 hours. Let's get the latest here.
Remnants from Hurricane Ida slamming across the Northeast, bringing flooding and tornadoes across several states.
Look, the bottom line here is there's going to be a lot of rain.
The rain came, and it came fast, submerging much of the Big Apple underwater Wednesday night. The torrential downpours causing sewers to bubble over as sidewalks and roads turned to rivers, shutting down much of the city's public transportation as the National Weather Service declared a flash flood emergency in New York City for the first time in history. And over in New Jersey, the storm is responsible for at least one death. The massive flooding ripping through the Garden State with an onslaught of heavy winds whipping up waves in the streets.
When the river crests at its highest, for my house and my first floor, the water was probably this high.
But high water wasn't the only extreme weather catching folks off guard, with at least one tornado recorded in southern New Jersey Wednesday. Another tornado was also caught on camera touching down in Pennsylvania yesterday.
When we have fewer people on the road during a storm, emergency personnel can work faster and they can do their jobs more safely.
Meanwhile, residents in Louisiana are still picking up the pieces from when Ida first made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane on Sunday. But cleanup efforts are only being made more difficult, with thousands still without electricity and running water. Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
This is some of that video that I was talking about earlier, everybody. The remnants of Ida brought flash flooding to New York City subway stations yesterday, inundating platforms and disrupting train services. New York Transit Authority said multiple trains were disrupted due to the excessive water entering the station. As you can see here, a flash flood warning was issued for most of the city as remnants of the storm blew into the tri-state area. This video shows water flooding the 28th Street station, and we also do have this video as well, submitted by Paul Warner via Storyful, showing floodwaters pouring down a staircase at the 45th Street subway station in Brooklyn. Again, according to the Metropolitan Transportation Authority in New York, train services were extremely limited as several lines were delayed or suspended due to the flooding. We are expected to hear from Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses a little bit later in our show to give us an update. Again, we are learning this morning that this flooding has turned deadly, everybody. Want to show you more crazy videos that have been posted to social media.
No, you're good up there. Anything that's on the top, like facing the entrance, if you're over here on the side, there's like an alley or something, they've got to move up a little more because they're close to getting stuck with ice.
This video posted to Twitter by @NYJUV, New York Juve. Video showing heavy rains leaving the Staten Island Costco parking lot flooded by what appeared to be several feet of water. You can see cars completely submerged. A lot of community members trapped. This truck, absolutely devastating to see. As you can see, this truck trying to make its way through the floodwaters. You can see some first responders, some flashing lights out to the corner over there. Again, millions of people trapped in these floodwaters across the Northeast. We do have a look at the flooding at the Newark airport as well. Really shocking to see. This video posted to Twitter by Mikey Bros 187 to Twitter. In Newark, New Jersey, residents stuck in the airport in several feet of water. It submerged cars. It was coming up to the escalators there, as you can see. Again, we have learned that as of 10:30 p.m. last night that all flights were canceled at Newark International Airport, as well as tram services as well. I do want to show you some of the video also coming from residents out in the DMV area as well.
Hey, this is Todd Weibel with the Frederick County Sheriff's Office, and what you're witnessing right now is a live water rescue going on right now. We are down on Old Frederick Road at Lloyd Station. This vehicle tried to cross this moving water, and you can see what happened. We are highly encouraging everyone to get off these roads. Do not try to cross this water. What you can see right now going on is a live water rescue. This is a vehicle that tried to cross the road and got washed into it. The water is constantly rising.
All right, everybody. Authorities in Frederick County, Maryland, carrying out a water rescue in the community of Rocky Ridge yesterday as the remnants of Storm Ida brought flash flooding to their area. The Frederick County Fire and Rescue Service said there were 17 water rescue calls and 39 flooding condition service calls since Tuesday afternoon as wind and heavy rain moved into the area. Video streamed by the Frederick County Sheriff's Office shows authorities helping a motorist stranded in the floodwaters. As you heard him say, he said this vehicle tried to cross this moving water, and you can see what happened. We are highly encouraging everyone to get off these roads. Do not try to cross this water. Again, when you see yourself in this situation, everybody turn around, don't drown, because as you can see, this is just a terrible situation. Really tragic to see these floodwaters impacting so many communities. We're going to head out to Western Virginia right now for this next video. Heavy rainfall from Storm Ida bringing flash flooding to portions of Western Virginia, devastating the town of Hurley. This video taken by Billy Bowling in Hurley shows damaged structures and debris. Crews rescued about 50 people from the flooding in Buchanan County. That's according to local news reports, with hundreds evacuated. As of yesterday, one person from Hurley remained unaccounted for, according to County Sheriff John McLennan. Now, it wasn't, unfortunately, just flooding that was seen, everybody. We also had tornado damage as well.
All right, large tornado on the ground. Large tornado on the ground. Large tornado. Large tornado. Oh my God. Large tornado. Oh crap. Holy crap! Oh my God. Oh my God.
A tornado causing extensive damage in Mullica Hill, New Jersey as part of extreme weather on the eastern seaboard brought on by remnants of Storm Ida. Local media reporting homes in the area were destroyed. Several other possible tornadoes were also reported in the state. This video taken in the Mullica Hill area by Matt DeAngelis captured a large funnel cloud. Tornadoes were confirmed earlier yesterday in Maryland as well. Farther north, a tornado watch was in effect until today in parts of New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. And as we talk about the tornado damage in Maryland as well, here is a look at some of that devastating damage, everybody. A tornado was reported in Annapolis, Maryland on September 1st yesterday as the remnants of Tropical Depression Ida continued to impact the Northeast. A tornado was confirmed in the region by radar, according to the National Weather Service. This drone footage showing damage above West Street. Again, a tornado watch is in effect until today in parts of New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. So absolutely devastating to see how these remnants have impacted the Northeast. Again, we will be speaking with our Fox teams across the Northeast this morning to bring you live updates on conditions. We also do have several live pictures of New York right now that I do want to bring to you here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Here's a look at the New York City skyline. We also have this vantage point here of our Fox News headquarters out there in the Big Apple, across from Radio City Music Hall. So again, we are learning that the flooding caused in the subway systems around these communities in New York have been deadly, everybody. We're going to read you the latest when we come back from this 2-minute commercial break. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. A big story we are staying on top of this morning is the impacts that the remnants of Ida has had on the Northeast within the last 24 hours. We are learning some more details here on our Our show this morning, courtesy of our Fox 5 New York team, and I do want to read you the latest here. Devastating flooding from the remnants of Ida led to several deaths in New York City and New Jersey. The NYPD responded to multiple calls of flooding across the city late Wednesday into early this morning, where at least 7 people were killed and many more were rescued. A 50-year-old man, a 48-year-old woman, and a 2-year-old child were found dead inside a house in Maspeth, Queens. Police responded to a 911 call about flooding at the home at about 10 p.m. last night, where they discovered the bodies. Their identities were not yet released. At about 10:40 yesterday as well, the NYPD also responded to flooding near Grand Central Parkway in Queens, where they found a 48-year-old woman unconscious. She was taken to Forest Hills Hospital, where she was later pronounced dead. We're also learning of more calls that police responded to in the Jamaica, Queens area, where cops discovered a 43-year-old woman and a 22-year-old man unconscious. The woman was rushed to Queens General Hospital, where she was pronounced dead. The man was pronounced dead at the scene. Again, these identities not yet being released. And in New Jersey, at least one person was killed. Passaic Mayor Hector Laura told news outlets that someone died in the city after being submerged in the car. Early this morning, the NYPD tweeted photos of the rescue of a disabled man and his dog stranded in 3 feet of water inside of a basement. New York City and New Jersey were slammed with these torrential rains and extreme flooding that began yesterday afternoon and continued into this morning. So again, we are expecting some reports from our Fox owned and operated stations across New York and New Jersey today. So stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. Like I said, this is going to be a story that we will continue to follow all day long. Meanwhile, unfortunately, everybody, this is not the only weather-related story that we are following. We're also following a disaster growing worse out west. A massive wildfire threatening thousands of structures by the resort town of South Lake Tahoe. Fox News correspondent William LaJeunesse has the latest.
High winds, a record drought. The Caldor fire turning this California playground into a ghost town.
So I promised my kid I'd be out of here as soon as I saw any flames anywhere.
I'm hoping at some point I can just nab that cat and be out of here like a shot.
53,000 forced to evacuate, some now sheltering in tents. Others fill California and Nevada hotels.
We're in red flag conditions, and those red flag conditions are for low relative humidity and strong gusty winds. Especially up over the ridges.
Over the past 18 days, the Caldor fire burned more than 300 square miles and 544 homes. Moving west to east, firefighters struggled to keep it south of the homes and businesses around Lake Tahoe.
I'm getting out as soon as I secure this area, which is my business. As soon as I secure it, I'm getting out of here.
Tahoe is America's largest alpine lake. Pristine waters surrounded by pines, clean mountain air, now a billowing blanket of ash stretching hundreds of miles.
Basically, a flame or a ember lands on the dry brush and it ignites. It's not stopping it.
Torching pine needles in an overgrown forest that hasn't burned in decades. Add in 40-mile-an-hour winds, you get this.
It created what's called an active crown fire run, where the fire actually goes from treetop to treetop. When it does that, those ember casts that it throws out are going over a mile in distance.
Containment lines held overnight, giving crews optimism the fire could spare the Tahoe Basin.
We are using all of our resources, everything we have at our disposal, and coordinating closely with CAL FIRE.
So winds are expected to improve tonight and tomorrow, but big picture California has a problem. 6 of the state's 7 largest fires ever burned in the last 12 months, and Southern California's Santa Ana-driven fire season is just beginning, which is one reason why every national forest in California is closed for the next 2 weeks. In South Lake Tahoe, William LaJeunesse, Fox News.
Megan, can you hear me?
All right, everybody. This was also a big breaking news story that our Live Now from Fox team was following yesterday. Authorities in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, saying one student was killed in a shooting at Mount Tabor High School yesterday after being at large for hours. A suspect was taken into custody. Winston-Salem Police Chief Katrina Thompson told reporters in a news conference that first responders arrived on the scene shortly afternoon and found a student injured. That student was then transported to a local hospital where he succumbed to his injuries. Forsyth County Sheriff Bobby Kimbrough identified the student as William Chavis Raynard Miller Jr. Authorities said he was the only one shot, but wouldn't elaborate what they believe led to the shooting. He said the community needs your prayers. My prayers are with the family. Later that day, the Twitter account for the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office confirmed that the suspect was taken into custody. The investigation is ongoing and they will release more information as appropriate. Authorities previously said all other students were safe, but the incident prompted a lockdown for schools in the area as a precaution. So this is some footage from the scene yesterday. Again, another story that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to head out to Afghanistan now as well. A Live Now look we have of the Kabul skyline because we are still following the aftermath ever since U.S. troops left Kabul and Afghanistan, ending America's longest war. The nation's top military officer says it is possible the U.S. will cooperate with the Taliban in taking on other terrorist groups, most notably ISIS-K. This, as new reports from the ground suggest the Taliban in certain parts of the country is going back to its old ways. Fox News national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin is at the Pentagon with the details.
As the Taliban continue to brandish American weapons captured from the Afghan army when the government fell 17 days ago, those fighters expressed anger the U.S. had disabled all of the military planes and helicopters at the airport before leaving. For the first time since the last American soldier left Afghanistan, the defense secretary and chairman of the Joint Chiefs faced the press. They took just 3 questions, including whether they might have to partner with the Taliban in the future.
I can tell you from personal experience that this is a ruthless group from the past, and whether or not they change remains to be seen. And as far as our dealings with them at that airfield, in war, you do what you must in order to reduce risk to mission and force, not what you necessarily want to do.
Any possibility of coordination against ISIS-K with them, do you think?
It's possible.
A stunning admission as a result of the new reality on the ground in Afghanistan and the absence of intelligence networks, which had to be rolled up as part of the hasty U.S. withdrawal.
We shouldn't expect Afghan war veterans to agree any more than any other group of Americans. I've heard strong views from many sides in recent days, and that's vital. That's democracy. That's America.
How we got to this moment in Afghanistan will be analyzed and studied for years to come. And we in the military will approach this with humility, transparency, and candor.
Both were asked about lessons learned over 2 decades at war, how violently it ended with the deaths of 13 U.S. service members.
I wasn't born a 4-star general. I have walked the patrols and been blown up and shot at and RPG'd and everything else. This is tough stuff. War is hard. It's vicious, it's brutal, it's unforgiving. I'm a professional soldier. I'm going to contain my pain and anger and continue to execute my mission.
That mission is to get the remaining 100 or so Americans out of Afghanistan, along with U.S. allies, something that the State Department is now the lead on, but it is hard to imagine them getting very far without the Taliban and Delta Force. At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Jennifer Griffin for that report. Again, we will continue to follow the situation in the Middle East here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, I do want to bring you another top story that we'll also be discussing with a live guest later on today. A new Texas law on abortion is dividing residents of the state and has now caught the attention on the nation. Fox News correspondent David Lee Miller has the details from Austin, where you're currently taking a Live Now look right now.
The new Texas law limiting abortions is the first of its kind. It says private citizens can file a civil suit against anyone assisting a woman to abort a fetus with a detectable heartbeat. The cost of losing a suit is a minimum of $10,000. The law took effect today after the Supreme Court refused to issue an injunction on Tuesday. Legal experts say the law is unique.
Private citizens enforce the law. The government has no role in enforcing it. So basically, every Texas citizen is now a private attorney general.
Pro-choice groups who held demonstrations today against the law say its impact is devastating. Most women don't realize they are pregnant until after 6 weeks. By then, there is usually a heartbeat, which means an abortion in Texas is no longer an option.
Let's be clear. Right now, abortion is inaccessible. And patients who need an abortion in Texas are simply unable to get the care that they need.
Right to Life groups say the Texas law signed by Governor Greg Abbott is a game changer that is making a positive difference.
We've already seen an uptick in the number of pregnant women seeking assistance going to pregnancy resource centers because abortion clinics in Texas have announced that they can no longer offer abortions after 6 weeks.
Other states are watching what happens in Texas. Similar laws could be enacted elsewhere. Meanwhile, the White House has weighed in on the controversy. President Biden said in a statement the Texas abortion law will significantly impair women's access to health care and outrageously deputizes private citizens to bring lawsuits. In New York, David Lee Miller, Fox News.
All right, everybody, some of you are going to see another quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we're going to bring you some coverage from both our Fox 5 New York and Fox 29 Philadelphia teams as they continue to follow the now deadly flooding that has impacted their areas. Stay with us, everybody. That coverage coming up after this 2-minute commercial break.
Jammed up, so wherever you're headed, just be careful. Debris, cars on the roads. Reagan, as we're seeing the sun come out, at least we can see the roadways better, but there have been some accidents reported just because of abandoned vehicles people didn't see there on the roads.
Yeah, I was going to say, now that the sun is up, we're going to really start seeing just how enormous this storm was in terms of the destruction. But with that being said, it was also a deadly storm for us here in the city. 7 people have been confirmed dead due to the massive floods. Fox 5's Robert Moses live in Elmhurst, Queens with the latest. Robert.
And Reagan, among those 7 is a 2-year-old boy. This all a reminder of why floods are the leading cause of deaths in this country due to the weather. And a teachable moment this morning. When you hear these warnings, you absolutely have to heed them because of the destructive force of water. I want to show you some incredible video that I obtained earlier this morning from Kendall Charter. I just met him here in Elmhurst. He was in his Chevy Equinox, driving it, in fact, last night when the water started pouring in. He managed to escape, and he shot this scene. I met him as he was trying to get in touch with his insurance company to talk about his now presumably totaled Equinox.
This whole area was filled with water, and then the car just shut off. There was multiple cars here last night, and then the car started filling with water, so I needed to get out. So we got out and just made our way up the block, and then I just left. There was just no way to come back in.
How much water was in the car?
The car was up to right here with water. All of this was half of the car was filled with water.
Describe the condition. Was it anything like you've ever seen?
No, I've never seen this before. This became like a swimming pool. So as buses, cars, everything came down here, they were just stalling. I mean, and then the water started to move the car all the way over here, from there back to over here. It was a terrific sight to see.
And you heard Kendall describe this as a swimming pool. Well, the swimming pool picked up all the debris in its path. Look at this garbage can. It's now trapped under this abandoned Toyota Camry whose parking lights are still flickering, and this Camry crashed into that Lexus up there. Again, it too is abandoned, and this is what you see all over the city. We saw it along the LIE this morning. Cars abandoned everywhere you look, and so as you are heading out today, pay heed to those cars because you will come upon them often without any warning. And by the way, you hear the honking? Don't honk today. Be patient. People need to go slowly. There could still be standing water. There is still standing water. And so you need to be careful as you're navigating wherever you need to go. Live in Elmhurst this morning. Reagan, back to you.
All right, Robert, I do want to mention that 6 inches of water can sweep a car away. 6 inches. So again, if you see the water, turn around. Okay, thank you, Robert, so much. Over in New Jersey we go. Governor Phil Murphy declaring a state of emergency and funnel clouds spotted forming in several areas. Fox 5's Brian Christopher is live in Passaic, New Jersey, and I see the sun is up and it looks like you can really get a look at what's going on behind you.
Yeah, good morning there, Reagan. We showed you a little bit earlier, but it's kind of hard to see because it was so dark, but you can look right behind me here. Major flooding here on this side road. This is River Street in Passaic. It's about a mile away from the Passaic River, and you can see these little mini geysers that are literally just shooting out of the ground from the storm grates, and it's just quite a sight to see. You can see that Chevy Camaro back there completely flooded all the way up to the license plate there. We've seen a couple people come out to check on their cars and then just walk back inside because as of right now, there's not much that they can do about it as of right now. Now, highways, main streets, tertiary roads, many of them shut down during your commute today due to flooding, down trees, and cars just stuck right in the middle of the street, which you can see right here live in Passaic right now. Now, in New Jersey, there's 75,000 total customers out of power in all of New Jersey. Most of the outages are in Essex and Morris County with 17,000 outages in Essex County and 8,300 in Morris County. Now, let's turn to this. A little bit further south here in New Jersey, tornadoes. The National Weather Service declared a tornado emergency for parts of New Jersey, and several may have touched down. Funnel clouds were spotted in areas like Mullica Hill, southeast of Philly, with winds causing extensive damage to many homes. And video from Burlington City shows a funnel cloud forming there as well. Pretty scary. A tornado watch was also in effect for parts of New York and Connecticut as the storms rolled through. Now, this morning at 10 a.m., Governor Murphy is going to tour some of that damage in Mullica Hill. Again, that's at 10 a.m. this morning in South Jersey. But back here, some sad news. The Passaic mayor, Hector Laura, has now confirmed that during the storm, a 70-year-old man perished. He died during the storm. He was in his car, and firefighters tried to save him, but through the flooding, the car was swept away. Thankfully, they were able to save his family. But again, one man confirmed dead, a 70-year-old here in Passaic, all due to the flooding. And that's really something to keep in mind. Again, if you can see behind me here, it might not look that deep, but you can see just the levels on the cars right there. Something you don't want to do is to try to walk in there, because you never know. Is there an electrical wire in there? You're not really sure. So please allow this water to recede no matter how long it takes. Take extra caution. If you can, stay home, but especially on the roadways, you will run into many detours, down trees, and flooding. So certainly a day, if you can, to stay home and stay safe. Again, we're here live in Passaic, New Jersey. Reagan, I'll send it back on inside to you.
Yeah, definitely good point. Don't walk in that water, because there's also debris and also a lot of sewage as well. Thank you so much, Ryan. Time now is 6:40. We are continuing to check in on the various neighborhoods here in the city that saw massive flooding overnight, last night, early this morning. You want to stick with us. But let's look at a different view. Long Island Expressway. Well, kind of. We more so have a look at downtown. And I wanted to pay special attention to the clouds. We're going to have a nice day in store for us. We just got to get through the cleanup efforts right now.
Continues to rise.
All right, everybody, we're also going to bring you some of this live coverage from our Fox 29 Philadelphia team. Let's listen in.
Isn't getting any better here.
Good Day Philadelphia's Shorecast is sponsored.
Again, we will be tapping in and out of coverage from our Fox 29 Philadelphia, Fox 5 New York, and Fox 5 DC broadcast, because they have coverage across the regions in their states and in their entities. It's something that we want to bring to you here on Live Now from Fox, as we learn that at least 8 people have died in the deadly flooding and tornadoes that were seen across the region. Now, you are currently taking a live look over the sun rising in Johnstown, Pennsylvania. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It is 6:45 a.m. here on the East Coast. You are currently taking a live look at a pretty serene skyline over New York City. This is following a devastating, deadly night of historic flooding, not only around the city, but in surrounding communities as well as states like New Jersey, Connecticut, Pennsylvania. Now, I actually do want to head to Pennsylvania right now. We're going to head to Upper Dublin Township, where we're learning at least one woman has been killed in yesterday's devastating storm. We're joined by Fox 29 Philadelphia's Dave Kinchin right now, who's here to tell us the latest. Dave, absolutely tragic to hear. What can you tell us about what this community has seen over the last several hours?
Yeah, an absolutely tragic development. Good morning to you. We know one woman has died in connection to these storms. We're still trying to figure out the exact circumstances. Meantime, we can show you the damage, and it is absolutely devastating. This house right here, it's about the worst damage we have seen so far. You can see the roof completely gone on one side, and then not much left on the other side of it. The brick siding just completely dropped from the front foundation, the front of the house. The bricks are all scattered about pretty much beneath the front door there, and there's what looks like a piece of the overhang that used to be over that front door now sitting by itself in the middle of the grass there. We pan a little bit more towards the right. Trees down everywhere. I've never seen so many trees in close proximity completely ripped up from their foundations and just dropped onto the ground. It's hard to see. There's actually a car with a little bit of blue tarp. There's a car that's wrapped almost in a wreath of trees here. It's just incredibly breathtaking. We'll move a little further over to the right, keep panning, and you can see this tree here, pretty good size, picked up from its foundation, toppled over onto the porch of this house that also has, I'd say at least maybe 1,000 shingles or so missing on it. It's, as folks are kind of making their way through, trying to figure out everything going on, some folks did not have a lot of damage. Other folks, it's trees like this ripped up from the foundation, but not landing on the property. But with the house you just saw, it's, I don't know if you'd say a complete loss, but certainly if not a devastating loss, pretty close. It's just unbelievable. But again, we know one woman died in these storms. We don't know who she is or how that happened. We also know there were quite a few water rescues in the area. We did see numerous cars throughout the Philadelphia suburbs left alone on streets. At one point, the water did recede, and people were able to, I guess, get to safety. But we know that crews, first responders, were very busy with water rescues, and some of the footage coming out of downtown, or rather, I'd say the suburbs of Philadelphia, like Conshohocken, the water is literally up to the first story of some buildings and business complexes. It's unbelievable. Water on main roads, absolutely unreal. But folks are still trying to make their way through and get a sense of the damage to their property. And your heart really goes out to folks here because it's just, it's absolutely devastating.
No, you said it yourself. It's really tragic to see this, especially because I feel like, Dave, is this uncommon to see in this area? Does this area of Pennsylvania typically see a lot of flooding and tornadoes?
Some parts see flooding. There's been we've had quite a few tornadoes in the suburbs, I think, this summer, but nothing like this. I mean, nothing quite like this. We haven't seen flooding like this. We haven't seen damage like this. I mean, there's folks at Fox 29 who have been working probably for 20 years or so in this market, and they say they haven't seen anything like this. I've only been here about 10 years, but never seen anything quite this severe, especially with like the Conshohocken area just outside of Philadelphia. I mean, the water generally runs, there's a river running next to the city, and the water's all the way onto the land, over cars, up to like the first or second floors of some buildings. Completely unreal, but happening right before our eyes.
Dave, I know the governor declared a state of emergency. What do we know as far as resources and help that will be available to these impacted communities?
Well, we do know that the White House is involved looking at this and likely in contact with the governor of Pennsylvania. But yes, a lot of state resources. We don't have the exact dollar amounts, but we know that a lot of state resources are going to be pledged for this effort. We also know over in, I think it's New Jersey, the governor is expected to tour some damage around 10 o'clock this morning. So the state and local authorities are really working together to put all the resources they have into dealing with this. And keep in mind, with COVID, a lot of the governments, local governments, they've been cash strapped. So there's certainly emergency federal funding available for responses like this, but governments are working with tighter strings these days than they were before because of all the tax revenue that was lost because of COVID and the business shutdown and everything else. So it's tougher, but local authorities doing what they have to do to help people out here. And I think at first getting a sense of the damage, and that's the most sobering part right now.
Absolutely, Dave. Well, we thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox to give our viewers this update, something that we're following all day. And we hope that you and your team stay safe out there.
Thank you so much.
All right, everybody, you heard him talk about flooding. Here is actually a live look right now at some aerials of floodwaters that are still impacting the Philadelphia area at this moment. It is daylight, and now we are really seeing the severity. As you saw in Dave's report, a woman was killed, homes are damaged and destroyed, and communities are assessing the damage on this Thursday morning. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll continue our coverage on this devastating situation in the Northeast when we return.
It is. We haven't seen flooding like this since the 1800s.
Yeah, 1869. My goodness.
And then looking at that, that's what we're seeing all over the area. Cars
Now,
submerged.
Some of our viewers are saying that the wipers pop on and the lights pop on because of the computers now in cars, and they can short out and then kick on the wipers.
I see. Okay.
That could be what it is. All right, we'll be right back.
Labor Day is the perfect time to check a few boxes off your list.
All right, everybody. Like I said, throughout the morning, we're going to be dipping into coverage and broadcasts from the Northeast, including our owned and operated stations, Fox 29 Philadelphia, Fox 5 New York, and Fox 5 DC as well. All of the Northeast waking up and assessing the damage, the deadly flooding and tornadoes that ripped through those areas over the last 24 hours due to the remnants of Storm Ida. Currently taking a live now look over the skyline in New York City. We've got several vantage points of New York this morning. Here's a live now look over our Fox News headquarters in Manhattan. We also do have some chilling images to show you right now. This is actually live aerials of the flooding in Philadelphia and the surrounding communities. Again, remnants of Hurricane Ida leaving the Northeast with heavy rain and flooding. So this is something that we are going to stay on top of for a majority of our show here on Live Now from Fox this morning. We'll also have some other reports as well. As we are nearing the top of the 7 a.m. hour, I do want to touch on some coronavirus related news because that is something that is continuing to be talked about and continuing to impact millions of Americans as the Delta variant surges. Unvaccinated Americans continue representing the greatest number of new COVID-19 patients needing hospitalization. The influx is inundating hospitals already overwhelmed by staffing shortages, but medical experts say it gets worse. Fox News correspondent Ashley Strohmeyer has more on the new problems hospitals across the country are trying to solve.
Just days into September, and health officials are already saying they hope this month won't mimic the last. With the country seeing more than 4 million new COVID-19 cases and close to 27,000 new coronavirus-related deaths in August alone, making it one of the worst months of the pandemic to date.
You take breathing for granted.
But as the Delta variant continues causing hospitalizations to spike, medical facilities nationwide are now facing a new concern, and that's oxygen shortages.
Oxygen is a critical part of the care that hospitals are providing to try to fight the deadly disease and to save lives.
The problem is forcing some cities to tap into their supplies of liquid oxygen used to treat drinking water.
It means that there could be impacts to our water quality if we don't immediately reduce the amount of water that we need to treat.
And leaders are urging people to limit the amount of H2O they use by scaling back on watering lawns and washing cars.
Our ability to conserve will ensure that all the hospitals in the Midwest and Southwest continue to receive all of the oxygen products they require.
Meanwhile, public health experts say the pandemic is still having an impact on people's mental health, stressing the importance of engaging in leisure activities to help positively stimulate your mind. Medical officials say you don't need to get fancy when it comes to staying active, adding just going for a walk in nature can help do the trick. Ashley Strohmeyer, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Ashley Strohmeyer for that report. I'm going to bring you one more COVID-19 story here on Live Now from Fox before we go through a run through of everything we are following at the top of the 7 o'clock hour. COVID-19 outbreaks in select school districts adding more fuel to the debate over mask mandates. This as the CDC issues a warning for unvaccinated Americans ahead of Labor Day weekend. Fox News correspondent Phil Keating has the latest on this story.
The new school year just getting underway, and already there are challenges. A Central Texas school district closed all of its schools until after Labor Day after 2 teachers died of COVID-19. While in Illinois, more than 24 schools in the state are reporting outbreaks among students and staff. Doctors say they expect infections to surge as the Delta variant spreads.
Every time you have large groups of children, they're going to transmit things back and forth.
The outbreaks further fueling the nationwide debate over face coverings in the classroom. On Tuesday, parents in Daytona Beach, Florida protested ahead of a school board meeting to consider a universal mask mandate. The board voting to mandate the masks with nearly 10 times more COVID positive children now compared to the same time last year.
When a parent chooses no mask for their kid, it places my kids at risk.
Meanwhile, a 4th wave of COVID cases continues to intensify. Alabama, Georgia, Texas, Florida, and Arkansas have less than 10% of their ICU bed capacity left. And with the Labor Day weekend approaching, the CDC is urging those unvaccinated don't travel.
Given where we are with disease transmission right now, we would say that people need to take these risks into their own consideration as they think about traveling.
And the CDC also recommending that Labor Day gatherings be outdoors and with everybody vaccinated. In Atlanta, Phil Keating, Fox News.
All right, everybody, it is the top of the 7 o'clock hour here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. You are currently taking a Live Now look at aerials that we've got coming through to our Live Now from Fox desk in the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania area. The sun has risen, and now we are really seeing the devastating impacts that the remnants of Ida has had on the Northeast region over the last 24 hours. We know that at least 8 people have died between New York and New Jersey, not only from flooding, but also from tornadoes that were seen across New Jersey and Pennsylvania as well. We are going to be dipping into some coverage from our Fox 29 Philadelphia team, Fox 5 New York team, and Fox 5 DC team. Their reporters will also be joining us live throughout our show this morning to give you an update on what these areas are looking like this morning. So that's how we're going to start off the 7 o'clock hour here on Live Now from Fox. Let's get the latest from our Fox 29 Philadelphia team, everybody.
Especially around this area of Center City. Can you just say you don't need to come in today?
A number of people have tweeted us asking, is the city of Philadelphia closed? And we're checking. We have the school closings that are crawling on the bottom of the screen. Of course, we'll let you know if we hear any news when it comes to Philly.
Also, tens of thousands of people without power. I mean, that's for sure. Look at all these numbers there, Alex.
So we have PECO, more than 50,000 people, PSE&G, nearly 3,000 customers, and then Delmarva Power, about 500 customers, AC Electric, nearly 2,000, and then PPL, more than 6,000 people still without power.
Hopefully you have the Fox 29 app so you can watch it on your phone, and you charged it all, well, yesterday afternoon, didn't you? Like we asked you to do?
You didn't. You're charging yours.
I'm charging. I have an extension cord right now trying to get it together.
But the unbelievable thing is that it still hasn't reached its crest.
No, that's probably, like I said, 10 o'clock this morning. So we just got a new camera location. It's at 24th and Spruce. We'll get to that in just a second. But first, here's it.
I just checked the gauge right before we came on for the Schuylkill at Philadelphia. This is around 30th Street. This is flood stage, 11 feet. This is where we are right now, 15 feet. We're expecting to crest at close to 20 feet. Again, probably around 10 or 11 o'clock this morning. Incredible pictures. So what used to be Ida is now wreaking havoc in New England and really just made a mess everywhere it went. A couple of residual showers as this storm exits. Flood warnings all over the place. Wear your boots if you are going somewhere today, like Bus Stop Buddy. Some kids are going to school. The winds will be picking up and we'll be drying out. It'll be breezy the rest of the day. You can see the sun burning through those leftover clouds. It's 63 degrees and we have 12-mile-an-hour winds. Now, the northerly winds takes away the humidity. So the weather pattern we've had completely different now. The rain has ended, a few sprinkles, the flooding threat, especially through this morning. But this creek, stream, and river flooding, some of it will continue into the weekend. So plan on temperatures in the 70s today. If we didn't have all this cleaning up to do and all this mess, it would be a beautiful day. That's all we would be talking about it and the holiday weekend as well. But we've got a mess, and here's Bob Kelly in Chadds Ford.
Hey, Shuby, morning, everybody. 7:03. I'm coming to you live this morning from Chadds Ford along Route 1, where the sign kind of says it all. Turn around, don't drown, all because of the flooding along Route 1, right near the Brandywine Creek. Right up ahead there would be the corner of Route 1 and Creek Road. You got the post office trucks that are underwater as well. I'm going to spin around here and give you an idea of all the traffic that's eventually coming down here, being forced to turn around. If we got Skyfox, let's go for a ride. Again, Skyfox above in Center City, Philadelphia. We have no Skyfox, all right? So that's SEPTA's regional rail lines suspended this morning. Amtrak service also suspended between Boston and Philadelphia. The Vine Expressway underwater this morning between the Parkway and 8th Street. Also, the Schuylkill Expressway flooded out from the Vine Expressway in through University. Mike and Alex, back over to you.
Okay. Let's go to Roxborough.
Well, they're using boats to try and rescue residents. I want to show you a scene a couple hours ago along the 7800 block of Nixon Street, which runs parallel to the Schuylkill River there. And of course, this is just one of many rescues that happen across the area. So now this is a live look at the flooding this morning in Manayunk. So this is Main Street near Schurz Lane.
Yeah. You know, I've never seen it like that. I mean, I've seen flooding in Manayunk, but not like that. Let's go to Gloucester County.
A tornado comes barreling through, and it caused a lot of destruction. I mean, look at this video. Unbelievable.
Look how wide it is. My goodness. Mullica Hill. Yeah, I can't tell how far away this person is. They're out on their deck watching this. Can you imagine looking at this yet last evening? This thing's barreling towards you. That might be a half-mile wide, possibly. So, all right. Also, Upper Dublin, they got hit hard, too, and that's where Dave is.
Yeah, we are just talking with the family now. They have an incredibly harrowing story of survival here. The Broker family here in Upper Dublin. Lisa, tell me, now, you say your son rescued you, right, when this storm hit. Tell us everything that happened here.
I just gotten home from work. I was lying down in bed, and all of a sudden the power started blinking out, and the house started shaking. It was shaking almost like a car when there's a lot of wind and it feels like the car is going to tip over, but the entire house was shaking. It was surreal. Yet I kind of just was laying there thinking, wow, this is bizarre. And all of a sudden I heard my son yelling, "Mommy, Mommy, get down to the basement." And he literally grabbed me off the bed, pulled me downstairs just as the tree collapsed and went through our roof and fell on our bed.
So there's a tree on your bed right now.
Currently, our bed is probably on the first floor right now. I ran down the steps. As I was running down the steps, I didn't realize how terrible it was until I saw flashes of light at the window at a porch, and I thought the whole house was going to shatter in my face. Very scary.
And Ben, you saved
my life.
How do you feel?
It was a scary moment, but yeah, I don't really have much to say.
I am so thankful.
You told about the story.
I am the luckiest mommy.
And you, Brad, as a dad,
it was like a scene out of a disaster movie. I mean, we saw everything flying in the back. We came up from the basement and saw the woods were gone behind our house. Turned to the left and saw that the bedroom was now in the living room, and realized that Ben had pulled out Lisa just in time.
I'm so thankful that we're all safe, and thank you to all the support from all the neighbors and everybody. God bless.
And you've got neighbors helping you through the next steps. In all
Yes,
this,
absolutely.
Right?
We were all helping each other last night.
Everyone's been super supportive.
We
Thank
stayed
you
at the
to
neighbors
all.
last night. I mean, everyone's been very helpful. All of that is replaceable. We're safe. That's all that counts.
Never experienced anything like this, fair to say.
I hope this is the last time.
Yeah. So just, there you go, Mike and Alex, you get a sense of what's really going on here in Upper Dublin Township. You see the house, the roof completely gone in the background, and the massive damage, the trees in the back. It's just, we're thankful that they're okay, and, you know, it's been terrifying, as you can imagine. You see the pictures, and then you hear the stories, and no one has experienced anything like this. We haven't seen anything like this before. We've been saying that all morning. It's just incredible.
Mommy, get up and get to the basement. Saved her life.
Wow.
Tree hit the bed she was laying in. All right, let's go to Mullica Hill. They got hit really hard. That's where Steve is.
Well, Mike, welcome to 207 Marvin Lane, and the insulation on the now knocked down mailbox is not even a hint of what you see when you go up the driveway and look at the devastation of this family's home. I'm looking at a family school picture of a little boy here in the wet sidewalk here, and then just so many things that you see that little kids play with in this pile of debris that was a house. And as we go up the driveway, you can see just what was a family's home, whether it's pieces of their kitchen, bathrooms, closets, living room, dining room, garage. You know, they didn't try to leave in the family car, and you can understand why. And a wall has collapsed on the family Chevy SUV. And there is the baby crib in the middle of all this debris, along with a lot of little pink kids' toys. And this family was rescued by the Harmony Fire Department that came in here and got them out of their basement where they went. And good thing they had a basement to go to, because no one would have survived a tornado if you were in any room in this house. It looks like every room in the house is obliterated. And can you imagine if the little kids were in their little toys, this little pink bicycle there, or this little pink toy here. But that baby crib says it all, doesn't it? Right in the middle of all this. And then there's the appliances in the kitchen in the back. And then look at all their neighbors. Look at all this debris. And all the houses that circle this are just completely devastated. Here is some of the comments from last night.
It's devastating. Like, I know all these people. These are my neighbors. Like, my heart breaks for them. Like, I heard that most of them are okay and that they've been taken to the hospital, but I'm praying that that's the case. Yeah, it's just, I can't even take this in right now. It's absolutely devastating. This is the kind of stuff you see on the news when it hits Oklahoma every year, which is heartbreaking enough. But I can't even take this in, because I just don't even know what these people are going to do right now. But I'm hoping I can be of help to them.
So the Harrison Township Police are making their rounds in this neighborhood here, and you can see why. There's so many pieces to pick up of families' lives. And then we look across the street where the house is untouched, just to the left in front of this car. One street, but two sides of the street and two different stories of the tornado. Untouched and obliterated. Alex, Mike?
Thank God they went to the basement. And we're kind of getting used to it now, living in this part of the country where we didn't have tornadoes before the last, I mean, every now and then, but not like this summer, where people find, they wouldn't even go to the basement.
That doesn't happen here.
That's Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas. Thank God, if they hadn't gone to their basement,
would have been a different story.
Yeah, they wouldn't be with us anymore.
And there were several tornado warnings saying shelter, make sure you get to shelter yesterday.
And a lot of people in some parts of the country don't have basements at all. That's why you got to go to an interior room, get in a bathtub, put a mattress over the bathtub, whatever you have to do. But
hopefully we'll get to show you at some point, but the National Weather Service, they tweeted out, they had so many tornado warnings and watches, and they have it gets printed out immediately when it's issued, and they piled it all up, and at the end when they piled it up, it was nearly 4 pounds of paper. Yeah. That's how many, and that just shows you how extensive it was yesterday and what all that we saw. So,
I guess later today we'll get the exact number of tornado warnings that were issued yesterday, but it's got to be double digits. I mean, way up in the double digits.
Yeah.
All right, some of the worst flooding is in Conshohocken. That's where Jen is.
You too. Absolutely. Okay, so guys, earlier this morning, look, there's a log, part of a tree going through. Earlier this morning, see this, the signs here? This is where the rescue crews were launching from. See that white car right out there that's definitely underwater? That white car was fine like an hour ago, and now obviously that's full of water. So here are some of the issues that they're dealing with here in Conshohocken. Number one, the rescue boats were being launched from here to go to apartment buildings and the Marriott to check on people. They haven't even begun to figure out how they're going to get the people out of where they are. The residents of the apartment, as well as the people staying in the Marriott Conshohocken, have been told to shelter in place. The boats went in because they thought they had to fight a fire. They brought fire equipment there because they thought that was the only way to put out a fire in one of the apartment complexes. The second thing that they're dealing with here is about 45 cars are somewhere in this area. So some of them have actually started like floating down. Some of them have become dislodged. And so one of the issues that the fire crews are here and the public services are doing is making sure that these cars don't go too far down the Schuylkill River. So if you look, I don't know, Tom, if you can see, if you go way, way, way down, so about 4 or 5 blocks from where I'm standing, and you see that really rough water in the distance, that is the actual Schuylkill River. Actually, if you look up at Skyfox up there, I don't know if that's Skyfox, you see how far away the actual river is from where I'm standing. And when you notice that, I mean, we're at least a half a mile away, and look at the water, and it just in the 1 minute I've been standing here, it's coming up farther, and it's as far as you can see. The other thing that's happening here, crews are coming in to, do the next barricade, because they keep having to move the barricade up and up and up, is Amtrak is here, SEPTA is here, Public Services. They got to figure out what's going to be coming down this river, because again, Mike and Alex, as we talked about, this is Conshohocken. Everything that's coming through here is headed to Manayunk, and everything that goes through Manayunk is headed to Center City and beyond.
That's for sure. And again, if you just joined us, we believe the river is going to crest around 10 o'clock this morning.
And that's according to Fire Commissioner Adam Teal, who we just spoke with. He mentioned that. So it's still rising. We're not done with this.
Nope.
Yeah, that's why they're saying maybe it's a work from home day today.
Yeah.
So this is what I was mentioning earlier. We were talking about the tornado warnings we saw. The National Weather Service put this out, and they say they automatically print out warnings for verification purposes, but they piled it all up and it added up to nearly 4 pounds of paper. And that was just over the last 24 hours. So that just shows you what we've been dealing with and how busy it was. I mean, my phone kept going off yesterday. I don't know about yours, Mike.
Oh, my gosh, yes. Okay, so let's look at some more video that's been sent in. Thomas, what do you got?
So many images. Let's take you around the region here. The sun's coming up. People are assessing the damage. Let's start in Winona, New Jersey. This is about 5 miles from where Steve Keeley was reporting on that tornado in Mullica Hill. You can see the damage, homes damaged, a lot of trees down, power lines down. Some of the homes, if you're familiar with the area, older Victorian homes that sustained significant damage. Also, Sue and Kathy telling us this may have been the same tornado that tore through the Mullica Hill area. They're still investigating. Over to Oxford. This is in Chester County. This area saw the intensity of the storm. We're talking about winds, heavy rainfall. Parts of the area saw up to 11 inches of rain. You see right there a number of homes damaged in Chester County. Over in Hatboro, also seeing some severe flooding. A raging river, this looks like, right along a residential street. Trash floating by, whatever can float, just floating. 10.7 inches of rain. Over in Audubon, the streets turning into rivers as well. Impassable for cars. 9.8 inches of rain fell in a matter of hours. There are flood warnings still in effect. Also in Montgomery County, flooding across roads in Shanksville. This video along Skip Pack Pike. This is from the Skip Pack Pharmacy. Cars you see right there taken over by the water. 10 inches in that area. Once again, 16 tornado warnings yesterday. This morning, we're going to find out how many are being investigated as tornado touchdowns. Mike, Alex.
Okay.
Yeah, we're getting tweets from people as they're saying what they're seeing in their area, and they're showing us different intersections that have been flooded.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. You've been listening into Fox 29 Philadelphia's coverage of how the Ida remnants have impacted their region. But I do want to head out right now to Maryland, specifically Frederick County, where Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard is joining us live right now with a live report about a bus rescue that happened, as well as other water rescues in the area. Bob, what can you tell us?
Hey, Regina, we're at what is called Baker Park in the city of Frederick, and I'll let you see kind of like we're as far down these steps as you can get here before you would step into the muddy waters that are flooding a good chunk of this park. And as we raise up, you'll see the water at this point, which was at one point over that park bench, is now just below the seat there at that bench. This is a park that occasionally floods. It was kind of almost designed for that, to take some of the local creek waters in this area to keep it from flooding the downtown streets and homes and basements that are around this area. And so people who've been out here this morning say that this park has served its purpose, but it's still been a mess. And you mentioned the school bus rescue. That was just north of here in Thurmont, Maryland. There were 10 children on the bus, and the bus driver, who apparently along Black Mill Road tried to cross a bridge that was submerged. He didn't know how deep it was. It was deeper than he expected, and the bus got stranded. The children and the bus driver were evacuated safely. Nobody was hurt, but it was just one of a number of buses that had issues getting kids home after school yesterday here in Frederick County, Maryland, which is about a 45-minute drive north of Washington, D.C. And so some of those other buses had to go back to their schools and find ways to get those children home much later than they expected. One of the school districts just south of here in Montgomery County, Maryland, let kids out 2 hours early yesterday. The whole school district shut down at noon yesterday in Montgomery County. The superintendent here in Frederick County said last night in a statement to the community that she should have made that same call and was sorry that they hadn't, because it did strand a lot of kids, and in one case in a dangerous setting. But today, Frederick County has canceled school because there are still a number of roads in this area, Regina, that are still closed because of high standing water. So no school because of Ida here in Frederick County, Maryland. Although I'll tell you, today it's a cool day, crisp, clear skies. It's going to be a nice, several days coming here in the Mid-Atlantic region. But in this county, no school because of the flooding that still exists on some roadways. And what you can see behind me here in Baker Park in downtown Frederick.
Yeah, really devastating as the sun comes up to see just how much this storm has impacted the area. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox with that update. We really appreciate your time.
Our pleasure. You bet, Regina.
All right, everybody, heading back out to New York City, where we also saw incredible historic flooding happening in the subways in the metropolitan area of the city, streets from Brooklyn to Queens. It's something that we're going to stay on top of here on Live Now from Fox. Going to read you the latest on what is happening from the New York City area, as well as get a report from Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses when we return. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox, almost 7:30 a.m. here on the East Coast. Currently taking a Live Now look over our Fox News headquarters in New York City. It's been an extremely rough, devastating night in the Big Apple and surrounding areas, as devastating flooding from the remnants of Ida lead to at least 8 deaths between New York City and New Jersey. The New York Police Department responded to multiple calls of flooding across the city late Wednesday into early this morning, where at least 7 people were killed. At least 1 person was killed in New Jersey as well, and many more were rescued. Let's get the latest from Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses on this news that we are following this morning.
This video looks fake. It is not. A biblical amount of water gushed into the 28th Street station in Chelsea. A similarly apocalyptic scene played out at the Jefferson Street station in Bushwick, which looked like a water park as a train plowed through a gauntlet of water. As of early this morning, the MTA says it evacuated at least 6 subway trains that got stuck between stations. Above ground, it was no better. No borough was spared. The inundation on Knickerbocker Avenue in Bushwick marooned vehicles so only their top halves were visible. Queens got pummeled too.
This is the corner of 47 and Skillman. It's Sunnyside. Right now I'm looking north on 47. It's a little past my knees here in the middle. It's probably not safe to be in here, so I'm gonna get out of this.
In Manhattan, a river ran through the FDR Drive. Columbus Avenue was underwater between 97th and 100th Street. In a 1-hour span last night, Central Park saw 3.15 inches of rain, the highest 1-hour rate on record. The previous record was set when Henri hit. On Staten Island, floodwaters buried cars outside of a Costco. And in the Bronx, as this Citizen App video shows, drivers near the intersection of Webster Avenue and East Gun Hill Road navigated an obstacle course. No matter where you looked in the city, all of the superlatives applied.
Yes, you are. All right, everybody, here is another look at some of the video that is also making its way on social media. This video posted to Twitter by @MikeyBross187 showing flooding inside of the Newark Liberty International Airport. Now, we are working with our Fox 29 Philadelphia team to get the latest on flight cancellations and tram cancellations as well, because we did learn that as of 10:30 last night that all flights were canceled after they saw this flooding inside of the airport and outside as well. We actually do have a Live Now look outside of the airport, the exit, the highway adjacent to the airport there. So again, we are keeping tabs on this situation here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We've got team coverage from across the Northeast, courtesy of our Fox 5 DC, our Fox 29 Philadelphia, and our Fox 5 New York team. So let's get the latest here on Live Now from Fox. Head back out to New York City as their team continues to cover this breaking historic news out in their area.
Well, it's pretty much a done deal for the weather as it stands right now, but Inez has all the latest with what's going on, what's left over because of this. And take a look at these record rains that we saw all around the tri-state. I mean, numbers like you've never seen. 8.77 inches of rain for Prospect Park. Central Park, over 8 inches of rain there. Sheepshead Bay, 7.5, over 7.5 inches of rain. Even Battery Park, 6.25 inches of rain. So these are big numbers. New Jersey's checking in there. Look at that. Oakland, 9.22. That's crazy. In terms of rainfall totals from yesterday's storm. West Milford, 8.2, and in Bergenfield, 5.31 inches of rain. Connecticut got off a little bit easier, but all the final numbers haven't necessarily come through. But even Danbury, over 5 inches of rain there, and Greenwich, about 2.87 inches of rain. So big rain came through. Rains came through with the remnants of Ida passing by. It is out of here. You can see the sunshine that's trying to break out and pop up. The clouds breaking up around the tri-state. It's not completely gone, but for the most part, the rain rain is out of here, and that's what we need is some drier skies and comfortable, cool conditions. That's what we have. 59 in White Plains, 62 Central Park, 63 in Newark, and the winds are coming around on the backside, kind of bringing in that cooler, drier Canadian air, which is what we need to clean it up around the tri-state. And the Futurecast says, you got it. We got a northwest wind kicking in, and maybe a few high clouds come through from time to time today as well as tomorrow. We're going to be dry for the next several days. Today's high temperature, 75 degrees, and then it looks like it's going to be maybe even a touch cooler for you tomorrow with a high of 73. Still kind of breezy and cool for you tomorrow. Then our temps start to warm up as we get into the weekend. This is Labor Day weekend, the last big weekend for this summer 2021. Looks okay. There is a small shower chance for you on Sunday, but it doesn't look like a big rain day. All right, let's swing it over to Inez to find out what's happening with the commute. At this point, it's going to take a while to get out of the whole trouble we got into yesterday. Good morning.
Good morning, Mike. Lots and lots of problems. Maybe 99 problems. Couldn't tell you because there's so much going on. Let's start off with the rails. Metro North, New Jersey Transit completely suspended. No service, no word on when they will resume service. LIRR, they do have an update. They do have service restored on all the branches except the Port Washington, the Oyster Bay, and the Far Rockaway. The other branches expect delays about 30 minutes, and there could be some cancellation. So they're the ones doing the best. The PATH trains, you do have a modified schedule. They just resumed service over at the Harrison station. They were bypassing that because of flooding conditions. With the roads, just so many closures, and I'll show you some camera shots. But the Bronx River Parkway, the Thruway, Cross County, it's just everything that's red, all these icons, roads closed, abandoned vehicles. That's the Thruway northbound by exit 12, completely closed off. And if you're heading towards the Tappan Zee Bridge, you're completely jammed up. There's still flooding there. The roads having trouble subsiding with that flooding. 287, we have the local lanes closed here by 78. So this is affecting 78 eastbound, and also hearing about multiple vehicles either abandoned or accidents. Not sure. There could be like 13 about them. I'm hearing that. Very heavy delays here. 287 southbound. People have been stuck on that road for hours. We have the Parkway. That is still closed. That rarely closes there. The Garden State Parkway, that is closed. Northbound between exit 143 heading towards exit 147 over in Queens. Show you some camera shots. That's the BQE by Queens Boulevard. Both directions, that is closed. Abandoned. See those are abandoned vehicles. They're completely stuck in the middle of the roadway there. The FDR Drive also has that closure northbound between 61st heading towards the Triborough. These cars, they were just left abandoned. People went through the flooded waters and then they stalled out there. The LIA coming in from the island all jammed up. You have that westbound side still flooded by Springfield Boulevard and just abandoned. Also on the Van Wyck, take a look. They're taking up some lanes there, and some of them are just in the middle of the roadway there. Good part is that there's a lot of light out, so you can at least see those, but just be careful. Also, debris on the ground. A lot of garbage went around. Let's go to our cameras. The LA eastbound by the Grand Central, they just reopened that, but just a lot of gridlock throughout the area, even the Major Deegan. We have flooding there, closing that down by 230th Street, and just the list goes on and on, Stephen Reagan.
Really unbelievable. Everything we were talking about yesterday, the worst case scenario has come to pass. Crazy. All right, let's go straight to Fox 5's Robert Moses for the latest on the aftermath of the storm.
All right, Robert.
Stephen Reagan, have a terrible update. The death toll has risen since we last spoke here from flooding in the city. It is now up to 8 people who have died as a result of flooding, including a 2-year-old boy. Yet another testament to the power and destruction of water. And you heard Inez talk about the story of abandoned vehicles. I want to amplify that a little more. I want to show you some video that I obtained this morning from a man named Kendall Charter. I met him again earlier this morning here in Elmhurst. He was in his Chevy Equinox driving it last night when the water started pouring in. He managed to get out and shot this scene that you are watching right now. I met him as he was on the phone with his insurance company talking about his now presumably totaled Chevy Equinox.
This whole area was filled with water, and then the car just shut off. There was multiple cars here last night, and then the car started filling with water, so I needed to get out. So we got out and just made our way up the block, and then I just left. There was just no way to come back in.
How much water was in the car?
The car was up to right here with water. All of this was half of the car was filled with water.
Describe the condition. Was it anything like you've ever seen?
No, I've never seen this before. This became like a swimming pool. So as buses, cars, everything came down here, they were just stalling. I mean, and then the water started to move the car all the way over here, from there back to over here. was a terrific sight to see.
And Kendall's vehicle is still here, just 100 or so feet away from where I'm standing, as are a couple other abandoned vehicles here. That Lexus SUV just beyond me, and then this Toyota Camry here, again at the intersection of Broadway and Queens Boulevard. I also just got an update from the MTA. We had mentioned earlier that the agency had evacuated at least 6 subway trains that had been stuck in between stations. Well, that number is up to 17. So at least 17 trains evacuated that had been stuck in between stations as a result of this flooding. We know that subway service is very spotty, and I am seeing that here because at this intersection, a lot of bus lines converge, and you see these huge lines of people here waiting to board buses. That really is the only way to get to work at this hour. That is, as subway service begins to start creeping back to normal, at least. But I heard Jano Lieber talking with you both a couple minutes ago, and he brought up the great point of how heroic these bus drivers have been navigating a gauntlet of abandoned cars. I mean, this is like an obstacle course trying to get around this city. You're dodging ponding water, you're dodging these vehicles, all trying to get people where they need to go safely. So what a morning here in New York City. Reagan and Steve, back to you.
Yeah, and it's a morning that's just getting going, right, Robert? Okay, thank you so much. So as we had late night storms rolling through, also what happened during that time, New York State Legislature passed a bill extending eviction and moratorium through January 15th.
All right, that new measure now creates one of the most extensive protections in the nation. Of course, landlords, by and large, aren't thrilled by it. Joining us now this morning, the president of the Rent Stabilization Association, Joseph Strasburg. All right, good morning, Joseph. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
So basically, I assume your point is that there are two sides to this story, and we tend to only hear the one side, that we're thrilled for renters getting protection. But you're saying landlords are people too. They've got bills, and this basically just causes problems for them because they need to pay their bills as well.
Well, most of the owners have not received any rent for the last year and a half, and we're sitting on...
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez joining you here on Live Now from Fox, from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida, tapping into coverage from our teams across the Northeast, including Fox 5 New York, Fox 29 Philadelphia, as well as Fox 5 DC, because they are seeing deadly, historic flooding and conditions this morning as the sun is rising. We are really seeing the devastation full force. Now, we are going to continue bringing you these updates here on Live Now from Fox. You just heard some updates out of the New York metropolitan area there as well. We had the MTA saying that service has been restored for several branches. Some are still expecting some more delays. We also saw that another death was confirmed in New York City alone, confirmed to be a 2-year-old boy. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox, nearing the 7:45 a.m. mark here on the East Coast. You are currently taking a Live Now look at the Garden State Parkway in New Jersey as remnants of Hurricane Ida have left the Northeast with heavy rains, flood damage, as well as tornadoes seen across the New Jersey and Pennsylvania area. This is something that we've been covering extensively here on Live Now from Fox, perhaps the top story that we will be bringing to you all day, as well as the next several days. It's been a very devastating couple of days as far as the impacts of Hurricane Ida. She made landfall in Louisiana over the weekend as a Category 4 hurricane, and we are still seeing the impacts and recovery efforts now underway in parts of Louisiana, Mississippi, Tennessee. Resources being impacted as well, such as gas, power. New Orleans actually did get some lights back on over the last 24 hours, thankfully. But again, we did see tornadoes wreak havoc across the New Jersey area. I do want to bring you the latest on the wicked weather that we saw over the last 24 hours in the Northeast, and then I'm going to show you some of the videos that are now emerging online.
Remnants from Hurricane Ida slamming across the Northeast, bringing flooding and tornadoes across several states.
Look, the bottom line here is there's going to be a lot of rain.
The rain came, and it came fast, submerging much of the Big Apple underwater Wednesday night. The torrential downpours causing sewers to bubble over as sidewalks and roads turned to rivers, shutting down much of the city's public transportation as the National Weather Service declared a flash flood emergency in New York City for the first time in history. And over in New Jersey, the storm is responsible for at least one death. The massive flooding ripping through the Garden State with an onslaught of heavy winds whipping up waves in the streets.
When the river crests at its highest for my house and my first floor, the water was probably this high.
But high water wasn't the only extreme weather catching folks off guard, with at least one tornado recorded in southern New Jersey Wednesday. Another tornado was also caught on camera touching down in Pennsylvania yesterday.
When we have fewer people on the road during a storm, emergency personnel can work faster and they can do their jobs more safely.
Meanwhile, residents in Louisiana are still picking up the pieces from when Ida first made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane on Sunday. But cleanup efforts are only being made more difficult, with thousands still without electricity and running water. Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
All right, large tornado on the ground. Large tornado on the ground. Large tornado. Large tornado. Oh my God. Large tornado. Oh, crap! Holy crap!
A tornado causing extensive damage in Mullica Hill, New Jersey yesterday as part of the extreme weather on the eastern seaboard brought on by the remnants of Hurricane Ida. Local media reporting homes in the area were destroyed. Several other possible tornadoes also reported in the state. This video was taken in the Mullica Hill area by Matt DeAngelis, capturing a large funnel cloud. He said, "Oh my God," as debris flew through the air and as winds picked up, he ran back towards his nearby car. Tornadoes were confirmed earlier on Wednesday in Maryland. Farther north, a tornado watch was in effect until this morning in parts of New York, New Jersey, Jersey and Connecticut. We also do have some video of that tornado damage in Maryland as well. Absolutely devastating to see this drone footage. This specifically is in the Annapolis, Maryland area. A tornado confirmed in the region by radar from the National Weather Service showing damage above West Street. You can see the debris all over the streets. Lots of homes and businesses completely damaged. Again, the remnants of post-Hurricane Ida were expected to bring widespread rain and life-threatening flash flooding as the storm moved across the Northeast over the last 24 hours. But I truly don't think anybody had these impacts in mind. So really devastating to see this tornado damage. Also wanted to bring you some flood damage video that we've got here from the Maryland area as well.
Hey, this is Todd Weibel with the Frederick County Sheriff's Office, and what you're witnessing right now is a live water rescue going on right now. We are down on Old Frederick Road at Lloyd Station. This vehicle tried to cross this moving water, and you can see what happened. We are highly encouraging everyone to get off these roads. Do not try to cross this water. What you can see right now going on is a live water rescue. This is a vehicle that tried to cross the road and got washed into it. The water's constantly rising.
All right, you were just hearing authorities in Frederick County, Maryland, carrying out a water rescue in the community of Rocky Ridge yesterday. The Frederick County Fire and Rescue Services saying there were 17 water rescue calls and 39 flooding condition service calls since Tuesday afternoon as the wind and heavy rains moved into the area. Video streamed by the Frederick County Sheriff's Office shows authorities here helping a driver stranded in the flood waters. Now, we always say, guys, turn around, don't drown. If you see these conditions, do not take the risk. As you can see, it has overbearing, tragic consequences. Glad to see that they were able to get this person out safe. Again, continuing to bring you video that has been posted to the internet as we see the impacts that Ida has had across the Northeast. I want to head out to Western Virginia here, where heavy rainfall from Ida brought flash flooding to portions of Western Virginia, devastating this town of Hurley. This video was taken by Billy Bowling in Hurley, who said damaged structures and debris could be seen everywhere as you were driving. Crews rescued about 50 people from the flooding in Buchanan County, according to local news reports, and hundreds were also evacuated. One person from the Hurley area remained unaccounted for as of yesterday. So again, we are continuing to get any developments on Ida here on Live Now from Fox. You can see her hovering over New England as we speak this morning. Now parts of New England seeing flash flood warnings, as you can see that green color that's moving around up there, before making her way out to the Atlantic. When she hit Louisiana as a Category 4 hurricane, that was one thing, but now she has officially devastated communities across the eastern part of our nation, everybody. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we're going to listen in to a segment from our Fox-owned and operated station, Fox 26 Houston, talking about how Hurricane Ida could have an economic impact, one more than just who are in the storm's direct path. We're talking paying at the gas pumps and a shortage of gas in impacted areas. So stay with us, everybody. That's something we'll bring to you here in just a few minutes here on Live Now from Fox.
Could have an economic impact on more than just those who were in the storm's direct path.
Drivers can expect to pay more at the gas pumps and right before the busy Labor Day weekend. Mark Finley is a fellow in energy and global oil at Rice University's Baker Institute. He joins us now live. Good morning, Mark. Thank you for being with us. Now, one of the biggest spikes in history took place after Hurricane Katrina, but we know Katrina wiped out a lot of the oil platforms out in the Gulf. How do you think Ida's impact is going to be on gas?
Good morning, Jose. I think, it's too soon to tell. There are a couple of things to worry about, but also a couple of things that should help us avoid a worst case Katrina type of scenario. The things to worry about are there is about 15% of American oil production in the Gulf of Mexico is offline still, as is about 15% of the refining capacity in the country that is needed to turn that crude oil into gasoline. Operators are just getting back to start assessing the damage, and another key factor that could worsen the delays, especially for the refineries and onshore equipment, is access to electricity. So those are the risk factors to be watching in the weeks ahead.
So Mark, are you at all concerned about long-term damage to the oil platforms, or is this something that we just don't know yet because they're still, looking at what the damage was?
There's certainly the prospect for that damage. I mean, since Katrina and more recent storms, the industry has taken a lot of steps to harden their facilities, both offshore and onshore. And so, hopefully those steps will help to protect us. But the operators will have to get back into their plants and onto the platforms to see.
Do you think we might have a gas shortage, or do we have enough reserves that will handle the situation?
Yeah, I think, as I mentioned earlier, I think that there are some things that will help us avoid a worst case scenario. First is that we are just about out of the peak demand season. In addition to watching the supply here in the United States, OPEC is meeting literally as we speak and is widely expected to endorse its policy of continuing to expand oil production. Also, the federal government has taken some steps on the regulatory front to help make it a bit easier to meet the fuel specifications for gasoline. And also, remember, like crude oil, gasoline is a global marketplace. And so if some of the U.S. refinery outages turn out to be long-lived, there is also a global marketplace for gasoline that U.S. consumers can tap into.
Okay, so Mark, if we do see gas prices, spike, how long would you estimate that would last? Would that be, days or weeks or longer than that?
Prices actually had been trending a bit lower before the hurricane, and in Texas and nationwide. So we seem to have come off the top of the market already. Anyway, there's always the potential for spikes, and especially on a local basis. When the Colonial Pipeline was hacked earlier this year, you saw consumers panic, and you saw the videos of consumers pouring gasoline into plastic bags. And so there's always a potential for short-term spikes. But I think these coping mechanisms that I mentioned should mean that even if there are extended outages in the Gulf of Mexico, any such spikes would likely prove to be short-lived.
Mark Finley with Rice University's Baker Institute, thank you so very much for chiming in on what we may have to deal with in the near future.
Jose and Sally, nice to see you. Thank you.
All right, everybody, we are a little bit past the 8 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. Good morning. Thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox on this Thursday, September 2nd. It has been a busy morning here on our show. We've got coverage from across the Northeast region talking about the deadly flooding that has been seen in New York City, in New Jersey, as well as the Maryland DMV region. We do have several live vantage points to show show you, as well as broadcasts that we can dip in and out of from our Fox 5 DC teams, our Fox 5 New York, and Fox 29 Philadelphia teams as well. It's been absolutely tragic as the sun has risen to really see the impacts that the remnants of Ida has had on that area. I do want to give you a live now look at a vantage point we have from Newark International Airport. Now, we did learn that at least 9 people from across New Jersey and New York have been confirmed dead. We learned of 8 in New York City alone. Recently getting an update from Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses that one of the victims was a 2-year-old little boy. Now, there was also flooding seen inside of Newark International Airport. I actually do want to show you that crazy video here on Live Now from Fox this morning.
Yes, you are.
We do know that as of 10:30 p.m. last night that dozens of flights were canceled and redirected. We actually did hear from a local that was heading into New York from Chicago who actually had to be redirected to another airport because of the flooding situation out there. Now, I do want to bring you the latest from our Fox 5 New York team as we are at the top of the hour. They've got full coverage on what we can expect in the region for the next day or so as far as weather conditions. They're also bringing us updates from the New York City area as well as the New Jersey area where devastating tornadoes were also seen.
B trains, the Z, the W, the Franklin shuttle, as well as the 42nd Street shuttle, that remains suspended. Other lines, they're partially black, but make sure you just check ahead. We still have delays. And then the roads, take a look. Rockland, Westchester County, still marking a lot of red. All of these markers indicate either road closure, flooding, down tree, or accident. The thruway, that is closed northbound. It's been closed all morning over by exit 12 there. And the southbound side heading towards the Tappan Zee Bridge, gridlock there, heading there southbound. A lot of the roads have not really subsided completely, and a lot of abandoned vehicles. That's the BQE. That is closed both directions. This is the eastbound side over by Queens Boulevard. A lot of road cars just got stuck in the middle of the roadway, as well as debris there. The FDR Drive northbound still clearing up some of those vehicles there, but northbound, that is closed between 61st heading towards the Triborough Bridge. Keep in mind, this cleanup's going to take a while, but getting all these crews out there, just so many incidents, they outnumber the number of crews. This is over on the Grand Central there, still flooding. Some of it's passable, but if the road's closed, don't even try. If you see that's really flooded out, don't be one of those stuck cars there. The D, and you can see it there, that's completely flooded over by 230th Street. Let's go to our cameras. The LI westbound, that is jammed up all the way to Long Island there. So if you're coming into the city from Long Island, really not a good idea. That's what we're telling you, stay home. There's just so much traffic out there and so many problems. There's an accident over by Queens Boulevard. We have a couple abandoned vehicles there eastbound, and just seeing that everywhere. It's mostly throughout 5 boroughs, parts of North New Jersey, 287 by Bedminster, Westchester, Rockland County, all throughout those areas where things are really, really bad, Reagan.
That is insane, the perspective. The incidents are outnumbering the amount of available crews.
Yeah.
That is insane. Thank you, Inez. Okay, so now to this. In New York City, the death toll from the flooding caused by last night's rainfall has now risen to 8.
All right, Fox 5's Robert Moses live in Elmhurst, Queens with the aftermath. Robert.
Yeah, Steve and Reagan, just an awful number to hear, and unfortunately it has risen as we move through the morning. Among those 8 is a 2-year-old boy. I want to talk now about the abandoned vehicles that you've heard Inez mentioning throughout the morning, because we are seeing that quite clearly here at the intersection of Broadway and Queens Boulevard. You get a sense of just how powerful and destructive this water was. This city trash can is completely wedged. I can't move it an inch. Wedged under this Toyota Camry, a Camry whose right back tire is on the curb. And if you come up here just a bit, the Camry crashed into the back of this Lexus SUV. The front of this SUV, the bumper is now hanging off. I was just talking to the owner of this vehicle, and he told me his wife was driving it last night. The water came up about chest high. No matter what adjective I try to use to describe this water, well, all of the superlatives seem to apply today. This video looks fake. It is not. A biblical amount of water gushed into the 28th Street station in Chelsea. A similarly apocalyptic scene played out at the Jefferson Street station in Bushwick, which looked like a water park as a train plowed through a gauntlet of water. The MTA says it evacuated at least 17 subway trains that got stuck between stations. Above ground, it was no better. No borough was spared. The inundation on Knickerbocker Avenue in Bushwick marooned vehicles so only their top halves were visible. Queens got pummeled too.
This is the corner 47 and Skillman. It's nice side. Right now I'm looking north on 47. It's a little past my knees here in the middle. It's probably not safe to be in here, so I'm gonna get out of this.
In Manhattan, a river ran through the FDR Drive. Columbus Avenue was underwater between 97th and 100th Street. In a one-hour span last night, Central Park saw 3.15 inches of rain, the highest one-hour rate on record. The previous record was set when Henri hit. On Staten Island, floodwaters buried cars outside of a Costco. And in the Bronx, as this Citizen App video shows, drivers near the intersection of Webster Avenue and East Gun Hill Road navigated an obstacle course. No matter where you looked in the city, all of the superlatives applied.
And more abandoned cars to show you this morning. That Audi on the far corner, and then just behind us, around a block or so away, that Nissan Altima is halfway up on the curb. Everywhere you look this morning, people are coming back, trying to start their cars, sometimes unsuccessfully so, if you'll walk back with me. And we have to be careful, because as we step off the curb, yes, the water has receded, but what you see here is all of this mud and debris that was carried down what can only be described really as a swimming pool here last night. That's what it looked like. And in fact, you can see a lot of that debris over here covering the storm drain just got dragged and deposited right there. And as you were heading out today, I would advise against that if it's at all possible. The work from home option is a really good bet for today. But if you do have to head out and you're driving, do be careful, because not only are you going to be navigating around ponding on the roads, but you also have these marooned vehicles that are sticking halfway out into the lanes of traffic. So you really do need to be careful, because you come upon these vehicles without warning, and that can be very, very hazardous. Also, I was just talking with Tim Minton. He's one of the spokespeople at the MTA. I mentioned how at least 17 subway trains had to be evacuated. Those trains were stuck in between stations. Miraculously, he told me, there were no injuries in transit. So through all of this, through all of those evacuations, no one got hurt. And that is some good news. But unfortunately, we can't overlook the fact that 8 people, at least 8 people, did lose their lives in flooding here in the city, a testament to the power of water. Live in Elmhurst this morning, Stephen Reagan, back to you.
Yeah, indeed. We escaped a difficult winter, but boy, we're making up for it this summer with all these rainstorms.
Absolutely.
That storm also deadly in New Jersey, what got hit with some of the tri-state area's heaviest downpours.
Now let's check in with Ryan Christopher, who's in Passaic, New Jersey. Ryan, how are things looking now? Is the water receding even more?
Yeah, good morning there, guys. Thankfully, the water behind us here on River Street is receding just a little bit. You can see in front of us here, all that muck and dirt here on the ground. That's where water was just a couple of hours ago when we first got here to the scene. But you can see water gushing up right from the street over the storm drains and grates as well. And sadly, I was able to speak to the mayor and learn a little bit about the aftermath as a result of this storm. Take a listen.
In the middle of the storm, we had one individual, elderly gentleman, 70 years old, stuck in his vehicle. Through the heroic efforts of our firefighters, 2 members of his family were able to be rescued out of the vehicle. Unfortunately, the car was overtaken by water. This individual could not make it out. The efforts and commitment of our police, our fire, our emergency responders resulted in countless lives that were saved in our area specifically, and I imagine throughout the state of New Jersey. We also have reports of 2 individuals that may have been swept into the river. We are still investigating. Around 9 a.m. Our fire department will be trying to go into the river to see if they can find the bodies. Witnesses state that they saw 2 young adults get swept into our brook by Benson and Main Ave and possibly taken into the river.
So sad news there from the mayor here in Passaic, but as we look down River Street right here, you can see police along with construction crews that are taking some of that mud and muck from the street and trying to take it out just to clear some way for water to drain and flow and eventually have some cars go through. Now you'll also see here on the sides of the road cars that were just parked there figuring it would be okay to stay there overnight. And every single one of them, people that I've spoken to, they try to start up their car, not working. They're all waterlogged. There was water at least up to the bottom of the seat, sometimes midway up the driver's seat. So you can imagine how high this water was at the height of the storm. And now people trying to get to work realizing their car is not going to work. But please use caution today. That's really the biggest takeaway. You don't know what's underneath the water, whether it's electrical lines. And keep in mind, a lot of this water is sewage water as well. So that's a whole other reason why you don't want to get involved with that. But again, guys, we're here in Passaic, New Jersey. The water is receding, but again, there is one confirmed death, a 70-year-old man, sadly, who died yesterday in his car, who was not able to be saved, and 2 people that are suspected to be swept away into the Passaic River. And we'll certainly keep you updated. At 9 o'clock, they will conduct a search and rescue mission in the river. Back to you.
Oh, that is absolutely heartbreaking. Thank you so much, Ryan. Okay, time now is 8:12. Renters in New York are breathing a sigh of relief this morning following a major vote in Albany.
All right, lawmakers voted to extend the state's eviction moratorium, but there are still...
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez back with you here on Live Now from Fox. You've been listening in to Fox 5 New York's coverage as they continue to bring us updates on the impacts and remnants that Ida caused when she hit the area within the last 24 hours. You saw tornadoes ravage across the state of New Jersey, as well as historic flooding kill at least 8 people, one of those people being a 2-year-old little boy. It's been absolutely devastating to see the flooding and cars in the streets and homes basically plummeted to the ground, debris all over the streets as the sun has risen this morning. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We're going to have more coverage as well as some more top stories that we're following here this morning when we come back. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are bringing you live aerials coming from our Fox 5 DC Sky Fox chopper flying around Frederick County, Maryland, after they are seeing devastating impacts from the remnants of Ida. We knew of several water rescues in the area. Even just this time yesterday morning, Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard joined us live from an apartment complex where hundreds of people were evacuated, and we learned of at least one death in the Maryland area as well. Now, they also did see a tornado. We do have some footage of that tornado that we can bring you here on Live Now from Fox. The local entities providing drone footage of the devastation. Here is actually a look at that here. Really tragic to see everybody, debris all over the ground, these roofs ripped apart, tons and tons of businesses impacted, some floodwaters out there, cars just in the street. It looks like a ghost town, and it's absolutely devastating. Again, we have learned between the New York and New Jersey area that at least 9 people have been killed from these remnants over the last 24 hours. Again, here is a Live Now look at our Fox 5 DC Sky Fox chopper flying over this golf course. It looks like you can see the floodwaters just completely submerging this golf course. So this is something that we've been staying on top of all morning long here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to bring you the latest report from one of our Fox News correspondents who's been following the devastation up in the Northeast. Unfortunately, too, guys, this is not the only weather-related story that we're tracking this morning. We're also going to have a live report, a report on the wildfires burning in California, as well as some more top stories that we're following. But in the meantime, let's get the latest from Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses on New York City, as well as Ryan Christopher on the impacts it's had in New Jersey.
This video looks fake. It is not. A biblical amount of water gushed into the 28th Street station in Chelsea. A similarly apocalyptic scene played out at the Jefferson Street station in Bushwick, which looked like a water park as a train plowed through a gauntlet of water. As of early this morning, the MTA says it evacuated at least 6 subway trains that got stuck between stations. Above ground, it was no better. No borough was spared. The inundation on Knickerbocker Avenue in Bushwick marooned vehicles so only their top halves were visible. Queens got pummeled too.
This is the corner of 47 and Skillman in Sunnyside. Right now I'm looking north on 47. It's a little past my knees here in the middle. It's probably not safe to be in here, so I'm gonna get out of this.
In Manhattan, a river ran through the FDR Drive. Columbus Avenue was underwater between 97th and 100th Street. In a 1-hour span last night, Central Park saw 3.15 inches of rain, the highest 1-hour rate on record. The previous record was set when Henri hit. On Staten Island, floodwaters buried cars outside of a Costco. And in the Bronx, as this Citizen App video shows, drivers near the intersection of Webster Avenue and East Gun Hill Road navigated an obstacle course. No matter where you looked in the city, all of the superlatives applied.
We're here in Passaic, New Jersey, which was one of the hardest hit areas in the tri-state area. Take a look just to my right over here. You'll see a completely flooded street here with over a foot of water. You can see it's going all the way up to license plates on different cars. Police are on the other side. This is River Street right here. It's about a mile away from the Passaic River, and this is a scene amongst much of New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut as well. You see these storm drains and grates. They're just overflowing like gushing geysers right here. And highways, main streets, and tertiary roads, many of them shut down due to flooding, down trees. And as you can see here on the side of the road, many cars just simply stuck. in the middle of the road. Also, there was a travel ban in place, now just a travel advisory, but that could take a day or two until the flooding eventually recedes once those rivers crest. And in terms of outages, there's approximately 75,000 people without power right now in much of New Jersey. And also a little bit further south, there were also some tornado warnings and spotted funnel clouds. As you see, a vehicle try to make its way through. Thankfully, an SUV was able to make it through right there, a truck. And Governor Murphy is going to be touring some of that damage in South New Jersey later this morning at 10 a.m. But back here in Passaic, some sad news. Yesterday during the height of the storm, there was a 70-year-old man who has confirmed to have been dead after the mayor just told me that he passed away. He was in his vehicle during the flood. It got swept away by the water. Thankfully, 2 of his younger family members were able to be rescued by local firefighters, but sadly the 70-year-old man has deceased as a result of that. And also, the mayor just told me that 2 people have been swept into the Passaic River, and this morning after 9 o'clock they will be sending out search and rescue teams to dive in there and see if they are able to find those 2 people. So the scene's certainly very serious here in Passaic, New Jersey, in the tri-state area after the remnants of Ida have come through and certainly taken its toll. Here in Passaic, New Jersey, I'm Ryan Christopher, Fox News.
All right, everybody, from Passaic, New Jersey, where Ryan Christopher just gave us that report, to Phoenixville, Pennsylvania. Again, these aerials just absolutely tragic in all of these areas. You can see the floodwaters still submerging homes out there, highways, local roads. Literally, you can see right in the middle of your screen, the floodwaters completely on top of what looks to be a road that brings you through this community. Now, we are keeping tabs on all of the impacts that the Ida remnants have had on the Northeast. I actually also do want to give you a look at the aerials we have coming from Frederick County, Maryland, courtesy of our Fox 5 DC's Skyfox helicopter over there. The water to the left was literally submerging a golf course. You can see trees down. This community right in front of us actually looks to be pretty okay. And when we spoke to Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard just a little bit ago, he actually said that it's expected to be really nice for the next couple of days. So we're going to tap into their coverage here in just a little bit. But like I said earlier, guys, this is not the only weather-related story that we're keeping tabs on this morning. We've got the Caldor fire burning through parts of California and now inching towards Nevada, prompting several evacuations in a very booming tourist town. So I do want to bring you the latest on the Caldor fire out in California from Fox News correspondent William LaJeunesse.
High winds, a record drought. The Caldor fire turning this California playground into a ghost town.
So I promised my kid I'd be out of here as soon as I saw any flames anywhere.
I'm hoping at some point I can just nab that cat and be out of here like a shot.
53,000 forced to evacuate, some now sheltering in tents. Others fill California and Nevada hotels.
We're in red flag conditions, and those red flag conditions are for low relative humidity and strong gusty winds. Especially up over the ridges.
Over the past 18 days, the Caldor fire burned more than 300 square miles and 544 homes. Moving west to east, firefighters struggled to keep it south of the homes and businesses around Lake Tahoe.
I'm getting out as soon as I secure this area, which is my business. As soon as I secure it, I'm getting out of here.
Tahoe is America's largest alpine lake. Pristine waters surrounded by pines, clean mountain air, now a billowing blanket of ash stretching hundreds of miles.
Basically, a flame or a ember lands on the dry brush and it ignites. It's not stopping it.
Torching pine needles in an overgrown forest that hasn't burned in decades. Add in 40-mile-an-hour winds, you get this.
It created what's called an active crown fire run, where the fire actually goes from treetop to treetop. When it does that, those ember casts that it throws out are going over a mile in distance.
Containment lines held overnight, giving crews optimism the fire could spare the Tahoe Basin.
We are using all of our resources, everything we have at our disposal, and coordinating closely with CAL FIRE.
So winds are expected to improve tonight and tomorrow, but big picture California has a problem. 6 of the state's 7 largest fires ever burned in the last 12 months. And Southern California's Santa Ana-driven fire season is just beginning, which is one reason why every national forest in California is closed for the next 2 weeks. In South Lake Tahoe, William Lajeunesse, Fox News.
Another top story, breaking news situation that we brought to you on Live Now from Fox yesterday. Authorities in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, confirming that one student was killed in a shooting at Mount Tabor High School yesterday. And after being at large for hours, a suspect was eventually taken into custody. Winston-Salem Police Chief Katrina Thompson told the media in a news conference that first responders arrived on the scene shortly in the afternoon and found one student injured. That student was then transported to a local hospital where he did succumb to his injuries. Now, we do know that this is an ongoing investigation and more details will become available as the situation evolves, but authorities said that all other students were safe and the incident prompted a lockdown for schools in the area as a precaution. So again, another top story that we're continuing to follow here on Live Now from Fox. I also do want to take you out to a Live Now look we have of the Kabul skyline in Afghanistan. We are going to get the latest from Fox's Doug Lazater on how the United States might be cooperating with the Taliban to take down other forces.
In Congress now to dissect how all of this actually played out. The Pentagon, meantime, is trying to figure out new ways to address terror threats in Afghanistan. As we continue to see images of Taliban fighters showing off all of the U.S. arms and equipment left behind, the top brass at the Pentagon gave their assessment of the final withdrawal of U.S. forces.
It was heroic. It was historic.
The Secretary of Defense described the U.S. airlift effort, but with so much uncertainty now in Afghanistan, we may now have to rely on the Taliban to help tamp down terror threats.
In war, you do what you must in order to reduce risk to mission and force, not what you necessarily want to do.
Any possibility of coordination against ISIS-K with them?
It's possible.
And we have learned more about a phone call in late July between President Biden and the then president of Afghanistan, Ashraf Ghani, shortly before the government there fell to the Taliban. According to a transcript of the call obtained by Reuters, Biden told Ghani, "I need not tell you the perception around the world and in parts of Afghanistan, I believe, is that things are not going well in terms of the fight against the Taliban. And there is a need, whether it is true or not, there is a need to project a different picture."
Was the president in any way pushing a false narrative in that call with the Afghan president?
I think it's pretty clear. Again, I'm not going to go into details of a private conversation, but what we saw over the course of the last few months is a collapse in leadership.
And as many Afghans are resettled here in the U.S. and elsewhere, the administration now concedes that a majority of Afghans who held special immigrant visas were left behind. In Washington, Doug Lazater, Fox News.
All right, everybody, this is more live footage that we are getting to our Live Now from Fox desk. This specifically coming from Bridgeport, Pennsylvania. You can see water rescues happening as we speak. These emergency first responders trying to communicate with somebody who looks to be stuck at the top level of this apartment complex. Again, this is what our show is all about, everybody. We are live, we are raw, unfiltered, and we bring you front row to situations just like this when there is breaking news to follow. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We will continue our coverage on the impacts that the remnants of Ida has had on the Northeast when we come back.
through this morning, and then the creek, stream, and river flooding will continue in some cases into the weekend. So sunshine returning today, 76 degrees, but those winds gusting up to 25 miles an hour. We'll call them the winds of change as our weather pattern changes as well. So that's your forecast for today. We'll talk about the holiday weekend coming up and much more about what's going on, of course, right now. And we have more on that from Bob Kelly.
Hey, gang. Yeah, morning, everybody. 8:33. Down here live along Route 1 in Chadds Ford. Again, the Brandywine Creek spilling over its banks earlier this morning. Again, flood was starting to recede a little bit, but even you see the white caps almost. I hate to call it that way. I just talked to a gentleman who was flooded out. He was a water rescue earlier today. He said that debris over there looks like what's left of his shed and his 2 motorcycles that have been lost. Now let's go to a live look at the downtown Philly. Again, the Schuylkill Expressway flooded out between 30th and South. The Vine Expressway underwater. If you can think of the Schuylkill River coming up and over its banks and just filling up the underground tunnels there, the Vine Expressway from the Parkway all the way over toward 8th Street. Let's move our maps in motion here. The Bethlehem Pike at Joshua Road underwater. Bristol Road is closed between York and Meeting House. And updating mass transit, SEPTA has several of the regional rail lines suspended and Amtrak service suspended between Boston and Philadelphia. And Mike and Alex, when you come back here, even though the water is kind of receding just a little bit, I don't know what is bubbling underneath here, but I feel like Jed Clampett, the Beverly Hillbillies.
Bubbling crude.
Black gold.
Yeah.
Texas teed.
Yeesh. What is
Live from
going
Chadds
on
Ford.
there?
I didn't wear my boots this morning either. I'm not going in there.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
No way.
You need waders up to your chest.
A number of people are having discussions as we look through the water here and the water that's going through Center City. Like, can you imagine what's in that water?
Oh, disgusting. Let's check and see if this person is out of that second floor window yet. No, still hanging out. I can't tell if it's a man or a woman, can you?
I cannot. It looks like they're still trying to work on that fence so they can get in.
I wonder why they want to get into the yard. Maybe there's more access in the back of the house. It looks like they're trying to tear down the fence to get the raft in there.
And then you see a number of cars that are submerged around near that home. And then there's another rescue happening on the same street, just a few doors down.
Yeah, to
so
the left.
There's another car on the right, and then to the left.
Sky Fox is panning over.
Oh, maybe they got the person already.
Oh, they got him out.
No, there they are.
Let's zoom
and
in
they're getting in
this.
the front.
So they've probably been, trapped in the second or third floor all night. No wonder they want to get it the heck out of there. All right, Karen's moving around, mostly in Center City. Let's see where she is now.
I went over to Locust Street because it's every one of the fingers of coming in on any one of those named streets, Locust, all the way from Spring Garden down to South. We've got flooding, and it's still coming up. I have to keep moving up and inching because it keeps forcing me back. If last year's analogy was a dumpster fire, we certainly have the dumpsters full of trash. If you wonder what's in the water, it's everything. As Mike can see, if we can zoom out, you can still see the force of that Schuylkill, the current that is just as it is well over flood stage right now. And I saw it this morning as I was driving in when the Vine Street was still open, that it was like the bathtub, that the water spigot was running full speed and it was overflowing, and it just swallowed up the trail, came right up through the Schuylkill River Park, and then came right up into these the number streets and the name streets up here on every single one of these streets. So again, these are 2 popular buildings. We got Locust Point, so we have all the people that live in here. We have a lot of lobbies that are flooded. Certainly you can see these cars are now submerged and underwater, and that's just within the last couple of hours. People say, if they'd come out in the middle of the night, they could have moved those cars, they would have been saved. We have a garage over here at Locust on the Park, and there's flooding all in there. If you can take a sort of peek and we look through it's difficult because of the netting on the windows right there. Those cars have water that comes up through the undercarriages, and people can't believe it. I mean, nobody can believe it. We've never seen flooding like this. We've never seen weather like this, and then it's this weird dichotomy where the sun's out and it's a gorgeous day for cleanup, but you can see we've got all the people that are coming down. Someone asked me in a tweet, how was Ambrosia, a real popular restaurant over there at 24th at the corner? High and dry. You see, it makes a huge difference. We slope down towards the river as we get closer to it. So if you're up by 24th or 25th, those are all high and dry. But if you're down by the river, anything even remotely close, and what we didn't think was close because it would still be a block off, underwater right now, and we have lots of rescue crews. So we're going to continue to hop around the city and show you what it's like all over. Mike and Alex, back to you.
All right, Karen, nice job. Thank you. It's 8:38.
Now we want to get another update from Dave Kinchin, who's in Montgomery County, giving us updates on the storm damage.
Yeah, that's right. Upper Dublin Township. We know one woman passed away, killed in the storms overnight. Meantime, folks are getting a look for the first time in many cases at the damage to their property. This house here, the brick siding has completely fallen off towards the ground. The roof is gone. The family tells us they got out safely, but they tell us the bedroom is essentially on the first floor with the tree in the bed. We pan across. Trees are down everywhere in Philadelphia. People haven't seen flooding like that up here in Montgomery County. People haven't seen trees down like this. More after the break.
All right, everybody, as you can see, water rescues are still underway this morning. You've got crews out there in rafts literally trying to get people from the top levels of these apartment complexes. You can see these crews right here, waist deep in this water. Again, it is the morning now, and the sun coming out is really just bringing to light the devastation that the remnants of Ida has caused in the Northeast. Again, this is near Bridgeport, Pennsylvania, and it's something that we're following here on Live Now from Fox. You can see these firefighters or rescue workers trying to pass supplies off to each other to try and continue to help people get out of their homes who've been trapped over the last several hours. This one opening a door right now, looking to try and get a resident out of this apartment complex as well. I want to try to see if this person is going to come down the stairs and go through the front door here. It looks like these crews are helping somebody come down the stairs at this apartment complex. I say it's an apartment complex because you can see several levels of windows. They kind of look like townhomes here. Again, everybody, wanted to give you the name of this neighborhood. Looks like this feed is a little bit wonky here. It keeps cutting in and out, but we do have several other aerial shots of damage coming to our Live Now from Fox desk this morning. This is Fox 5 New York Sky Fox flying over Passaic, New Jersey. Now, they not only saw flooding, but they also saw tornado damage as well. We've had Fox 5 New York's Ryan Christopher out there all morning long. So again, this is courtesy of our Fox's
Okay,
Sky.
I think for now, maybe let's track towards 4 and 17.
Sorry, everybody. Wanted to lower the audio there for just a second. Again, this is flooding aerials from the Passaic, New Jersey area. You can see these cars completely submerged in water, businesses, debris everywhere. While this is one vantage point we have from New Jersey, this is another vantage point we have of the water rescues happening out there in Bridgeport, Pennsylvania. Looks like they were able to get this person onto this raft. You can see the raft says MCDPS Rescue Task Force. All right, everybody. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We are going to continue to bring you these chilling aerials from several parts of the Northeast that we are getting to our Live Now from Fox desk this morning. Again, the aftermath of the Ida remnants bringing havoc and deadly flooding to the Northeast. You actually did just see a little boy get put onto this raft. So again, these first responders rescuing a family that has been trapped in their apartment for the last several hours as these flooding conditions did not stop for most of the night. Really great to see that they are able to help people in this time of need. Again, very unsafe to be in their homes at this moment. You did just see them open the door to this apartment complex and rescue a child and one of his parents, I believe, or guardians. You can still see another person inside of the building. I do wonder if they are going to be bringing more people out. Waiting to see here if we'll see another person emerge from this doorway. All right, it does look like this first responder closed the door. They have 2 people in this raft, an adult and what looks like a little boy. Again, water rescues underway for several parts of the Pennsylvania area as well as Maryland. This is courtesy of our Sky Fox from Fox 29 Philadelphia, again out there in Bridgeport, Pennsylvania. And it looks like they are going to make their way to a safe place with these residents. That's what we are all about, everybody. Live, raw, and unfiltered. You just watched a water rescue happen in front of your eyes here on our show this morning. Again, a top story that we'll be following for the rest of the day and days to come. The impacts that Ida has had on the Northeast within the last several hours, really the last 24 hours. And we must not forget that it also hit Louisiana, Mississippi, Tennessee, making landfall Sunday as a Category 4 hurricane. So Ida really has just managed to devastate multiple states across the Midwest and Northeast. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. For those of you who don't see that break, we're actually going to stay on these really chilling aerials right now. You can see another first responder on a ladder and trying to rescue somebody from the top floor of another apartment complex. We'll be right back, everybody. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're nearing the top of the 9 o'clock hour here this morning, and you are currently taking a Live Now look at aerials we have coming from the Bridgeport, Pennsylvania area. As you can see, water rescues are underway this morning. Now, you can see on the raft there, it says MCDPS Rescue Task Force. So that is actually Montgomery County Emergency Response Task Force out there in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. Really tragic to see the fact that these waters are still so high this morning. This brought rainfall starting, around this time yesterday. You could see that car to the left of the raft that they are passing right now, completely submerged in water up to the roof of the car. And then you can really just get the realness of how high the water is. As you can see it level up to the stop sign. Now, you know that stop signs are relatively tall when you pass them on your local roads. You can see these apartment complexes flooded, cars submerged, debris everywhere. Really tragic to see this. Again, we are following this very closely here on Live Now from Fox. This is Bridgeport, Pennsylvania, but we also do have aerials from Frederick County, Maryland, where you can see first responding crews out there with rescue efforts as well. This looking like a larger truck with firefighters out there. And even here too, you can see how high the water still remains. It is almost 9 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. So this is what our show is all about, everybody. We bring you front row to these situations when we get breaking news like this. Hurricane Ida not only making landfall as a Category 4 hurricane this weekend and devastating parts of Louisiana, Mississippi, also bringing flooding to parts of Tennessee. But now you can see the impacts that it is also having on the Northeast as well. You can actually see, according to our XRAD radar, the flood watches that are still in effect this morning. Ida kind of hovering over the New England area before making its way to the Atlantic. So this is our top story this morning. It's something that we're going to be following all day and for the next coming days here on Live Now from Fox. Again, we've got water rescues happening in Frederick County, Maryland, as well as Bridgeport, Pennsylvania. And then we've also got these live images coming from the ground out in Passaic, New Jersey. So many vantage points coming from the Northeast this morning. We've got full team coverage from our owned and operated stations, including Fox 5 DC, Fox 5 New York, and Fox 29 Philadelphia as well. We're going to be tapping into some of their coverage there this morning. I actually do believe we have a report coming from our Maryland area, courtesy of our Fox 5 DC team. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Here on Wisconsin is moving nice and smoothly so far. And again, most folks walking around in shorts and T-shirts. Sir, what do you think of the weather this morning? Good? There we go. Thumbs up all around. So everybody's having fun this morning. And guys, it's just a beautiful day. It's going to be a beautiful day tomorrow. Out of 10, what do you give right now?
Doesn't get much better than that.
Doesn't get much better at all. There we go. So looking good out here this morning, guys. We'll be great as well tomorrow and into the holiday weekend. Things are looking up as well. So Steve and Jeanette, promise me you'll get out and about and enjoy it a little bit. Back inside to you.
I mean, you get a 10 out of 10 from us as well, Mike. Absolutely. We'll be out enjoying it.
Yeah.
Well, 10 out of 10 for the forecast and 15 minutes away from Good Day DC. Coming up at the top of the hour, a lot more coverage of what happened yesterday with the storms.
Yeah, but that's not all. Marissa Mitchell is here now with just a little taste of what else we got coming up. Hey, Marissa.
Hi, we have a 10 out of 10.
All right, everybody, as you can see, we are able in breaking news situations like this to dip into our full broadcast from the Northeast or wherever the breaking news may be happening. So that's what we were doing here on Live Now from Fox. We'll get to some more coverage at the top of the hour. But in the meantime, I do want to bring you the latest from the Mississippi governor on the resources available to people impacted out there. Ida also causing some devastating situations. Just the other day, we brought to you a highway collapse that killed at least 2 people and injured others. Again, this is aerials coming from Bridgeport, Pennsylvania, where water rescues are underway this morning. Again, you can just see how the floodwaters are still so high. You can see this debris everywhere. and it completely submerging cars and homes. So again, we're going to get the latest from the Mississippi governor here on Live Now from Fox. We'll still give you some of these live images that we're getting this morning of the water rescues and impacts here in the Northeast. But again, let's get the latest from Mississippi.
Good morning. I want to welcome everyone to the Wednesday, September 1, 2021 briefing and brief out regarding Hurricane Ida. As we all know, Hurricane Ida has left our state, but since the last time we spoke, it is now in eastern Kentucky, and as I appreciate it, we're probably looking at continued significant rainfall and flooding activities in the upper Midwest part of our country and moving on perhaps even into the Washington, D.C. area. At this time, I want to just commend our partnerships with the locals as well as our federal partners. We have a few very special guests today. We have Gail with us, who is the president and CEO of the American Red Cross. We have Administrator Criswell, who is the FEMA administrator. We're very fortunate to have her here with us today. And of course, Mac behind me to my left is going to give you an update as well. This particular storm brought damage throughout our state. It's less in terms of severity on any one specific point, much more about the size and the scope of the storm and how the eye of the storm entered in our far southwest corner, exited our state in a far northeast corner, but yet damage was occurring throughout our state from the coastline all the way to the Tennessee state line. Where we find ourselves today is in a situation in which we still have approximately 37,000 power outages statewide. Many of those are still in the southwest part of our state, in Pike County leading the way with approximately 10,000 of those 37,000 outages in Pike County, but Walthall and Wilkinson and Amite also primarily in the rural areas with power outages as well. This is down from a number of 136,000 at the peak, and so again, of many, many heroes in these large disasters, but our linemen and linewomen are certainly at the very top of those because they're the ones that get out in the storms and actually get power back restored. And given the heat advisories that we're having and the 100-degree plus temperatures, getting power back to the homes where air conditioning can get back on is certainly very, very important. We are seeing that all bulk petroleum facilities are back online, which basically means that the Chevron facilities at Pascagoula and at Collins are back functioning. We are seeing significant increases in our neighbors to the west, our friends from Louisiana, coming over and getting gasoline, which is causing some excess traffic on the coast and also longer lines for fuel along the coastline. So I encourage everyone to be patient. That's something that we are going to continue to deal with. With our ports, both Pascagoula and Gulfport are back to normal status, and we anticipate that Bienville, which has been Zulu up until this morning, will be going to normal status very, very soon. MDOT crews are out and about and doing damage assessments as we speak. In terms of shelters, we peaked at 28 shelters open with over 600 occupants during the storm. Currently, we have 3 shelters open with approximately 44 occupants. Now, we know as we look at what's happening in the city of New Orleans and throughout Louisiana that there may be needs going forward with power outages that could last for some period of time into the future. And so we are coordinating with our partners in Louisiana, with the American Red Cross, as to what our plan should be to house in shelters any Louisiana residents that need it. And so we don't have final decisions made on that yet, but we're certainly looking at those as we speak. We also are, as I mentioned a couple of days ago, as soon as we could feel comfortable, we would offer assistance to the state of Louisiana. I've spoken with Governor Edwards over the last several days. We are deploying some resources at their request, including a military police company from the Mississippi National Guard and an engineering company, both of which were originally and initially staged for Mississippi's response. They have been requested through our EMAC system to move to Louisiana, and we have approved that. In addition, we have significant numbers of firefighters, primarily from the Fire Academy, as well as some Central Mississippi fire departments that have deployed already. And we have also sent some teams from the coast into Louisiana. With respect to commodities that we have already distributed, as you know, we have a State Emergency and Logistics Operations Center. We have distributed over 200,000 sandbags, 52 pallets of bottled water, 1 pallet of MREs, 140 kW generators. We have distributed 3 at this time. We have also distributed 9 pallets of shelter PPE packs and over 600 tarps to Mississippians, and will continue to do so. At this time, on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, we were talking about preparation, deploying assets, making sure that we were properly deployed to.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez here, joining you from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. I've told you for the last several hours since we launched our morning show this morning that because of the breaking news happening across the Northeast, the remnants of Ida bringing devastating impacts to several parts of the DMV, New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, we will be kind of skipping in and out to coverage from our owned and operated stations out there. So I do want to bring you the latest from our Fox 5 DC team.
From Edgewater down Parole through these neighborhoods here behind me and then across West Street. What we're hearing right now is the sound of progress. You're hearing the heavy equipment coming in and what they're working on. They're going to have to replace some of those power poles. They're trying to remove some of the vehicles that were trapped under there, and then just heavy loaders and dump trucks full of debris that they're trying to clear out from West Street here. And all that has to be done before they can start to bring power and gas back to these buildings and these commercial businesses, and then get West Street open, the main street, through this part of Lower Annapolis. We spoke just a few minutes ago with County Executive Stuart Pittman. He said that what he found and saw on the ground was incredible, but he also saw some bright spots too.
These are not wealthy neighborhoods, either in this part, the neighborhood close to West Street, or down in Mayo and in London Town. They're older people, many of them, older homes for sure. And I saw shingles that had just been stripped from roofs. I saw neighbors on each other's roofs putting tarps up. I saw one house that had actually been moved 16 feet from its foundation, and it was only a 6-month-old house. A young couple had just moved in. And so it's tough, but the roads are getting open, and people are resilient.
And he told me that one of the things they're doing is public works employees, firefighters, police. If they're not on the job here or doing other things, they are helping out in those neighborhoods. One of the plans today is a community cleanup of the baseball field, wanting to kind of open that up for recreation and for the kids here. So it's sort of that good things, bad things, right? And we always try to look for the bright spots in all of this. Nobody injured, nobody killed. Governor Hogan will be here in just a few minutes, first touring the Edgewater neighborhood and then coming through the neighborhoods here. And we will have Governor Hogan out here speaking to the media later this morning, probably around 10:15, 10:30-ish.
And another bright spot, Mel, at least we have better weather that'll assist them in the cleanup efforts there. Thanks so much.
Well, if you were not near a TV during yesterday's storm, then our friend and colleague Matt Capucci kept you up to date on everything happening on social media inside the storm in Annapolis as it was happening, letting people know, get to safety. Now, his videos on Twitter have been seen hundreds of thousands of times already. Matt's back with us in the studio this morning to talk about it. Matt, I know you and I have talked about in the past your escapades in chasing storms in some rural areas. I don't know how much you do it in the urban areas, but walk us through a little bit about this. Obviously, your enthusiasm was caught on camera along with everything else.
Well, I'm used to chasing in cornfields. I never in a million years imagined I'd see something like this east of the Mississippi, never mind my own backyard. Yesterday was picture day here at Fox, so I came in, had my suit on, took my pictures around 1:15. By about 2:15, I was chasing this tornado, and I had it face to face and was less than 200 feet away from it. And what struck me as most interesting, the funnel rapidly condensed on its way to the ground. It picked up leaves, it picked up, of course, roofing debris and everything you saw there. But it was amazing being underneath that swirl of debris, of course, amazing, but also sort of alarming to see vehicles continuing to drive into it. And I was doing everything I could to stop those vehicles, to make sure people wouldn't continue. I think a lot of time in our part of the world, because the tornadoes don't take on that classic funnel shape, people don't always know what they're looking at. And yet you had winds well over 100 miles per hour with this, and cars continued right along Route 70, driving right into it.
I was telling Tucker earlier this morning, after we saw what you were showing us later in the day, I had to head out, and I started to see some of those dark clouds form, and you wonder, is this something going to drop down out of this cloud as well? Matt, I mean, you've been doing this for a long time, and some people look at you, they say, hey, he's the young guy, he's the new guy, but we know you've got years of experience doing this. Even so, some people say, hey, how do you make sure that you're not putting yourself in a dangerous situation?
Well, for the most part, we know which way the tornado is moving. So if we go in the backside, on the southwest side, for the most part, we're in a pretty good position. Tornadoes are subject to wherever the storm is going. The mean flow at the middle level of the atmosphere, and that was carrying it north and east. So I kind of snuck in on the south side, outside the rain, so I could have a good visual, and I got into what's called the inflow notch, a little clear area where air is rushing into it, but I stayed south of the circulation. Got close. I was in what's called the rear flank downdraft, a little bit of a cool air wraparound on the backside, and that, of course, brought leaves, brought debris, and brought stuff like that. But whenever I do this, I make sure I'm always in a safe spot and I'm not putting myself or anyone else at risk of any negative impacts.
It sounds like, Tuck, one thing that the two of you agree on is it's super rare for something like this to happen. You said even east of the Mississippi, but specifically here in the DMV.
Yeah. Lived here a long time, and you rarely see storms of that intensity. I mean, we saw what happened on West Street, but roofs ripped off houses and the rest of it. And the really interesting thing to me is it wasn't just Annapolis. As our storm kind of marched up the coast here, the scenes out of Philadelphia, New Jersey yesterday, I mean, the funnel cloud looked and was reminiscent of something we would see in Oklahoma or Nebraska. I mean, just really, really impressive stuff as the tropical storm came through yesterday.
Before we get a check on today's weather, which is a heck of a lot better than what we dealt with yesterday, for people who are out there, whether they're driving, whether they're just looking up in the clouds like I was yesterday, is there anything that we should look for specifically? I know that we listen to you guys as best we can when we have the TV on, but if we're just out driving around, is there any signs that it could turn into something like a tornado?
Well, on days like today, or days like yesterday, rather, there was so much spin in the atmosphere that anything that went up could quickly spin and produce a tornado, and it's always tough to see whether or not one will touch down or not. But the Weather Service does a great job issuing those warnings. I got a buzz on my phone right before touchdown, but I saw a lot of people driving into it. I think it's imperative that if you get that warning, you know what to do. We do live in an area that occasionally sees tornadoes, as we saw yesterday. It's all about just having a plan. If you're in the car, if you're driving, if your kids are en route to school, if you're home, at work, just making sure you know what to do. And in a situation like that on the roadway, you want to get off the roadway to a site-built location if you can. If not, park your vehicle, stay put, and
of course, we were live on the air from 11:45 to 3, covering it because it was all but there. We didn't have any confirmation on the ground until it actually touched down near Annapolis. But all the ingredients were there.
Sure.
And of course, the Weather Service was issuing tornado warnings.
And we did get some viewers actually tweeting saying thanks to you guys, Caitlin, Sue, for the heads up. Yep. They spent some time in the basement. They weren't expecting, but they were safe in the end, and that's what matters. So thanks.
Last comment, guys. By astonishing, I've got a roommate out in Annapolis, a mile away from the actual tornado. Didn't experience a thing. So it's just amazing how narrow that path is.
That might be a roommate situation, though.
Well, we'll talk about that. Hey, guys, local weather, going to be beautiful. Let's hop in. Yesterday, 3 reports of tornadoes. We'll take a look at the maps. That's Bethesda. And what a difference 24 hours makes, as we are going to be in for a day of cleanup across parts of the area. But for the remaining couple days here as we get into Labor Day weekend, a beautiful, beautiful weekend to look forward to. All right, let's do maps and show you what's happening. And again, in and across the area, you had 3 reports of tornadoes yesterday, including that one that touched down that Matt got the great video of in Annapolis. All right, let's do it. 24-hour rain totals. Bob's up in Frederick, up to 8 inches of rain yesterday. All gone. We are looking at quiet conditions, lots of sunshine, and it should just be a beautiful, beautiful day with Ida's remnants finally fading away. We are looking at quiet conditions, not only today, guys, but the next several days. Can you believe it's only 67 degrees at 9 a.m.? Check out your dew point at 52 degrees. Very, very comfortable. I'll toss it back to the couch. But, guys, what are you doing inside? I'm going out to play. 77.
All right, Tucker, thank you. 9:10 is your time. She may be known as a vampire slayer, but Buffy star Sarah Michelle Gellar is also a mom.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez back with you here on Live Now from Fox. You were just listening in to Fox 5 DC's coverage of the devastating flooding and tornadoes that were seen across the DMV. This is actually their Skyfox flying around the Maryland area. These portions of the area looking pretty good. You can see dry roads, sunny conditions. You just heard them say that the weather is actually supposed to be pretty good for the next couple of days. So again, we are keeping tabs on the damage that is being seen courtesy of their Skyfox. Unfortunately, in the Bridgeport, Pennsylvania area, not too much of a similar situation. You can see the water still rushing on what looks to be near a train track out there. We did know that in the New York City area that the MTA announced a couple of transits were back on schedule with some more delays expected for others. This feed a little wonky here, but again, this is courtesy of Fox 29 Philadelphia's Skyfox. I'm going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. Here's a Live Now look at our XRAD radar, where you can see Ida causing flood advisories up in the New England area and in the Northeast. Again, we're going to continue on bringing you some coverage from the DC, the New York, the Pennsylvania, New Jersey regions when we come back after this 2-minute commercial break.
to do surveys of places where there might have been a tornado. So what they do is they look at the damage, they see the pattern of the damage. There's a lot of different things, and they compare it with radar and determine not only whether there was a tornado, but how strong it was. So some of the places that they're going here, there's an area in Chester County. Hope you can see this. It's highlighted in red. They tweeted this out, so I thought I'd show it to you. And then that area from Salem County all the way up to Camden County, which includes Mullica Hill right in the middle there. We have an area in Montgomery County, Bucks County, a couple of areas there, and Burlington and Mercer counties where we might be seeing some evidence of a tornado, but they're pretty sure about the Mullica Hill one. That was detected on radar. So the coastal flood warning in effect until 2 o'clock because all of our bodies of water have flooded so many roadways, and we've been seeing the pictures all morning. It's a combination of high tide and then the runoff of the rainfall that was so heavy to the north, and then it's rushing down rivers like the Schuylkill River. So what is next? Rain has ended. It's going to be breezy and cooler today, and there's plenty of sunshine, but the flooding threat lingers at least through the morning until we get some low tide later on this afternoon. But really, the creek, stream, and river flooding, some of that will continue into the weekend. So in case you're wondering where the center of that storm is, it's up in New England, but I think it's calmed down there as well, except for the state of Maine, and we don't have any more rain really in our area, maybe a sprinkle or two down to our south. It's the wind that will be kind of a surprise, perhaps, when you walk out the door this morning. 14 miles an hour in Philadelphia and 23-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So as we head into the weekend, which is, by the way, a holiday weekend, easy to forget that with our everything else that's been going on, we have a lovely weather pattern in store, and we don't see this that often where it just lingers through the weekend. The good weather, temperatures in the 70s all the way through Sunday, hitting 80 by Labor Day. So we deserve the tranquil weather because, wow, what a day yesterday.
You deserve a break today.
So get up and get away.
Get up and get away. Well, you can't get away because you're probably trapped by floodwater.
Probably stuck, yeah.
Yeah.
Stuck.
All right.
We've also been talking about the flooding that we've seen in Center City, and especially with the new giant that was built at 24th and Arch.
If you're new to the area, that's a grocery store, giant grocery store.
There's flooding there. We had a picture from one of our viewers that shows the folks who are in that building, because they also have apartments and things there. Here's the photo. They're not able to get out. They're not able to exit the building. So joining us now is Marianne Beeler, and you're stuck. Good morning, Marianne.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Well, the question is, how are you?
Better than you.
You know what? We're hanging in there. It's definitely a surprise. I think we all went to bed last night just thinking it was a lot of rain, and woke up this morning around 6, and here we are. The water's certainly very high. It's definitely a little concerning as it continues to grow, but we're all hanging in there. We're just taking it all in.
So what is the situation then when you try to get out? Is it just it's higher than the doors?
You know what? We can walk down to the lobby. The water has not yet reached that point, but when you go to exit to get to the street level on 23rd, where the entrance for the giant is, it is probably up to about 6 feet of water at this point, and it looks like it's continuing to rise. So we're thinking about all the people here who have dogs who are trying to get out, and of course people trying to make it to work. A lot of people who work in the hospital system live in this building, so I think there's a lot of jeopardy today. But we're waiting to see how this really either improves or gets better.
Okay, we have other live shots that we're showing as you talk, but you are in this fairly new PMC building. I don't know if our Ben Franklin Parkway camera could pan to the left and maybe see these are two of our newest high-rises. The one next to you is still under construction, but the giant is in the ground floor of your particular building, isn't it?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Is it open?
It is not open. In fact, if you were familiar with it, there's a Starbucks that's located on that first ground floor. I would say that is gone at this point. All that coffee has got to be forfeited. It is not even enterable at this point. The water's just way too high. I don't even imagine the power's on at that level, but it is a shame to see with it being brand new. The garage for this building, actually, the access giant is on that ground floor as well, and that is completely taken over by water.
You must have moved in there, last month or something?
You know, I moved in just a few months ago, so I haven't been here long.
Yeah.
I think Riverwalk is living up to the name right now. It's a beautiful building, but it is definitely a little concerning to see since it is new property. I think.
So is the water over the front doors of that grocery store?
It is, yes. It's at least 5 feet, 6 feet high of that. You would not be able to enter in at this point. Wow. And the only access through the building is an elevator, of which our power is not on for that. So that's going to be sitting quiet today.
How many stories?
So it just says giant downstairs, but our building is 26 feet, or 26 floors, excuse me. So we have a lot of residents who are just kind of figuring out what their next steps are.
That's what I was just about to ask. So there's a lot of residents there. Are you guys all gathering together? What's the situation? Are you talking with each other, trying to figure it out?
This is quite the way to meet new neighbors, I will say. It's been a lot of coffee this morning, a lot of getting to know people, but we're all just going to figure it out. Luckily, it's not raining any longer, so the weather's gorgeous right now.
Beautiful, yeah.
Because we're just seeing how this unfolds.
There is a roof area. Have you guys been gathering up there, too?
I will tell you guys, the pool's looking pretty nice right now. We've been outside. The gym's getting a lot of use right now. The rooftop will certainly be the place to be today.
And you don't have to worry about getting food. I mean, you're right. Do you have access to the Giant? I mean,
You just can't get in.
Assuming we can get in there, we might have to do them a favor and take care of the produce.
You really want to get out the booze, don't you?
Yeah, there is a bar there. I'm not complaining about it.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Marianne Beeler. We appreciate you talking with us, and we wish you the best. Keep us updated.
Thank you very much. Will do.
Okay, we haven't been in Chester for a little bit. Let's go to Chester County.
And that's about it.
Hey, gang, good morning, everybody. Coming to you live from Chadsford. Don't mind the bell, the alarm. Look at the water gushing out from the basement, being pushed out by the sub pumps here at Brandywine Prime. As we've been along Route 1 here in Chadsford all morning long, the Brandywine River just about a half a block away. I'm going to take a little walk and talk with you here. Now, the water's moving quickly. Now, what I'm told is that it's eventually working its way back into the path of the river on the other side of those trees there. But all morning long, again, as Sue had mentioned, it crested at about 21 feet. Now, it's normally 9 feet. It went up to 21. Here's the back parking lot of, again, the restaurant called Brandywine Prime. And they're just able to get a truck back there. But I want to show you something. Early this morning, I told you that there was a Corvette. The fellow that owned the Sunoco station on the corner moved the Corvette from his Sunoco lot to what he thought would be higher ground. See this water when I got here this morning. So there's the post office that you know so well right here in Chadsford. All those trucks were underwater. I could barely see the Postal Service logo to kind of give you an idea of how high that water was. And that Corvette was certainly under. You see debris floating to the left here to Route 1 and eventually making its way back over to the Brandywine Creek.
Wow.
Mike and Alex, just amazing how high the water was when I got here and where we are right now. And still, we got a long way to go.
Oh, gosh, yes. Some of this cresting won't happen until 2 o'clock this afternoon. All right, where do you suppose Karen has ended up?
I'm right in the heart of Center City. I think this is the building where you're talking about the people possibly being stranded in one of the new buildings where those people were. Look at the fury of the Schuylkill River right here in the heart. It's obviously gone blocks into the city. I walked over there in that direction. This is like a game where you can pick out. I've seen surfboards. We've seen boats coming down. There's some large chunk of tons of wood, all that's been coming down very furiously. And then if you look underneath, of course, we're by 30th Street right here in JFK. The Schuylkill completely flooded out underneath. Cars stranded. People stuck walking along there. We've seen boat rescues, and we'll show you a whole lot more when we come right back in a matter of moments. Guys.
Chris Olave leads the fourth.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Just listening in to a little bit of Fox 29 Philadelphia's coverage. As you can see, they have reporters all across their viewing area in both Philadelphia and New Jersey. And this is actually a live feed that we have coming from their team as well. This is their Skyfox chopper flying over the Bridgeport, Pennsylvania area, where if you were tuning into Live Now from Fox within the last hour, we saw several water rescues happening in the area. Absolutely tragic to see how high these floodwaters are. You can just get a glimpse of how severe this is at the fact that these waters are just completely submerging these cars out here. We actually do have this vantage point from another portion of Pennsylvania. I'm learning that this is specifically over Chadsford, Pennsylvania. Again, lots of heavy waters, and you can see the waters submerging cars out there as well. also surrounding buildings in the area. So it's something that we're staying top of here on Live Now from Fox all morning long. We're learning of at least 9 people confirmed dead between New York and New Jersey after Ida remnants have unleashed massive flooding across the Northeast. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. Before we send you off to break, I actually do want to let you know that we are on standby for an update from the mayor of Trenton, New Jersey. He is going to be talking about evacuations that are still advised in the Trenton, New Jersey area. They not only saw flooding, but they also saw tornadoes as well. This is slated to happen in a couple of minutes, 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. You can see them getting the microphones there set up. So busy morning here on Live Now from Fox, everybody, trying to bring you all the vantage points of this devastation. Again, we will be right back after this 2-minute commercial break. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Regina Gonzalez with you here from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. We have been bringing you front row to the damage and devastation and high floodwaters that are still being seen across the northeastern part of our nation, from Maryland all the way to Pennsylvania, to deadly and historic flooding in the New York City area as well, even seeing flooding adjacent to New York City at the Newark International Airport. So it has been absolutely devastating to see how the remnants of Ida have impacted those regions. This is actually our Fox 5 DC team, Sky Fox, flying over the Frederick County, Maryland area. Utility crews out in full force this morning assessing damage and repairing downed power lines. Now, according to the Fox 5 DC weather team, they say 3 separate reports of tornadoes were made yesterday, one on the eastern shore, one in Charles County, and a third in the Annapolis area as severe storms struck. In Annapolis, about 100 homes and businesses were damaged by powerful winds that also brought down tree limbs and power lines. Utility crews say all reports of downed wires, and you should report these downed wires and to treat them all as if they were live. Remember, it is important to not get near those downed wires, everybody. You really do have the potential to get electrocuted. Now, Maryland Governor Larry Hogan will visit Annapolis and Edgewater this morning. We're learning that that is slated to happen within the next couple of minutes. I actually do believe I've got that feed coming to you live right here, so let's get the latest here on Live Now from Fox.
Out a moment ago, and he was out there, I think, yesterday.
Out there last night. I mean, that house was only about 6 months old. A young couple had just moved in, and they're in shock. The houses near there, there's a tree that went right through the roof of the house next door. But right across the street, there was a group of people, a bunch of neighbors up on a roof putting tarps up where the shingles were gone, and like the governor said, people are coming together. And I also got to hand it to the DPW crews that are out there. They were out there all night clearing trees.
Yeah, it looks like Anne Arundel County got the brunt of the storm, but we did have issues across the state. We had the tornadoes touch down on the eastern shore in Dorchester County, a little bit of damage in Hurlock. We had some flooding issues in Cecil County and Frederick County, Montgomery County. So our teams are in touch with all those local jurisdictions, and we're going to do everything we can to assist the local governments and here with the school system to try to get everything back to normal.
That's it for now, guys.
Thank you, guys.
All right, everybody, some quick remarks out there from Maryland Governor Larry Hogan. It does look like he is at a high school that saw devastation out there. You can see the debris actually on the track that they are standing on right now. Now, again, he is expected to tour the damage and devastation in Annapolis. This is happening for the next several hours. Now, I also do want to let you know that we are on standby for a live event out of Trenton, New Jersey as well. We're expecting the mayor to make some remarks regarding evacuation efforts that are still being advised even the morning after. This is slated to get underway any moment here on Live Now from Fox. So again, we're starting to hear from officials the morning after the remnants of Ida have caused such tragic flooding, tornadoes, damage, and deaths. Absolutely devastating to hear that at least 9 people are confirmed dead between the New York and New Jersey area from these impacts. So it's something that we're following closely here on Live Now from Fox. When we do get these remarks, we will cut to it right here on our show, because this is what our show is all about, everybody. We bring you front row to the damage and devastation that is happening this morning, and to any breaking news that we get to our Live Now from Fox desk as well. Here's another live look at Bridgeport, Pennsylvania, where water rescues have been underway all morning long. If you tuned into our show a little bit earlier, you actually saw the Montgomery County Fire and Rescue taking a little boy and adults out of a 2-story apartment complex and putting them onto a raft, literally rafting through the streets, because that's still how high these floodwaters are right now. And you can really just see how high they are from just looking at this aerial shot that we have right now. It looks like an entire road is completely submerged underwater. You can see the highway literally just going down into the brown high water. When we brought you this shot a little bit earlier here on Live Now from Fox 2, we also saw it basically up at the top of a stop sign. So that is just a glimpse at how high this water is right now. And again, we do have team coverage from across the Northeast this morning. Our Fox 29 Philadelphia team with coverage out in the affected region. So I do want to bring you their reporting here on Live Now from Fox right now. And when we do get those remarks starting up from New Jersey, we'll cut to it here.
To get from Center City to King of Prussia, because a lot of people have been calling me like, how do I get out? And the other thing, guys, that we haven't really addressed on the air yet, a lot of places in and around Conshohocken are host to like the last week of camps because school is not in session. So a lot of my personal friends have been like, do you think this place, the camp, is open? Because a lot of the camps are in fields and low-lying areas. So if you think your kid has camp, you might want to call. Of course, my friends tried to call, and there was no one answering, probably because they're closed.
I would imagine so. Only makes sense. Yeah. Thank you. Let's check on Norristown again. Sky Fox is still... Do we have it or no?
No.
No, we don't? Oh, we do have it? Well, let's make a decision. If we have it, let's punch it out. There you go. Oh, my God. Look at all the vehicles that are underwater. See people turning around right at the water's edge there as well. I'll try to figure out exactly what road that is, but it is in the heart of Norristown. Maybe your viewers know what the name of that road is. It's flooded out. Well, tens of thousands, of course, are without power. These numbers haven't changed at all this morning. I thought a couple of them would go down with the weather so nice, but nope. A lot of folks without power. We'll be right back.
Did reach out to us, offered the state support. Good. Anything that the school construction division can do to help us.
Good, wonderful. Please let us know. We'll
yes, sir.
Provide whatever assistance we can. Let's check this out. Be careful here, guys. Backing up. There's little things sticking out of the ground.
Hang out the doorway.
Expected to crest at 2 o'clock. It may go as high as 22 feet, which may result in some flooding. I'm also grateful to Governor Murphy and his team that have reached out, County Executive, and even the White House this morning are all concerned about the river and the Delaware River affecting the quality of life in Trenton. But I wanted to introduce each one of our OEM coordinators, our team, to discuss the various issues with their departments. Steve?
Good morning. First, I'd like to thank everyone for their continued cooperation during this stressful time. I'd like to personally reassure everyone that the Trenton Police Department will continue to do everything that it can to help the community. A couple of things that the police department is doing. Police officers will continue to be on the island on foot and in vehicles, facilitating evacuation procedures. There's several locations that they'll be stationed at, one being Mount Vernon and Clearfield Avenue will be our command post. Also, officers will be located at Lee and Route 29 and Clearfield and 29. We will continually encourage residents to evacuate. Currently, right now, PSE&G is on the island as well. Their gas services, they are turning off the gas. PSE&G Electric will maintain for as long as possible and will only be shut off if necessary under extreme circumstances. Also, we have at Joyce Kilmer School, we'll continue to have a shelter there There'll be police presence there at Joyce Kilmer School to offer water and food for any residents that are affected by the flood. Our command post phone number, if you need to, if any residents or anyone needs to contact some and get information on the island itself, is 609-712-4831. As usual, all emergencies will go through 911 channels. Throughout the city, roads affected by the flood, Clinton Avenue is closed from Girard to Brunig Avenue. Taylor is closed from Fillmore to Olden, and Olden Avenue by the Assunpink Creek will continually be monitored. The waters are high there, but Olden Avenue is open at this time. Like the mayor said, we anticipate the water cresting around 2 p.m. Right now, we are affected positively by the weather and low tide, but we expect the water to rise in the near future around 2 p.m. Thank you. That's what we have for the Trenton Police Department, and I'll defer to Kenneth Douglas, the fire director.
Good morning. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Mayor Gusiora on his continued efforts to support the Trenton Fire Department and emergency services. Through his efforts, we got to increase the manpower and firefighters and emergency equipment to the town of Trenton to assist with all emergency efforts related to Tropical Depression Ida. First and foremost, to begin with our preparation with Trenton administration, we had a meeting in emergency management where it was decided that we did have to increase with the anticipated storm coming. We increased it by 20% to add it with boat crews and also pump crews. The Trenton Fire Department assisted in 22 water rescues with persons stuck on top of their vehicles. In addition to that, through a mutual aid call, we did one major high water rescue where we extended the ladder out to the vehicle to retrieve the person that was stuck on top of their vehicle. Also this morning, without incident, we had a fire at 5:05 this morning at 100 Genesee Street, 1.5-story structure, fully involved. This house was actually connected to a row house where it was occupied. 4 persons had to be relocated due to the fire extending to that location, but they all been relocated by the Red Cross. Again, I'd like to thank the mayor on his efforts in assisting the Trenton Fire Department. We could not do it without him, and I defer my next comments to the OEM.
Yep.
OEM director. Thank you very much for your time.
I do want to say we have an extraordinary OEM director, Grady Griffin, who's always working, even right now as we speak. But I want to introduce him. That's done an extraordinary effort all last night. I was out with him at midnight while we were knocking on doors, evacuating people, and but the main reason he's here is to keep everybody safe.
Thank you, Mayor. So good morning, everybody. Like the mayor said, my name is Grady Griffin from the Office of Emergency Management. First, I want to thank everybody involved with the flood efforts out here in the city. I want to thank the mayor, city administration, the fire director, the police director, the business administrator, and all part of the administration who are involved in the efforts. Just know during this time, it's tough times and tough decisions have to be made in this city. Just know that we are constantly working behind the scenes to make sure that we make the right decisions for the best interest for the residents here in the city. Some of the other people who are helping the city of Trenton in our efforts last night, we received guidance and influence from our council, as well as our county administration, as well as our state. And all the decisions that we did make for the city of Trenton, we made sure we consulted with the county as well as the state to make sure we were still on the same page with one another. As of this morning, as the mayor had alluded to, we're still not out of the woods when it comes to this emergency. Although we have seen certain flood-prone areas start to receive water on their banks, we're still looking at potential 2 feet of water above what our crest levels here in the city of Trenton. So we need to be mindful that this afternoon there may be some changes according to what we may see now. Some of the additional road closures and openings that we do have. Initially in the beginning, southbound 29 was closed at Market Street. As of this morning, it is still open. It is open and is passable, as well as Parkside Avenue, which was closed, shut down, as well as a couple other surrounding streets. Northbound 29 is open and it is passable as well. So we know those are the major inlets and outlets down to the capital city. They are open. I'm not sure exactly how long they're going to stay open as we see water starting to rise. One of the things we also want to pay attention to is that the city of Trenton and the Delaware River does receive water from the Delaware Water Gap as well as the other outlets that it dumps into. So as we are looking at where there are our flood stages are now, we must understand that we will take on additional water from different outlets into the Delaware River. As the police director said, we do have a shelter for anybody who wants to continue to voluntarily evacuate to it. It's at Joyce Kilmer Elementary School, 1300 Stuyvesant Avenue. And if you any information in reference to that, you can reach out to the Office of Emergency Management at 609-989-4200. We'll continue to be here monitoring the situation. And if there's any updates in reference to the flood, you can go to Trenton, www.trentonnj.org/floods for any updated information from our public information office. Other than that, we just encourage everybody to stay safe. If roads start to, conditions start to deteriorate, please use caution, turn around, get to higher levels, get to higher grounds, and we just encourage everybody to stay safe. With that, thank you very much. And if there's any questions for me, can I ask them?
Just to be clear, the electricity and gas is shut off on the island section, and how many people have been evacuated so far?
Okay. So I'm not sure exactly where that initial rumor came from, but there has been no disruption of services on the island when it comes to gas or electric. The city of Trenton has not put out anything in reference to those things being discontinued at this point. So they're still. The grid is still on. The grid is still on. All power is still going to the houses and the island.
If anything will be shut off, it's just gas. But the electricity is on also to maintain a sewer pump so that there's no backwash.
How many people have been evacuated so far?
We knocked on everyone's door last night in the island. We encouraged them to leave by 8 o'clock this morning. Most people adhered to that. A couple stayed. But we thought it was going to be worse flooding. The condition is not any flooding right now. We hope that stays that way.
And just to be clear, the power grid is still on because we got from the city that it was supposed to be shut off at 8.
Yes, we were going to do that, but thank God we didn't have to because the water didn't go up that high. We also had a handful of persons that were at Joyce Kilmer School. Most people had alternative places to stay. I know one woman and her 2 cats were in a hotel last night. So the cats are doing fine.
Is that your first rodeo, Mayor? I mean, you guys have a lot of experience with this river and its intricacies and the fluidity of the. So talk to us about that.
Well, also thank God that the Trenton Waterworks is still in operation. They're just at a reduced capacity. We are concerned about turbidity affecting the water, but it's being closely monitored, testing every few minutes. But we're standing ready to help wherever we can. We hope that the water does not crest above the embankment, but we're monitoring that very closely.
Were you aware of the rescue that Trenton Fire pulled off last night on Lower Ferry?
Yes,
We
and
listened to that. It was something.
it was miraculously, there was no life lost, and we had to even extend a ladder to the car to help evacuate. So our Trenton Fire Department did an extraordinary job saving 21 people from their cars. Well, thank you, folks, and we'll be patrolling around throughout the day. We hope to give you updates, but we hope everybody stays safe and stay away from the water embankment because you could be swiftly taken off by the Delaware's currents. So please stay safe.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. Those were Trenton, New Jersey officials giving the media an update on evacuation efforts and resources available out there. You heard them say that they had originally planned on cutting the gas for a few hours out there, but thankfully they did not have to because the water actually did not go as high as they expected. So they did say that there are stations and warming centers available for people that had to evacuate, as well as people that did see flood damage to their homes as of this morning. So again, we are continuing to follow how officials are reacting to this devastating damage that has been caused by the remnants of Ida hit the Louisiana area as a Category 4 hurricane over the weekend. And now it has caused historic and deadly flooding as well as tornadoes to the northeast. Here is a live now look right now of our Fox 5 New York Sky Fox flying around the New Jersey area, where you can see the waters have impacted so many communities. They've damaged all of these cars and have flooded entire roadways. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll continue our coverage of the impacts Ida has had on the Northeast when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. More chilling live feeds coming to our Live Now from Fox desk. This specifically being a feed that we are getting from the Pennsylvania area, specifically Mononk, Pennsylvania. Now, all morning long, we have been bringing you chilling live aerials, live ground shots from Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York, as well as Annapolis, Maryland. We've got flooding and tornado damage seen across the Northeast region due to the remnants of former Hurricane Ida. It made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane over the weekend, devastating parts of Louisiana, Mississippi, then flowing up to Tennessee, causing damage there as well before making its way across the DMV area and now impacting the Northeast. We've got several different live vantage points of damage this morning. We did just have another Skyfox chopper over some damage that was in Bridgeport, Pennsylvania. But again, this is another look at the floodwaters that are in Pennsylvania as well. I do want to bring you to some of the coverage we've got from our Fox 29 Philadelphia team. Let's take a listen.
Okay, thank you, Sue.
Sorry.
Right. So we've been showing you videos of rescues all morning, and here are some of the crews with their rescue boats. That was in Bridgeport, where we've seen a lot of the activity has been in Bridgeport.
Bridgeport, of course, is right on the banks of the Schuylkill River.
But still, residents, we've asked you guys to weigh in and let us know, and residents have told us they have not seen flooding like this, even though it is near the banks. They haven't seen it to this extent.
All right, coming back.
McDonald's is hiring. Enjoy flexible hours and employee.
All right, everybody. Like I've said all morning long, in breaking news situations like this, especially when so many areas are impacted and we've got Fox owned and operated stations in those impacted areas, we are able to bring you to their entire broadcast because they do have team coverage across their viewing areas. Now, again, you're taking a Live Now look at floodwaters continuing to rush through a portion of Pennsylvania called Mononk, Pennsylvania. Now, I do want to let you know that we are on standby for some remarks from New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy. He's expected to tour the damage seen out there, as you can see, directly right behind where the microphones are set up. You've got a house that has just been completely damaged by a tornado that went through that area. They saw several tornadoes throughout the New Jersey, Maryland area, but it was more flooding that impacted the New York City area specifically. As of right now, we know that at least 9 people across the 2 states have been confirmed dead. I do want to read you the latest from our Fox 5 New York team as we wait to hear from the governor of New Jersey. The death toll from these devastating floodwaters brought on from the remnants of Storm Ida continuing to rise this morning. At least 8 people died in New York City when they became trapped in flooded basements, and then 1 person was killed in New Jersey. The latest reported death came just before midnight in Queens. Police responded to a 911 call about flooding on a street where they discovered an 86-year-old woman dead. This morning, we also learned from Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses that another confirmed death was tragically a 2-year-old little boy. Now, again, these were people that were trapped in flooded basements, as well as another person that was killed in New Jersey. So, again, you can see these devastating impacts that the tornadoes, that the floodwaters have seen. Again, those different vantage points coming from our Live Now from Fox desk. I do believe that we are also, oh no, I'm sorry, this is just a different view of the update we're expecting from New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy. Earlier here on our show, we did bring you a walkthrough of the damage from Maryland, where Governor Larry Hogan was in Annapolis with first responders as well as local officials analyzing the damage out there. So just really heartbreaking to see. Now that the sun is up, you can just see the impacts that these conditions have had over our northeastern region. Now, again, we did have coverage all morning long from our Fox 5 New York team, our Fox 5 DC team, as well as our Fox 29 Philadelphia team. So huge shout out to all of them. This would not be possible. I'm talking Live Now from Fox as a whole would not be possible without the help of our owned and operated stations across the region. So huge shout out to our teams out there. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez. Haven't showed myself in a while, so as we are at the top of the 10 o'clock hour, good morning, everybody. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. But a huge portion of our show has remained in the Northeast, where, again, we have seen the remnants of Ida cause not only historic but deadly flooding as well as tornadoes up in New Jersey, New York, Maryland, as well as parts of Pennsylvania as well. So I do want to bring you some of the latest stories that we have courtesy of our Fox 5 New York team. Let's start with Robert Moses, who has been covering the flooding that was seen in the subway systems and on New York City streets, leaving millions trapped and unsure of what to do.
Fake. It is not. A biblical amount of water gushed into the 28th Street station in Chelsea. A similarly apocalyptic scene played out at the Jefferson Street station in Bushwick, which looked like a water park as a train plowed through a gauntlet of water. As of early this morning, the MTA says it evacuated at least 6 subway trains that got stuck between stations. Above ground, it was no better. No borough was spared. The inundation on Knickerbocker Avenue in Bushwick marooned vehicles so only their top halves were visible. Queens got pummeled too.
This is the corner of 47 and Skillman. It's Sunnyside. Right now I'm looking north on 47. It's a little past my knees here in the middle. It's probably not safe to be in here, so I'm gonna get out of this.
In Manhattan, a river ran through the FDR Drive. Columbus Avenue was underwater between 97th and 100th Street. In a 1-hour span last night, Central Park saw 3.15 inches of rain, the highest 1-hour rate on record. The previous record was set when Henri hit. On Staten Island, floodwaters buried cars outside of a Costco. And in the Bronx, as this Citizen App video shows, drivers near the intersection of Webster Avenue and East Gun Hill Road navigated an obstacle course. No matter where you looked in the city, all of the superlatives applied.
And I do want to let you know, everybody, that we are officially on standby for an update from New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio. He is most very likely going to be talking about the impact seen across the New York City area. Again, learning that at least 8 people in the New York City area alone are a part of the number of deaths being seen across the Northeast. We also did learn of an additional death in New Jersey as well. I do want to tune into our Fox 29 Philadelphia's coverage of the storm damage that they are seeing across Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Let's continue to listen in, everybody.
These basements all along here because the water's so high up. You know, the cars clearly obviously have submerged and the water has still been rising. We have not seen the water turn around. And when earlier, I don't know if we have the boat video still because you were talking about it when you were speaking with some of our, emergency rescue people, and you could see when the boat was coming around that there was such a current that they're getting bandied about as they're trying to pull people in and out of this scene. So, of course, the rule of live TV is they're not on at this minute, but you did see them earlier from the same vantage point, and then I've been tweeting out the video and certainly sharing it. And you've been speaking with people that are inside. Luckily, it's a beautiful sunny day now, but it was obviously worrisome overnight, and there's massive cleanup that they'll be doing. And it's just interesting that it is, in completely different areas than you would normally see, all up and down from Spring Garden down to South Street and every one of our named streets. This is the scene here, but it could be in any of the other ones if you just pick it anywhere up and down. We were on Locust. We were were on JFK. You can see them all over the place that the water has come in this far. And then we have this also debris and everything else that we've been talking about. And then you can see all the people that are coming down here to take a look, you know, with the power. No one's ever seen anything like this. So everyone's coming down to check it all out. Some people, you know, they're talking, oh, did you lose power? I lost power. I can't figure out what I'm going to do. They can't get there. The kids, of course, were supposed to go to school, and pretty late they called that 2-hour delay because the kids can't get anyplace. And then there's total gridlock. We're behind some other tape. You know, we got the tape here, but we're behind all of these streets. You hear the honking horns. Nobody can get to wherever it is they need to go, and there's the fire trucks all over. They're doing a great job. All the people from our Philadelphia Fire Department, thank you so much for your rescue crews that are out here helping us. Certainly, these floods have brought the city, even in Center City, to a standstill, and it's like nothing we've ever seen. I think they said, Mike and Alex, back to 1869.
1869.
Yeah.
And, you know, at one point, Karen, we're going to give perspective, because when you think about how long ago that was, 1869, it's just amazing.
It would have been 4 years after the end of the Civil War.
It's just unbelievable.
Who was president then? Was it Grant?
We'll look up some 1869 facts, and
Okay.
we'll have a little segment for that. We want to get back to the Schuylkill River Trail. Oh, this is the waterfall.
Yeah.
So this picture, normally there's that waterfall kind of by Waterworks.
Yeah.
And over there. It's not a waterfall now. It's just a straight river.
So the
just a little dip.
Boathouse Row is off to the right of that picture.
Yes.
And yeah, the art museum is behind the person taking the...
But that just shows how high the waters are in that area. And so now we're getting to the Schuylkill River Trail. So this is, I think, the South Street Bridge. You can take the steps down, and then you can go to the Schuylkill River Trail. As you can see,
my God.
It's not a trail. You'd have to swim it. I mean, my gosh, just to see these different videos and to see how high the levels are. And there are a lot of people on that bridge taking pictures. They want to see it for themselves. I believe we have another video. This is from Matt Ray.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that. That's the trail. That's where you would ride on and
your bicycle.
And ride your bicycle. But no. Oh, it's a Walnut Street Bridge. There we go. Walnut Street Bridge. Unbelievable to see.
It's funny, we've seen people taking Instagram photos.
Yeah. I don't know if I should show that video to person, but yes, there are people just like influencers in the wild, that's what they call it, who are twirling and taking videos. I mean, this is an historic day, so I guess you can't blame folks for wanting to take pics, but if you see it on the gram, now you know. It's
people
prime
want
content.
document a day they haven't seen.
Especially in Center City. I guess a lot of folks, the Center City folks.
Well, that's the thing. It rarely floods in Center City. Well, some parts. Upper Dublin, that's what you're looking at here. Obviously, last night, trees crashing into homes. This particular home is on Camp Hill Road and East Valley Green Road. Again, Upper Dublin.
So Dave Kinchin is live there with more on the damage.
Yeah, and you know, people are coming out now as the morning progresses, and they're getting a look at the damage, and many people finding it emotional. I'm going to step out of the way again. Another big tree down, several trees down. I've never seen so many trees knocked from their foundation and knocked down all at once. Damage to rooftops, damage to porches, to doors, even internal damage in some cases. And you can see there's folks, actually there's a contractor who's driving through right now, and we've seen a little bit of that as well. Folks looking to, the professionals looking to help out people to cut down some of these trees, to get rid of some of the debris, to evaluate the damage. Insurance folks likely coming through as well. A lot of people just out meeting their neighbors, not the way they wanted to chat with their neighbors, not the way they probably thought they would chat with their neighbors at this point. But this damage is really quite unreal. And folks tell us that, you know, usually you see a healthy tree line, lush leaves and everything, but they can see a lot further back now because of all of the trees that are down as we pan our way back over. Another quick note I want to pass along. I just got off the phone, by the way, with the Montgomery County dispatch officials, and they're telling me that they've been, quote, hammered with ongoing water rescues in Bridgeport, Upper Providence, Upper Moreland, Upper Dublin, where we are now, and West Norriton. So water rescues continuing in Montgomery County. Again, showing this tree line here. This is probably the most significant significant damage that we have seen all morning. There's a vehicle right there they're trying to get access to beyond, just surrounded by trees and brush and everything. And of course, this big tree here just snapped in half. And you can even see the house we showed you earlier today. The second floor bedroom collapsed into the first floor. The family said thankfully they got out safely. They're now working with the Red Cross and finding another place to stay. Back to you.
Okay. Nice job out there today. It's just after 10 o'clock. Here's Sue.
At last check, the Delaware River, unfortunately, is still rising at Philadelphia. Now, it looks like it has peaked in Norristown, but it's still well over flood stage of 13 feet. It's about double flood stage, the Schuylkill at Norristown. And Philadelphia, we're at 16 feet. Normal flood stage is 11. We expect to crest at 18 or so. And that will happen probably sometime later on this morning. But you know, Mike and Alex, one difference between now and 1869 is population and settlement. If you would have traveled north along the Schuylkill River, say in 1869, nothing but countryside. Now that we've settled, paved over roadways, paved over a lot of the grass, it's not there to absorb a lot of the rain. Now, having said that, this is an unusual once-in-a-lifetime event, but it's one contributing factor to why we see some of this flooding in Philadelphia. It just all runs downhill from areas to the north where we got a whole lot of rain. And we're going to have some of those rainfall totals for you coming up next time.
All righty. People are asking about how is the Delaware River doing?
It's specifically around Penn's Landing and if the marina is in a pier. So we're going to work to get you some video of that to give you an update.
Yeah. Steve, is Governor there?
Yeah, there you see the governor. He's talking to Lou Manzo, the man with the arms waving, telling him he is the mayor here of Harrison Township, telling him how the tornado came through here and tore through and then ripped up these houses. And the mayor said that the governor told him he, quote, wanted to see with his own eyes firsthand here on the ground. So the mayor was happy to have him here and maybe help his residents get all the financial aid that they can get and cut through some of the red tape with insurance and everybody else. So there is... you don't get more power than the most powerful man in the state, and you have the second most powerful man in the state there, the state Senate President Steve Sweeney, who coincidentally has a part of the 322 bypass named after him because he was influential in getting that road through here. So he has longtime ties to this town too, and he feels for these residents, knowing they're all supporters of his cause as well. So there you go. The governor certainly has a lot of flooding to deal with as well, like we saw in Philadelphia. He has up in North Jersey where the Passaic River overflowed, flooded businesses, killed a 70-year-old man. They were still looking for a couple of people missing in that flood water at last check with officials here on the ground. So there you go. When the governor will get a good look and then get a talking to, and then we'll talk to him, and we'll get back to you when he has something to say here.
Okay, we'll go right back to you. Just let us know. I see we have 2 cameras there, so we got it covered. All right, we'll take a quick break and then come on back.
I mean, I was on with the mayor. I guess in addition to you and me, we were on with Winona last night. You and I were on Deptford.
Yeah.
That's where the Woodbury. Yeah.
Deptford had a lot of volunteers. They got chainsaws, and the volunteers been working all night.
Are the roads clearing up, Bob? Is it getting better?
Getting better.
Yep.
County roads are mostly clear. Now we're moving into the municipalities. As we clean up municipalities, other municipalities, the ones that get cleared are going in and helping other municipalities.
And the power's getting back on with Atlantic City Electric and Public Service further up north.
Good turnout by the workforce.
Yeah.
We're down to about 1,500, and we're hopeful that the vast majority are on by midnight. So
Get them back up by midnight?
that's the hope. We're going to have some stragglers. They're going to go in the next day, but we're going to make sure we're talking to them tonight to make sure they know if they're going to spill over.
Yep.
But we think the vast majority will be in by midnight.
And we had DEP, DOT, and ACE were all cutting trees in addition to the county and the local folks, as you and I talked last night.
Again, talking with Director Damager, I mean, the coordination at the county level, and it's the way it's designed to work.
Yeah.
Everything to run through the county, because if not, you have, too many cooks in the kitchen.
Yep.
and it crystallized in front of my eyes, and having never dealt with something like this, you know, in front of my eyes last night within minutes, and then within an hour, the coordination at my local site at our fire department with our local OEM director, who we just appointed 2 weeks ago, by the way.
Oh, jeez. Talk about a baptism,
yeah,
huh?
He depended, so that's Ken Powell, but he depended on the county coordination, and it was stellar. And there were people in the room from all the communities surrounding. AC Electric was online, and the county coordination through the bullhorn of the radio.
Yep.
Disseminated and directed and dispatched crews from there based on their coordination, and it worked perfectly.
Great job, Logan. Great job. So I want to make sure you meet Dan Kelly before we break today. Dan works in our office, and he's been overseeing disasters in this state for longer than he'd care. Irene, Sandy, and if there are any individual family members here, I don't know if there are from these homes. But Dan can also deal directly with them. We also have the superintendent of state police with us. Colonel Callahan is somewhere with us. Behind us, Pat and his team are here as well. I was going to say a couple of things and then invite Lou.
Set up over here.
Do we have a setup? Okay. Are there any? At some point, are there any family members here? I'd love to say hello to some folks and see how they're doing. But we could do that.
I'll put up the word.
We could do that after. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, everybody, as we watch crews get set up for a briefing from New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy after touring damage from the tornadoes and flooding seen across the state. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We should have the governor stepping up to the microphones very shortly here. We've also got team coverage from our Fox 29 Philadelphia team out there as well. So stay with us, everybody. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break, but I actually may just leave us here as he makes his way up to the podium. Disregard that. All right, yeah, we're going to take you guys to a 2-minute commercial break, everybody.
Sadly tragic, historic 24 hours in New Jersey. There's no other way to put it. Needless to say, look on either side of us right now in the impact of these tornadoes that touched down in this county and here, obviously in Mullica Hill, but also in Winona, Deptford, Woodbury Township. Thank God, unless someone knows otherwise, casualties are extremely limited, which is there but for the grace of God. which is extraordinary. Look at the house behind us if you want to get a sense of how it could have been. And as Steve Sweeney has said, if you look at either side of the path of this, you've got houses to the left and right which are largely intact, if not completely intact, and yet you've got houses that right in the path that are destroyed. Up north, the story was less tornadoes, but overwhelming flooding. And largely the big roads are open, although 78 and 280 are still works in progress. And there are a lot of off-ramps and other road challenges that we still have before us. But it was largely a storm, with tornadoes being the big story in the south and flooding being the big story in the central and northern part of the state. And this is going to take us some time to dig out of, there's no question about it. And I want to just say on behalf of all of us, we're going to stay here and be by the side of the residents and the small businesses that have been impacted so severely. You're barely getting, if you're a small business, you're barely getting back on your feet from a pandemic, and you get whacked by this, and you ask yourself rightfully, life's not so fair sometimes. But I promise that we will stay with everybody, and it won't be a short road, but we will stay with them on that road to recovery. I just got off, which is why I'm a few minutes late, with the FEMA Administrator Criswell. I've said to her, and she's been terrific, and her team has been terrific, that we will be sending in a major disaster declaration request today. I will speak shortly with the President and reiterate that and thank him for his support and help. And that will be a game changer if that is accorded, in terms of our ability to get individuals, families, businesses, and our infrastructure and the cleanup back to where it should be. NJ Transit is a work in progress, both on the rail and the bus side, somewhat depending on where you are in the state. For instance, the Atlantic City line, I'm told, has been clear sailing, which is good news, but that's not the case for most every other line in the central and northern part of the state. As I mentioned, the highways getting a work in progress. The Parkway and Turnpike are wide open north to south, and that's good. We've got a couple of challenges still on the interstates, and as I mentioned, some local off-ramp type issues that are going to take some time to fix. We have had fatalities. I won't get into the details or the numbers. We did not have them here, thank God, but we have had them in the central and northern part of the state, so please keep those folks in your prayers. And as we get more specificity on that, we will obviously let you know, but sadly, more than a few folks have passed as a result of this. I think that is it as a general matter, other than, as I say, we'll stay at this as long as it takes. I will likely be doing some more stops later this afternoon, probably in central and northern part of the state, and those will be largely getting a handle on the flooding impact there. Again, we keep all of the victims, both individuals, families, small businesses on Main Street, in our prayers. And again, we will not relent. We will stand by the sides of everybody who's been impacted by this in New Jersey until we get back on our feet. I guess I'd close with a pretty obvious statement, but the world is changing, right? These storms are coming in more frequently. Steve and I were on the phone last night on this topic. They're coming in more frequently. They're coming in with more intensity. And as it relates to our infrastructure, our resiliency, our whole mindset, the playbook that we use, we got to leap forward and get out ahead of this. Any infrastructure money we get, I'll bet you a lot of it will be put into resilient infrastructure, because that's exactly what you need when you're the most densely populated state in the nation, with our extraordinary location, which is second to none. I think any amount of investment we can make in the years ahead in resilient infrastructure will be investment that will help us, please God, if we have to deal with things like this going forward in the years ahead. Anybody want to add anything, guys?
Just from the federal side, first of all, thank you, Governor, for being here. Steve, the legislative team for New Jersey, and certainly the commissioners and mayor and township. I'm looking across the street, and that could be any of our closets. The shoes are there, and behind me, swing set. that children could have been playing on. The fact that people were not killed or seriously injured is just amazing. But when we look at this, and we were in Washington last night monitoring, we were in session until 3 o'clock this morning. We jumped on the train, and literally I got stopped in Delaware because we couldn't get into Philadelphia or above, as you know.
Yeah.
This is a problem that's going on. But we never had tornadoes of this nature when we grew up, occasionally a small one. What we see behind here is change. And you mentioned the infrastructure, that's exactly what we're working on. Luckily, we're going to get that done and bring those much-needed resources to what we have here today. Speaking with FEMA, we reloaded them because this storm was supposed to make a right-hand turn, go out to sea by North and South Carolina. But as we go into Labor Day weekend, I want to say thank you to all those who labored to help the people behind us, whether you're the utility for electricity or your neighbor helping them pull out. That's what makes New Jersey a great state. We help each other in times of need, and we're going to need more help. So based on that, we just want to thank all you who helped. And certainly, if you're having trouble, obviously, give our office a call. Certainly, the legislators, insurance issues, certainly we want to be there for help.
Amen.
With that,
Steve, come on down. Thanks, Tom.
I want to start with thanking our first responders.
Amen.
They come out, they're the front line of defense, and they do a hell of a job for us, and they put their own safety at risk. The county's OEM is outstanding. The coordination, everyone working together to make things work. We're talking to Bob last night and Lou, the mayor, and most importantly, the governor, because I asked him for some help. And help came last night.
Thank you, man.
Because we have a lot of trees down. You know, you're seeing property damage here, but as you travel through this county, it looks like a bomb hit in some places.
Yep.
And getting those trees cleaned up is critically important. So, Governor, I just want to say thank you for stepping up once again to help the citizens of this county and the state. Look, anybody's a global warming denier. Take a look at what's going on around. As Donald said, you might have had an occasional storm, and it wasn't anything. These things are getting stronger, and there's more damage. We got to do something.
Gotcha.
Because it's too late now. But Governor, thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Governor, for families that are waiting for the FEMA funds, families impacted, are there state funds they can look at, or is that Red Cross? How do they get help right now?
Yeah, I mean, we will probably be, we'll be putting up a whole lot of information on where people should either go, websites or calls, or phone numbers rather, to go to. And it will be both a combination of state, federal, and third parties like the Red Cross. And it will obviously depend in part whether or not you've got a structure like this versus whether it's water damage, etc. I want to reiterate, before we take a couple of questions, the points that these guys just made, in particular on first responders. I was in a room this morning at the statewide traffic management system with the Colonel and Dan, and nobody in that room. I slept a couple hours. Lou, I suspect you didn't sleep much last night, or Bob. Nobody in that room had slept. So to the Atlantic City Electric team, to the DOT folks, DEP, to the county, Bob, to you and your colleagues at the county, the state police, the local teams, OEMs, cannot thank you enough. You're on a pedestal. Brian.
Governor,
Bob, come on.
Before you take questions, I'm Bob Daminger. I'm the director of the Board of Commissioners in Gloucester County. Before the governor takes some questions, just want to put it out. We have all these cameras here. It's the easiest way to get out to people in Gloucester County. Anyone affected by the storm in Gloucester County and the tornadoes. The Red Cross is set up at the Gloucester County Institute of Technology, and are there to help serve you. So
that's
Governor,
great, Bob. Thank you. Everyone get that, because as Bob says, we got a lot of cameras on us. Let's take advantage of it, right? Brian.
Governor, you and the legislature, Steve Sweeney, the Speaker, have charted a fairly ambitious course against climate change. Does this, and you've said several times, they're becoming more intense, the storms more frequent. Does this suggest to you that we need to accelerate the efforts that are already underway?
Unequivocally, yes. And I think, I don't know where Donald went, but the federal infrastructure bill that is being debated, God willing, voted on sooner than later, I should say bills. You've got two different buckets there. Any amount of that will be of huge
help toward our efforts. I just want to make sure this isn't, I can't see this thing. Yeah, I believe this may be the president, so I'm just going to take this and make sure.
Tell him I said hello.
It's Bob Damager, Mr. President says, I think I missed that, but the answer is unequivocally yes. I assume you all would agree.
Level, Governor?
I'm sorry?
State level?
State and federal, but there's only, we will put state resources into this as we have done and will continue to do, but the game changer here is the feds and the work that Donald is doing with federal dollars. Please.
Governor, we talked to some victims here in this neighborhood. They said the alerts they got from the National Weather Service came quick enough on their phones to get to their basement, saved their lives. Alerts also went out to flood emergencies for up north, yet a lot of people were still trapped in their cars. Some died in their cars.
Sadly.
Don't know even how many water rescues there were. Is there a way to improve to get people off these roads when these flash flood emergencies are issued before the inevitable happens?
Yeah, it's a great question. We had this very conversation, the Colonel and I and others this morning. Thank God the alerts worked in this case, right? So as bad as the damage is behind us, I'm told that family was in the house, they went to the basement, and they're alive as a result of it. Steve, you told me last night you went to the basement. People did the right thing. I don't know. This is a personal opinion. I'm not sure, and we're going to look at this, I'm not sure it's a difference of the alerts, because the alerts did go out. I got them myself on my phone. But I think people hear flooding, and they hear tornado, and I think perhaps they put them into a different category. And sadly, we can't do that. And people paid with their lives as a result of that yesterday. But we're going to look at the entire system. There were too many cars on the road, and too many cars. Thank God most of them were abandoned and people got out safely, but that was not the case for everyone, sadly. Please.
My question is actually for the mayor.
Please, come on, Lou.
So obviously this is something that you do not see here very often. What kind of training goes into this, and can you talk a little bit about what happens when the first responders arrive?
Sure. Yeah, obviously this is an unprecedented event for us locally and even regionally, and what I will say is how impressed I was as I arrived at our Office of Operation for Emergency Management at our fire hall last night, maybe at 6:45, and at that point it was just me and my OEM director and a couple of firefighters, and I watched the process coordinated by the county, and I want to give the county their due with Director Damager, and that's the way it's supposed to work, where everything is coordinated through the county. I watched it crystallize in front of my eyes over the next 30, 40, 50, 60 minutes, where everything was coordinated and nothing was dispatched, and we had people now filling the room ready to work. And that's the other part of this. There's support from our neighboring communities and from individuals just showing up in the middle of, at that point, a torrential rainstorm after the tornado had left, and filling our firehouse ready to be dispatched, but not doing anything based on our local OEM directive that we have to hear from the county first. They did a stellar job, thank God, and only by the grace of God was there no loss of life or serious injury to be dealt with during that critical first hour or 90 minutes. But by the time we got through that, the coordination, it was like clockwork, and it was really something to behold, and I literally was just watching it all happen. Incredible. Where we go from here is it's a focus on our residents and their health and well-being, first of all, and therefore if there is a sheltering need or any type of support, that is coming to us, in spades, where we're just getting so many offers for that. That will be our focus, and we have that coordinated locally from a township perspective, and then it becomes about these homes and the damage to them and the digging out, cleaning up, and rebuilding. And look, that's where Americans, New Jerseyans, quintessentially come together. And we saw it last night and we're seeing it now. Everybody supports one another. The help will be there. We'll clean up, we'll dig out, we'll rebuild. I want to make one final comment that, the governor, and again, I cannot thank enough the fact that the levels of support from all levels of government. I got my congressman from a different district, by the way. Okay, Congressman Norcross is here. I've got obviously my district legislative district representatives here. My good friends, Senate President Sweeney and Bob Damager, and the governor comes down. So that support is incredible. But at the end of the day, what the governor said, it's residential impact and then business impact. locally, we were lucky enough where not many of our businesses were physically impacted. However, and this is the last comment I want to make and put a light on it, we had our farming community affected. And that is, you know, they are the foundational pillar of where we are, and they have been for generations. Locally, the Grasso family farm was devastated. It's basically gone. And in speaking with him at 11:30 last night, he is devastated. But as he said, he will rebuild. He had his farming community family around him pledging their support to help him get through the rest of the season and somehow salvage whatever that might be and rebuild. And just north of us in Mantua, the Ecus farm, the largest dairy farm, I believe, Governor, in the state, with right. 250 plus cows, where we're told at this point they've lost as much as, as 100 of those cows. It's devastating to that business and to that, to that culture. And I want everybody to just keep them in your thoughts and prayers now.
Well said.
Thank you.
And Lou, you make a very important point. It's farms here, and then if you go into the central part of the state, northern part of the state, it's Main Street businesses. Yeah. I saw a video of Milburn in Essex County last night. You and I looked at that. A raging river down right down the middle of town, and all those small businesses are crushed, and the farms down here are crushed, and there are homes obviously in all over the state. Maybe take one more. We got to keep up.
Your DEP commissioner was down in Morris River Township last week.
Yep.
Morris River Township, Senator Testa helped set it up.
Yep.
They were asking him for storm mitigation protection measures.
Yep.
He left without committing any.
Yep.
What do you guys say about that?
Listen, he's doing a lot, in fairness to him. The DEP is just, you may have seen, put out a big report with the Army Corps of Engineers, which is a preliminary report, but a big one as it relates to resiliency as up against storms. That's more focused on the shore than it is on the shore. Largely came through last night okay. Most of what we're dealing with, the overwhelming amount of what we're dealing with, is inland. But they'll be there, I promise you. But it's the game changer will be continuing to do what we're doing, and God willing, do more. And then with Donald's help and other colleagues, adding on top of that the federal money to really, that's the game changer in terms of building the resilient infrastructure we need. Maybe one last one, sir.
Just for Bob, can you name the municipalities in Gloucester County that you assess damage in, or you know there's damage?
Well, Harrison Township,
Bob,
where we're at.
Do you mind coming in, Bob?
Harrison Township, where we're at right now, Mullica Hill, Woodbury Heights, Deffert, Winona was hit hard. Several of the other towns weren't hit as hard, but just got a piece of it. But Mantua was hit hard. Mantua, Winona, Harrison Township, I think, were the hardest hit.
Yeah.
And on the outskirts, Woodbury Heights, a little bit of Woodbury.
And Deffert. Right?
And Deffert.
Yeah.
So, and I just want to let you know, and to the people that live here and the residents that are here, I know every one of these gentlemen very well that are standing around me. This isn't just a photo op for a bunch of politicians to stand here. These people will be here for the residents of this community and the rest of Gloucester County. And they'll all tell you, to roll none of their words, we're not walking away from anybody. We'll be here through the process, right, Governor?
You betcha, Bob.
And you can count on us. You need anything, you call me in the county.
Yep.
You call your local legislature or congressman will help out. And, all the way up to the governor. So we're here for the duration. We're not going anywhere. Nobody's left behind. So thank you. So
extremely well said, Bob. And I just want to underscore that with great emphasis. So to the Colonel and Bob, Lou, thank you for hosting us. Steve, you're being attacked here. Bill, Donald, John, to everybody here, especially to the residents who have been impacted so severely. We are with you. This won't be overnight, by the way. This is going to be a longer road than any of us would like, but we will not relent, and we will stay with you at every step of the way. Thank you all. God bless.
And we will, too, probably be on till early afternoon covering this for you.
So that was quite the press conference from New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy, and he stated that he's going to put in a request to make a disaster declaration, and he says it'll be a game changer when it comes to the recovery process for that area.
Yeah, I mentioned the tornadoes in the south part of the state, central part of New Jersey, northern New Jersey. They had severe flooding. In fact, we've learned that
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. You're tuning into our Fox 29 Philadelphia coverage after we heard Governor Phil Murphy and officials speak on the devastating impacts that Ida had on their area yesterday. However, I do have some more updates to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. We've got New York Governor Kathy Hochul joined by Senator Chuck Schumer, as well as New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio, providing us an update on the impacts to the New York region. So let's take a listen here on Live Now from Fox.
It broke a record literally set 1 week earlier. That says to me that there are no more cataclysmic, unforeseeable events. We need to foresee these in advance and be prepared. And we learned a lot of lessons from Sandy. We built back resiliency. Our coastal shorelines are in much better shape than they had been. But where we have a vulnerability is in our streets with the higher elevations now, where the flash floods, which were unknown before. This is the first time we've had a flash flood event of this proportion in the city of New York and in the outlying areas. We haven't experienced this before, but we should expect it the next time. And that means we have to continue investments in infrastructure, working in partnership with our federal government and support from Senator Schumer and President Biden, who are working so hard to get the infrastructure dollars back to our states so we can build this up, working in partnership with the mayor and other officials to work collaboratively and get this done so we can take care of the drainage shortcomings in our streets, because when the streets get flooded, what happens next? The water rushes down, not just through the highways, but also finds its way to penetrate our subway system. And as a result, what happened yesterday, trains were shut down, people were stranded. The fear that they must have experienced when this occurred, I cannot imagine. And I don't want this to happen again. So what we're doing is yesterday in preparation, we directed all of our state resources to be prepared. Our DOT, Thruway Authority, MTA, Port Authority, all of our first responders embedded with the local teams here and throughout Long Island, Nassau, Suffolk, Westchester, Putnam, Rockland counties, all of those have suffered some form of loss. We wanted to make sure our crews were on the ground. We also have pumping systems in place, taking care of the subways, literally removing the water physically. And I want to thank, first of all, everyone who was involved last night, but our transit workers are heroes, especially all the bus operators who had to be deployed to literally take people from stations to where they needed to go. So it was an extraordinary rescue operation just a few short hours ago. Moments ago, I was on the phone with the White House. President Biden called, offered any assistance. He repeated any assistance that the state of New York needs. I told him we'll take him up on that. And what happens next, we'll be doing on-the-ground assessments of the damage with the FEMA teams, our local partners, and making sure we get a true accounting of the loss. But he promised that he'll guarantee, he said, I guaranteed you I will approve any declaration you need, emergency declaration, so we can get the money flowing to New York, to our municipalities, to our cities, to our citizens, the businesses affected, and certainly to the homeowners. And also with respect to the homeowners who've experienced the flooding in their own basements, I've directed the Department of Financial Services to be in contact immediately with our insurance providers so they get people on the ground. Show up in these neighborhoods, get your claims adjusters, let them start filing to get reimbursed for the damages. We have mobile units on the ground to this end as well. So right now we still have a limited services on the subway. I'll be heading out to Long Island to see some damage that occurred out there shortly, but the Metro North, LAIR, and the subway systems are not fully functioning at this time. But I want people to stay engaged, following the information, and to make sure that they stay safe. I want to conclude by saying, once again, New Yorkers show what they're made out of. The collaboration that was going on, the constant communication between our teams is something that perhaps you don't see in the public, but it's real, it makes a difference, and it helps save lives. And literally, I want to thank our partners at the state level as well. State police and our rescue teams had to rescue over 100 people in Westchester and Rockland County alone. So this is the scenario as we speak today, but I'll be giving continuing reports. What I wanted to do first was assess where we are today, but my next question is, where are we going next? How do we prevent this from happening? How do we get money and resources to the places we can build up the resiliency in streets? Before we worried about the coastal areas, now it's about what's happening in the streets, the drainage systems that need to be enhanced, and all the resiliency we can embed because of climate change. Unfortunately, this is something we're going to have to deal with great regularity, and we want to assure all New Yorkers that we're prepared for this, and we'll do everything we can in our power to protect human life and property. Thank you very much. With that, I'd like to introduce Senator Schumer, who's been very engaged as we spoke this morning already, and I want to thank him for his partnership. Senator, right there, sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Governor. And first, my condolences and heart and prayers to all of the families who have lost loved ones. Imagine the horror of you're sitting in your own basement apartment and the water just floods in all of a sudden with no notice, and you struggle to get out, but you can't. It's an awful, awful situation, and our hearts go out to them. I too want to thank all of our New Yorkers at the city and the state level, as well as the other localities, who always go all out. Unfortunately, we in New York have experienced too many emergencies in the last decade. And the one thing we've learned through these emergencies is how strong New Yorkers are and how much our public servants want to go all out and risk their lives to preserve other people's lives. And we thank them. I'm going to make 2 points here. Number one, we will do everything we can to get all of the federal aid that's needed. We did this after Sandy. We've done it after many other storms upstate. The governor knows when we worked together on these storms upstate. And I spoke this morning to FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell. The good news here is, you know what her job was before she was FEMA Administrator. Amen. She was the city's OEM commissioner. So she knows New York well. We will fight and make New York declared a disaster area. I've spoken to the White House as well. And that will mean money for homeowners and individuals, money for small businesses that may have been lost, and money to our city, state, and other local governments for the amount of money that they've had to lay out to deal with this crisis. And I will make sure, as I have in the past, that no stone is left unturned, and all of the federal largesse. In the federal government, we know when a disaster hits one area, the whole country comes together and helps. And that's what we're going to ask here for New York, just as we are helping in California with the fires and out west with the fires, etc. And that relates to my second and final point. Global warming is upon us. When you get 2 record rainfalls in a week, it's not just coincidence. When you get all the changes that we have seen in weather, that's not a coincidence. Global warming is upon us, and it's going to get worse and worse and worse unless we do something about it. And that's why it's so imperative to pass the 2 bills, the infrastructure bill and the budget reconciliation bill. The second deals with climate change and will reduce the amount of carbon we've put in the atmosphere by 50% by 2030. The first bill deals with infrastructure, and built into that infrastructure is something I started fostering with Sandy, that we don't just build infrastructure, but we build resilient infrastructure. So when these floods or fires or anything else occurs, they are much more resistant. And you saw some results of that from the Sandy money, but we need much more of it. And these bills do that. Woe is us if we don't recognize these changes are due to climate change. Woe is us if we don't do something about it quickly, both in building resilient infrastructure and going to clean power, whether it's in homes, in electricity, in transportation, to stop the global warming or at least reduce its awful effects on this country. I want to thank the governor for being here right on the spot. I want to thank the mayor. He's always available. Our borough president, our great congressman who I work with on these federal issues, Greg Meeks, John Liu, Danique Miller, and everyone who is here. Thank you. And now it's my honor to call on Mayor de Blasio. Come on, Mayor.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Schumer's right. We are in a whole new world now. Let's be blunt about it. We saw a horrifying storm last night, unlike anything we have seen before. And this is a reality we have to face. Unfortunately, the price paid by some New Yorkers was horrible and tragic. We have now lost 9 New Yorkers to this storm. 9 people who were alive at this exact moment yesterday. No idea that such a horrible fate could befall them. Families in mourning right now. We need to be there for them and for all the New Yorkers who right now are dealing with the results of this horrifying storm. I want to thank Senator Schumer. We spoke earlier today. I know he will get us the maximum federal aid. Our homeowners need it. Our business owners need it. People are going through hell right now. They need help. I thank President Biden and Senator Schumer for being willing immediately to help. Governor Hochul, we spoke repeatedly last night, this morning. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for the way the state of New York responded. We are truly all in this together. And storms affect all of us. But what we've got to recognize is the suddenness, the brutality of storms now. It is different. A record set 2 weeks ago, another record set now, rainfall like we haven't seen ever before. This is the biggest wake-up call we could possibly get. We're going to have to do a lot of things differently and quickly. But what is a constant is our first responders. I want to thank the men and women of the FDNY and EMS, NYPD, Environmental Protection, all the agencies that were out in force last night, rescuing hundreds and hundreds of New Yorkers. So many lives were saved because of the fast, courageous response of our first responders. People helped from a subway train safely. People helped out of a car in a flooded area. This happened literally hundreds of times last night. And God bless our first responders who were there. We've got a lot of work to do right now to help New Yorkers recover. But we also have a lot of work to do to change the very approach. I agree with the governor. It's time for an entirely different approach because we're getting a signal here. And it's not going to be easy. We're going to need all that help possible from the federal government. But in our time, we have to make this change. We've gotten the message. We have to make a change to protect the lives of the people of this city. Thank you. And now I'd like to call on someone who's been tremendously helpful and always make sure that we get help in this city, Congressmember Gregory Meeks.
First, let me give my condolences to the family members, to the friends, the relatives, the neighbors on this block who have to be devastated. One day, it's a beautiful day, and we know that in Queens, neighborhoods are families, block associations, working together, neighbors protecting neighbors' homes. This is absolutely devastating, and my heart reaches out to each and every one on this block and in this family. A mother, a son, gone from us because of climate change and these record storms. Storms that were once in 500 years, I'm told. Now that we've got to look at them to be storms that come in a regular manner, more intense as indicated. And so I want to thank, I spoke to Speaker Pelosi to make sure that we work very closely with Senator Schumer so there's no separation between the House and the Senate, and I think all of the members of the United States Congress, and bringing the resources here to the city of New York. Let me thank the mayor and the governor for them working on this instantaneously. Now, we know happen to be here in southeastern Queens, in the 5th Congressional District, knowing that we need infrastructure. It is absolutely crucial and important that we pass reconciliation. One of the reasons why it's important, I know for flooding in southeastern Queens, I have a request in now that was passed in the House, but it's got to be passed in the reconciliation bill for some close to $4 million just for blocks like these to improve the infrastructure and to stop the flooding that we know takes place here. If you just looked at what this place looked like, and there's pictures now at 10 p.m. last night, it was devastating. And finally, let me just say thank you to all of the men and women working in all of our emergency services and the heroes and sheroes, as the governor indicated, from our transportation. And when I looked at the number of bus drivers and the people in the subway systems getting people out into safety, also rescuing people that were stuck in their cars, they are really heroes, putting themselves at risk for the rest of us. So again, thank you. I want to thank my city councilman who has been working here for a long period of time in this very block, trying to make a difference for the people of this district, for all the hard work that you do in the city council, and our former borough president, now DA, Melinda Katz, for all that she does. So I now want to bring up the current borough president, who is working very hard to make sure that this borough receives all the infrastructure dollars and the attention that it rightfully needs. Donovan Richards.
Thank you, Congressmember, and thank you to both the governor and the mayor for their support this morning or into the wee early morning hours. I want to thank all of the agencies. First off, let me start by saying that we mourn, all 2.4 million Queens residents mourn the lives of those lost on the early morning hours due to this catastrophic storm. Let me also just say that we've surveyed a lot of different communities across the borough, and I'm happy to say that Rosedale and the Rockaways, because of the investment by the city, I want to thank the mayor for his $2 billion investment into Southern Queens. We definitely saw a different story this time around based on that investment, but we know that's still not enough, and that's why we're here today. We need Washington, D.C. to move with a level of urgency. We've been here before in Hurricane Sandy. We still are waiting for the Rockaway reformulation plan. We have a Howard Beach plan. There are many parts of this borough that historically have flooded, and it's only going to get worse. And unfortunately, if we do not address climate change, we will continue to lose lives across not just this borough, but across this country and state. And we don't have to look any further than Louisiana to see what also happened there as well. A few things I want to mention to homeowners out there today. Please document all of your losses. I've spoken to some homeowners here. Put a claim in with the comptroller as well as with your insurance companies as well. I know that a lot of residents struggle with flood insurance, but these are some key things to do. I'm also asking companies to allow their workers to work remote on today. And if you're not an essential worker, to really stay off of the roads as well. For the neighborhoods of Whitestone, College Point, and parts of Flushing, Left Rack, I want you to know that we are here. I've asked the governor on today for assistance to our small businesses and to our homeowners as well. And she's given her stamp of approval on all of those things. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done. We are not out of the woods. Queens needs to see much more infrastructure investment. We cannot wait until tomorrow. We need it today. These lives could have been saved if we had investment that we sorely needed a long time ago. With that being said, it brings me great honor to bring up my colleague, someone who worked with me from my time being the Environmental Protection Chairman in the council, him being Civil Service and Labor, someone who worked to secure $2 billion for South Queens, Danique Miller. Thank you.
Didn't know
that. Good morning. First of all, my condolences to the Ramsrick family. And I want to thank the governor, the mayor, Senator Schumer, Congressmember, Borough President, and this is collaboration of folks of government that have come together to address this issue. And they have done so very well, articulated the issues of climate change and infrastructure, or the lack thereof. But they have done so very well, articulated the issues of climate change and infrastructure, or the lack thereof. But all politics are local. And I think the congressman has mentioned that I have spent the better part of 10 years on this street here. And I probably had about 6 to 12 inches of water in my basement this morning. But I always say that you feel like the man with no shoes until you come over here on 183rd Street, and then you see the man with no feet, right? Where I bet you this is my mother. Every time you get to a mic,
Tell your mom you're okay. Let me talk to your mom.
Better pick that up.
All right. Mom, your son's doing okay. He's doing a press conference. So, you got your little boy in good hands. Right,
oh my God!
He's looking good. He's safe.
Gotta make sure it's his mother.
Oh, she got it. You know, it's my mother, right? So, yeah, we felt like until you see the person with no feet, where folks here have a foot of water on the first floor and not in the basement. And the cruel irony is, as Borough President Richards indicated, of the $2 billion in infrastructure that was spent, in nearly half the city's infrastructure budget, spent here in Southeast Queens, the priority was 183rd Street. When that schedule came out, we said, no, don't do Cambridge Heights, don't do Springfield Gardens, do 183rd Street first. And guess what? They did. And then they did it again because it wasn't done right the first time. And we're still here today. And so there has to be oversight, and we have to figure out what we're not doing right. That we have to make sure that these folks, that every time it rains, that they're not out here. Every time it rains, my staff and I, we have the hot spots, as the borough president knows. You call over here, you call certain areas in Springfield Gardens to see if it's working. And guess what? 2 weeks ago when we had the major flood, then the record breaker, we were okay. This was different. And the loss of lives are unacceptable. We absolutely have to make sure that we're taking care of families. And I want to just say that this group of folks here are the epitome of resiliency. They take care of each other, they feed each other, they house each other. And we're here with you. We're going to continue to be here with you. Again, I want to thank the governor, Senator Schumer, the mayor, just for the collaboration of resources that are going to be here in Queens. We want to make sure that we're all here to make sure that this is done equitably, and that these folks here that have been suffering so long suffer no more. Thank you.
At this point, at this point, we'll take questions. But I also want to make a statement before we go on to questions. To the people who live on streets like these throughout the city of New York, I want them to know, a new administration, my administration, we don't govern by press conference. Yes, we're here today to answer questions, but I want to assure them it's not just about today, it's what we do tomorrow, the next day, and the next day. So you're going to see a different tone, a different era of collaboration. And I served as a council member for 14 years, so I've been in the streets for a long time to know what it takes to get the job done. You don't just show up one day, you show up until the job is done. And with that, we'll take questions. Marcia?
I'm going to go.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Governor.
Marcia.
Hey, Jumani.
Also want to acknowledge the presence of our public advocate, Jumani Williams, has joined us as well, and Senator John Lewis joined us. Can't hear. Yeah. Excellent questions. Those are my questions this morning when I spoke to the leadership at the MTA. Here's what we need to do. We need to identify the areas where we have vulnerabilities on our streets, where the drainage systems are not functioning properly and they're close to the entrance of a subway. And we need to be able to fix those first so we don't get a situation where the drainage system, the sewer system can't handle the volume, and then the water just creates a river down the steps and into the subway system. I think that's our first priority. I know that's my first priority. So I want to also have an after-action report on this What did we know? When did we know what we had? What information do we have? Were there any intelligence failures in terms of our preparedness? I know I deployed resources yesterday morning, but we did not know that between 8:50 and 9:50 p.m. last night that the heavens would literally open up and bring Niagara Falls level water to the streets of New York. Could that have been anticipated? I want to find out. Is that something we should have known in advance? And the question is, should we have shut down subways earlier? You have to realize many people are already on the subways. We shut them down. They're trapped underground. That is not an option, but I want to assess why we don't stop people from new passengers from going down the stairs into them. It's all should be about evacuation, not bringing new people into the system at the time. And your first question was? Yeah, there were storm warnings, tornado warnings throughout the evening, but I'll see whether or not more could have been done. That's a good question. Yes.
Governor, two questions. For you, Governor Hochul, mounted up first question. Can you talk about any damage at MTA rail yards and other bus depots? And then a question from Mayor de Blasio.
Yeah, we have damage. We have damage, and I'm going to be out visiting some of the sites right now. And we'll be embedded with FEMA personnel. This is what happens first. Everything has to settle down, stabilize, make sure we're protecting life and property, job number one. Number two, within a few days, we go out there with the FEMA crews, literally add up the extent of the damage, file for our declaration with the federal government, and this is, again, what President Biden assured me. He said, Kathy, I'm going to do this for you. You tell me what you need. So we're prepared to take all those steps, starting right now.
And from Mayor de Blasio, we just heard from a neighbor who said they have been asking for help about the sewers. Can you, I saw DEP, DDC, DOT, can you explain why this was seemingly such a failure on the part of the city where you have streets? Neighborhoods not even in flood zones, basements flooding, people couldn't get out, they weren't notified. Walk us through that.
Let me get our DEP commissioner, I think is here, Vinny Sapienza, who can speak to the specifics, have him come over. Look, as you heard from Congressman Meeks and from Borough President Richards and Councilmember Miller, over the last few years we made a $2 billion investment in addressing the infrastructure problems of Southeast Queens, including the sewer problems. This is tragically very long-standing problem, and one of the things that became clear was we were going to have to make an extraordinary investment to address it. As you've heard, that investment is having impact, but it's not complete. It's been going on for years. It will take some more years to finish. In terms of the impact of the investments here in this immediate area, Commissioner Vinny Sapienza, DEP.
Thanks, Mayor.
Here we go.
Okay.
I can do it.
Yeah, so thanks. So a couple of things. One is the rate of rainfall that occurred was just really extraordinary. Councilmember Miller mentioned the storm we had, a couple of weeks ago with the remnants of Henri, which was about the same total amount of rainfall that fell, but this all fell really within a very short window, few hours, and I think that was a big difference. As the mayor said, we recognize in this area of Southeast Queens, an investment was needed. It was long overdue. The mayor announced a $2 billion commitment a few years back, and that work is well underway.
In terms of here.
Yeah, so we're going to do that full hydraulic assessment, but rainfall rates were really extraordinary and far exceeded the capacity of the system. Anything over 2 inches an hour, we're going to have trouble with.
Last question, sorry, to Gloria. Last question to Gloria.
Gloria.
Last question to Gloria.
I have been to so many catastrophic flooding events, from Lake Ontario to Long Island to now to the city. So no, this is not unusual anymore. Anyone who says it's once in a century, once in 500 years, I'm not buying it. This has to be considered the normal course of business. So we need to take steps to prepare. We should have evacuation plans that every single homeowner knows about. What you do when the waters start rising. Is our communication system adequate to let people know in homes and on subways that this is dangerous? Are alerts going out on people's cell phones? How do we communicate, and are we doing a good enough job? because I'm not going to stand here and guarantee it won't happen again tomorrow. I don't know that. But I know we need to do much more in our resiliency, addressing climate change, and we have an aggressive program that I'm going to even take to the next level. But that's long term. That's not going to help the people on the street. I'm not going to pretend it will. What I'm talking about is letting them know we've got their backs. We'll help them heal. We'll get them the resources from the federal government once they get that declaration, and let them know we're not satisfied either. This is not okay with any of us.
Yeah, and let me add, excuse me, Governors. Gloria, to your question, I think we now understand that every attempt at projection, bluntly, is failing us. Let's be clear. We're getting from the very best experts projections that then are made a mockery of in a matter of minutes. What I want to work with the governor on, and by her comments you can see she's already there, we need to start communicating to people that we should assume things are going to be much worse in literally every situation. Yesterday morning, the report was 3 to 6 inches over the course of the whole day, which was not a particularly problematic amount. That turned into the biggest single hour of rainfall in New York City history with almost no warning. So now we've got to change the ground rules. From now on, what I think we do is tell New Yorkers to expect the very, very worst. It may sound alarmist at times, but unfortunately it's being proven by nature. The infrastructure investments, look, $2 billion for Southeast Queens is a big deal. But what we're seeing is we're going to need more than we ever possibly imagined. Thank God, for the first time in our lifetimes almost, the federal government is finally truly committed to infrastructure spending. But I don't think it's too little too late. I think it would have helped us a hell of a lot more a few decades ago, but we're going to be playing a lot of catch up. But we're talking not billions, tens of billions, even hundreds of billions to really be able to make people safe.
Let me just say one thing on that. The $3.5 million that we're trying to get through in the reconciliation bill is to deal just with that. That's why that's such a big issue in Washington, D.C. Not just the 1.8 for infrastructure, but when we're talking about climate change, when you're talking about housing, when you're talking about making sure that we have the resilience for the future, not for today, just for today, but for the future, we must get this $3.5 trillion bill done. And that's what it's all about in Washington, D.C., and we're coming together to do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Who are you asking? Do you have the specifics?
Just first, our hearts go out to all the victims. It's an unimaginable loss for New York City and for Queens. Right now, and we pray that the number does not go up further, we have 9 confirmed victims. 8 of the 9 victims are in the borough of Queens. 8 of the 9 victims also took place in residential homes in basements. The latest victim that we have is a individual that passed away after a vehicle accident on the Grand Central Parkway, and that individual was discovered in the backseat of the car within the last hour. So again, we pray that the number does not go up from there, and certainly in the NYPD and all city workers, our hearts go out to all the victims for this terrible tragedy.
Thank you. That's all we have time for, everybody. Sorry.
Thank you.
That's all we have time for.
Yeah.
Hey, E. How you doing, brother? Good to meet you.
Officials, they're wrapping things up. We're still getting quite a few pictures and videos coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. Of course, a lot of eyes have been on Hurricane Ida as it made landfall on Sunday down in the Gulf Coast. And now, of course, we have a lot of destruction happening along the East Coast, as we do have, again, a lot of storms that have been moving with the rest of Hurricane Ida. So we do want to continue to show you just some of these videos from across the country. as again, we do have a lot of tornado damage, as well as some flooding still being reported across the country. Here's some at the Newark airport, a lot of flooding there. And again, crews are now just starting to get out, assessing all of this damage that we've been seeing come in here. And of course, we're going to be staying on top of all the latest as officials make remarks about the damage that they've been seeing, how they're going to help their people. But I want to continue to move things along here. We can always get back into some of these press conferences because we did have some breaking news that I wanted to head out to here on Live Now from Fox. So just wanted to say thanks again for being here with us. And let's go ahead, take a look at the pictures that I have coming in here to my desk here. So we do have a live picture coming in from Connecticut where we did have a small plane crash. And what I wanted to do was go ahead and play the latest as far as what we do know at this time. One of our reporters was able to give a briefing as to when he arrived on scene, what he's been seeing. So let's go ahead, jump into the latest right here in Connecticut, again with this plane crash that took place earlier this morning.
Guys, we know this happened just in about the last hour here. We are on a Hyde Road, not far from the Robertson Airport here in Farmington. Behind us, just a squadron of first responders. There are firefighters here, there are EMTs, and there are plenty of police trying to get everything, well, really get a handle on everything. But the pictures right there, you can see, we understand what happened here in the last hour is that a small plane crashed into this manufacturing company. The manufacturing company is called Trump, with an F on the end. They have been here in Farmington for the past 52 years. Now, we don't know the extent of injuries, but we do know there are injuries inside the building. Are there fatalities? We cannot answer that at this early stage of the rescue, of the investigation. But I did speak to one of the executives at Trump, and he told me, at least right now, he doesn't believe any of his employees have died. That's what he told me preliminarily. So we are trying to find out a lot more here on the ground in Farmington. As for who was in that plane, the pilot, were there any passengers? We still do not know that at this point. We will stay on this. We will have more for you at the top of the hour. We're also going to try to turn around that interview for you that we spoke with from the executive here at the manufacturing company. All of that is coming up. For now, we're live in Farmington. Jim Altman, Fox 61 News.
All right, so once again, this was the latest that we had coming in to us from that area. Let's go ahead, take a look at these pictures that are coming into our Live Now from Fox desk. Again, we do have very little information at this time, but you can see we still have a heavy police and fire presence here in New Jersey. Again, at this time, we do know police have responded. First responders here out on Thursday morning after there was a plane crash into a building here in Farmington. Now, police said the plane crashed into this building here, 111 Hyde Road, in the U.S. head office for Trump Inc., which is an industrial machine manufacturing company, is this head office building. Now, it's about a mile from the Robertson Airport in Plainville, although it was not clear whether the plane was trying to attempt to land or depart from this airport. And we did have Farmington, Connecticut police say on their Twitter page, we are responding to a small plane crash building at 111 Hyde Road. Media can stage at the intersection of New Britain Avenue and Hyde Road for now. Any updates will be on our Twitter page. Please avoid the area so emergency crews can evacuate the area immediately. Now, it is not known, as we said, whether anyone was injured on the incident. Circumstances surrounding the crash still remain unclear. But images that were coming out of this area earlier today did show heavy smoke and fire after the crash. And there was an employee who was working at a nearby business who told WTIC-TV that he had heard a loud explosion this morning and had ran outside. Said, I saw black billows of smoke. I could see flames coming up from the Trump manufacturing. And as I got closer, I got pieces of fuselage, metal strewn throughout Farmington Avenue. The flames were extremely hot and got bigger. I couldn't see any movement inside. So firefighters working to put out these flames. Of course, you can see here we still have them on scene, still dousing this building with water. And again, this is some breaking news coming out of Connecticut that we wanted to bring to you here on Live Now from Fox.
No, I do not.
So once again, taking a live look out here in Farmington, Connecticut, where a plane has crashed into a manufacturing building. And again, nearby people who heard this happen said right after this initial crash, there was flames coming up from this building, a lot of black smoke as well, and first responders still on scene here this morning. Again, there's been some updates from the Farmington, Connecticut police in this area saying that they are, again, responding here to this small plane crash. You can see just some of that damage as our cameras are giving us this look. And again, authorities asking everyone to please avoid this area so emergency crews can evacuate the immediate area. So once again, live look here at this breaking news out of Connecticut. If we do get more information, of course, we'll be bringing it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. So if we do learn more information or see officials step up to our camera crew here in Connecticut, we can, of course, come back to this breaking news scene. Until that time, though, I do want to continue to bring us some of these news stories that we have coming in from the Northeast. Of course, we've been listening in as officials have been sharing with us just a little bit on what they know at this time as far as the number of deaths, the damage assessments that they've been out doing as well. But let's go ahead and take a look at just some of these pictures that we have coming into our Live Now from Fox desk. Here's just a few different cars that you can see stuck here in floodwaters and in Staten Island, New York. And this is all from what's left over from Ida. So a lot of states, a state of emergencies have been declared in New York, New Jersey, New York City. And unfortunately, we have lost the lives of about 14 people. They've been reported dead after these historic rains linked to Hurricane Ida had flooded northeastern states over Wednesday night. Now, 8 people were confirmed dead in New York City. This included a 2-year-old boy, a 48-year-old female, and a 50-year-old man who were all found inside of a home in the Jamaican neighborhood of Queens as a result from this severe weather. Right now, taking a look at water rescue that took place out from this video coming from the Frederick County Sheriff's Office. They shared this video as there was a woman stuck in her car, and you can just see, although where this person taking the video, you can see that the floodwaters haven't quite reached them. As soon as you step that many feet out, you can see her car just definitely has been taken control of by these floodwaters. And it's been the same story across the Northeast. In New Jersey, a 70-year-old man reported dead, a 19-year-old man found dead in Maryland. So these waters have really taken a toll when it comes to the lives of these Americans, and social media users in Pennsylvania and New Jersey capturing these images, sharing these videos. There was in Pennsylvania and New Jersey at least 2 tornadoes. This is including one that the National Weather Service confirmed just outside of the Philadelphia area. We do have some video of these tornadoes that made their way through. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of those. So here is one out of New Jersey, and that's exactly where we had our governor just doing a tour through. Now, there was another area in New Jersey where a roof of a postal service building had collapsed. There was people inside at the time, but there was no immediate injuries or word of injuries. This is according to the Associated Press. Out in Rockville, Maryland, authorities said about 200 people were displaced. One was missing due to this weather. And water rescues continue here into Thursday morning. There has been a travel ban that's been lifted in New York. So residents of both New Jersey and New York were urged to stay off the roads, though, that have been impacted by this storm. We did have New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy tweeting out, "Please stay off the roads. Many roads remain flooded this morning. It is not safe to drive. Our crews are working to clear and open roads, and we need everyone to stay off them so crews can safely do their job." And he went on to say, the New York City's mayor's office actually tweeted, "There's a travel advisory in effect. All non-emergency vehicles are advised to stay off New York City streets and highways while cleanup continues." And they said stay home as much as possible today until conditions improve. So both Murphy and the New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio declared states of emergency on Wednesday night. And just take a look at some of these videos that are coming in of these strong and powerful storms. Again, tornadoes and flooding. This New York flooding into the subway. I cannot believe just some of the images that people have been catching as far as the flooding goes, because we all know how dangerous and how quickly that can take a turn for the worst. So once again, that's another reason why a lot of these authorities are asking people to stay off of the roads, stay out of these areas, because while you may think you should go back and grab something from your home if you were impacted, that's when it could really turn into a dangerous situation. So again, roads have been impacted. There's been a lot of videos and photos circulating of these cars just sitting in flooded waters and streets, just like here. And of course, water usually relies on gravity. My patient and I were talking about this morning. So while these sewer systems are overwhelmed, the water has to come out somewhere. So it's starting to seep into apartments. It's starting to go down into the subways. And it, of course, was also doing a lot of coming up through some of these pipe systems as well. New York City police officers rescued a disabled man and his dog who became trapped in a basement in 3 feet of water. And again, we have video from social media showing subway stations with rushing water coming in, and one brave person there jumping out here at the onto the platform as they had a waterfall of rain and water is just coming down into the station. Now, New York State's Metropolitan Transit Authority did put out an advisory saying train service may be extremely limited tonight because of heavy rainfall and flooding across the region. We strongly recommend you avoid traveling at this time if you can. Now, on Thursday, MTA did warn that service across the system was extremely limited still here this morning, and it's as its employees try to work to recover from this weather. And they are saying, again, stay home if you can. If you must travel, please note that train times may not be accurate. So thousands of people have lost power across the region. There's being reports of more than 75,900 in Pennsylvania, more than 60,900 in New Jersey, and more than 42,700 in New York still without power here on Thursday morning. This is according to poweroutage.us. They had a sideways rain delay at the U.S. Open tennis tournament in Queens when it had drenched the roofed court. And in just 1 hour, 3.15 inches of rain had fell in Central Park on Wednesday. That was smashing last week's record of 1.94 inches during Tropical Storm Henri. So National Weather Service in New York wrote on Twitter, to be clear, this particular warning for New York City is the second time we've ever issued a flash flood emergency. It's the first one for New York City. The first time we've issued a flash flood emergency was for Northeast New Jersey an hour ago. So they too were just astonished by the weather that they were seeing impacting the Northeast, and fatalities and the damage occurred 3 days just after Ida had blasted into the Gulf Coast region on Sunday as a hurricane with winds more than 170 miles per hour. So Ida again had made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane on Sunday, and it has left a trail of destruction through Louisiana, made its way north, and you can see a lot of people are still being impacted by this storm, as we are seeing flooding and still a lot of rain still moving its way up along the East Coast. What we're going to do is go ahead and listen in to one of the latest briefings, this one coming to us out of Trenton. We're going to still keep our eye on some of these amazing pictures. We also had helicopters up flying around this morning. So we're going to make sure to put everything into a double box so we can continue to just see some of these images that were coming into our Live Now from Fox desk. But we are going to be listening in with officials out in Trenton, New Jersey, talking about the damage that they had to go and assess earlier here today.
And his team that have reached out, county executive, and even the White House this morning, are all concerned about the river and the Delaware River affecting the quality of life in Trenton. But I wanted to introduce each one of our OEM coordinators, our team, to discuss the various issues with their departments. Steve?
Good morning. First, I'd like to thank everyone for their continued cooperation during this stressful time. I'd like to personally reassure everyone that the Trenton Police Department will continue to do everything that it can to help the community. A couple of things that the police department is doing. Police officers will continue to be on the island on foot and in vehicles, facilitating evacuation procedures. There's several locations that they'll be stationed at, one being Mount Vernon and Clearfield Avenue will be our command post. Also, officers will be located at Lee and Route 29 and Clearfield and 29. We will continually encourage residents to evacuate. Currently, right now, PSE&G is on the island as well. Their gas services, they are turning off the gas. PSE&G Electric will maintain for as long as possible and will only be shut off if necessary under extreme circumstances. Also, we have at Joyce Kilmer School, we'll continue to have a shelter there. There'll be police presence there at Joyce Kilmer School to offer water and food for any residents that are affected by the flood. Our command post phone number, if any residents or anyone needs to contact some and get information on the island itself, is 609-712-4831. As usual, all emergencies will go through 911 channels. Throughout the city, roads affected by the flood, Clinton Avenue is closed from Girard to Brunig Avenue. Taylor is closed from Fillmore to Olden, and Olden Avenue by the Assunpink Creek will continually be monitored. The waters are high there, but Olden Avenue is open at this time. Like the mayor said, we anticipate the water cresting around 2 p.m. Right now, we are affected positively by the weather and low tide, but we expect the water to rise in the near future around 2 p.m. Thank you. That's what we have for the Trenton Police Department, and I'll defer to Kenneth Douglas, the fire director.
Good morning. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Mayor Gusiora on his continued efforts to support the Trenton Fire Department and emergency services. Through his efforts, we got to increase the manpower and firefighters and emergency equipment to the town of Trenton to assist with all emergency efforts related to tropical depression Ida. First and foremost, to begin with our preparation with Trenton administration, we had a meeting in emergency management where it was decided that we did have to increase with the anticipated storm coming. We increased it by 20% added with boat crews and also pump crews. The Trenton Fire Department assisted in 22 water rescues with persons stuck on top of their vehicles. In addition to that, through a mutual aid call, we did one major high water rescue where we had to extend the ladder out to the vehicle to retrieve the person that was stuck on top of their vehicle. Also this morning, without incident, we had a fire at 5:05 this morning at 100 Genesee Street, 1.5-story structure, fully involved. This house was actually connected to a row house where it was occupied. 4 persons had to be relocated due to the fire extending to that location, but they all been relocated by the Red Cross. Again, I'd like to thank the mayor on his efforts in assisting the Trenton Fire Department. We could not do it without him, and I defer my next comments to the OEM.
Yep.
OEM, sir. Thank you very much for your time.
I do want to say we have an extraordinary OEM director, Grady Griffin, who's always working, even right now as we speak. But I want to introduce him. That's done an extraordinary effort all last night. I was out with him at midnight while we were knocking on doors, evacuating people. And but the main reason he's here is to keep everybody safe.
Thank you, Mayor. So good morning, everybody. Like the mayor said, my name is Grady Griffin from the Office of Emergency Management. First, I want to thank everybody involved with the flood efforts out here in the city. I want to thank the mayor, city administration, the fire director, the police director, the business administrator, and all part of the administration who are involved in the efforts. Just know during this time, it's tough times and tough decisions have to be made in this city. Just know that we are constantly working behind the scenes to make sure that we make the right decisions for the best interest for the residents here in the city. Some of the other people who are helping the city of Trenton in our efforts last night, we received guidance and influence from our council, as well as our county administration, as well as our state. And all the decisions that we did make for the city of Trenton, we made sure we consulted with the county. Feet of water above what our crest levels here in the city of Trenton. So we need to be mindful that this afternoon there may be some changes according to what we may see now. Some of the additional road closures and openings that we do have. Initially in the beginning, southbound 29 was closed at Market Street. As of this morning, it is still open. It is open and is passable, as well as Parkside Avenue, which was closed, shut down, as well as a couple other surrounding streets. Northbound 29 is open and it is passable as well. So we know those are the major inlets and outlets down to the capital city. They are open. I'm not sure exactly how long they're going to stay open as we see water starting to rise. One of the things we also want to pay attention to is that the city of Trenton and the Delaware River does receive water from the Delaware water gap, as well as the other outlets that it dumps into. So as we are looking at where our flood stages are now, we must understand that we will take on additional water from different outlets into the Delaware River. As the police director said, we do have a shelter for anybody who wants to continue to voluntarily evacuate to it. It's at Joyce Kilmer Elementary School, 1300 Stuyvesant Avenue. And if you any information in reference to that, you can reach out to the Office of Emergency Management at 609-989-4200. We'll continue to be here monitoring the situation. And if there's any updates in reference to the flood, you can go to Trenton, www.trentonNJ.org/floods for any updated information from our public information office. Other than that, we just encourage everybody to stay safe. If roads start to conditions start to deteriorate, please use caution, turn around, get to higher levels, get to higher grounds, and we just encourage everybody to stay safe. And with that, thank you very much. And if there's any questions for me, you can ask me.
Just to be clear, the electricity and gas is shut off on the island section, and how many people have been evacuated so far?
Okay, so I'm not sure exactly where that initial rumor came from, but there has been no disruption of services on the island when it comes to gas or electric. The city of Trenton has not put out anything in reference to those things being discontinued at this point. So they're still.
The grid is still on.
The grid is still on. All power is still going to the houses and the island.
If anything will be shut off, it's just gas. but the electricity is on also to maintain a sewer pump so that there's no backwash.
How many people have been evacuated so far?
We knocked on everyone's door last night in the island. We encouraged them to leave by 8 o'clock this morning. Most people adhered to that. A couple stayed, but we thought it was going to be worse flooding. The condition is not any flooding right now. We hope that stays that way.
And just to be clear, the power grid is still on because we got from the city that it was supposed to be shut off at 8 this morning.
Yes, we were going to do that, but thank God we didn't have to because the water didn't go up that high. We also had a handful of persons that were at Joyce Kilmer School. Most people had alternative places to stay. I know one woman and her 2 cats were in a hotel last night. So cats are doing fine.
Is that your first rodeo, Mayor? I mean, you guys have a lot of experience with this river and its intricacies and the fluidity of the. So talk to us about that.
Well, also thank God that the Trenton Waterworks is still in operation. They're just at a reduced capacity. We are concerned about turbidity affecting the water, but it's being closely monitored, testing every few minutes. But we're standing ready to help wherever we can. We hope that the water does not crest above the embankment, but we're monitoring that very closely.
Were you aware of the rescue that Trenton Fire pulled off last night on Lower Ferry?
Yes,
We
and
listened to that. It was something.
it was miraculously, there was no life lost, and we had to even extend a ladder to the car to help evacuate. So our Trenton Fire Department did an extraordinary job saving 21 people from their cars. Well, thank you, folks, and we'll be patrolling around throughout the day. We hope to give you updates, but we hope everybody stays safe and stay away from the water embankment because you could be swiftly taken off by the Delaware's currents. So please stay safe. Thank you.
All right, so once again, officials obviously reminding people how dangerous it can be to be out in these floodwaters, especially when we know that there has been at least 10 confirmed deaths across the Northeast. So it's been an unfortunate event for many of these states as they continue to try to clean up after these storms had made their way through Wednesday night and here into Thursday as well. Of course, if we're hearing more updates on those confirmed number of deaths, we'll be bringing them to you here on Live Now from Fox. But right now, we do have Philadelphia officials who are speaking, giving an update on their response to these deadly storms that made their way through their area. Again, just outside Philadelphia, they had a confirmed tornado roll through some of their neighborhoods. So let's go ahead and listen into what our Philadelphia officials had to say after we all try to clean up, rescue, and recover after these storms.
You could also mute your microphone.
Try to get that up to the city. Over the Girard Point Bridge, there's some sort of lane.
Dina, can you mute them?
Okay, good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining our briefing on the City of Philadelphia's response to the effects of Ida. This briefing is for press only. If you are not a member of the media, please log out and watch today's live stream on the City of Philadelphia's Facebook page. Joining us today include the following speakers. We have Mayor Jim Kenney, Fire Commissioner and OEM Director Adam Teal, Richard Montanez, Deputy Commissioner for the Streets Department, and Brian Rodemaker with the Philadelphia Water Department. Available for questions is Managing Director Tumar Alexander, Joshua Lippert, our floodplain manager with license and inspections, Ray Well, Senior Vice President for Operations and Supply Chain with PGW, and Scott Sauer, SEPTA Assistant General Manager for Operations. We'll begin with opening remarks by Mayor Kenny. Mayor, you have the floor.
Thanks, Dina. The city of Philadelphia, as you clearly know, was significantly impacted by the storm, which lived up to the worst predictions and forecasts. The storm has inflicted significant damage across the region, flooding homes and businesses. And we've heard of reports of lives lost outside of the city. Our hearts and prayers go out to the residents and families who were affected by the flooding and tornadoes here and across the Delaware Valley. The remnants of Hurricane Ida brought historic levels of rain to southeastern Pennsylvania, causing extreme flooding, especially along the Schuylkill River. If you live in a flood-prone area like Manayunk or Eastwick, or another area and are experiencing flooding, please continue to shelter in place until waters recede and it becomes safe for you to leave your home. If you are experiencing an emergency, call 911. Again, please stay home. While the rain may have stopped and the sky is clear, the waters have not receded, and many waterways will be in flood stage until tomorrow. Flood conditions around rivers and waterways are expected to continue throughout the day. If you must travel today, please exercise caution. Avoid the most affected areas and err on the side of safety whenever possible. Because of the significant impact of the storm across the city and region and the ongoing flooding hazard, the City of Philadelphia announced that all city offices will be closed to the public today. People can still access resources online through the city's website, phila.gov. The city will be operating essential services only. Employees who can work remotely should check with their supervisors and do so. And while the storm continues to wreak havoc across the region, just as it has throughout other parts of the country, we must also note that extreme weather events like Ida are not isolated incidents. They are another indication of the worsening climate crisis. We will continue to take critical steps to ready Philadelphia for the climate of the future. As we rebound from the aftermath of Ida, our focus extends beyond recovery to building long-term resilience. Now I'd like to turn it over to Fire Commissioner and OEM Director Adam Teal, as well as our emergency service partners and others for updates around how the city is responding. Commissioner Teal.
Good morning. It was a very challenging night for the Philadelphia Fire Department, Office of Emergency Management, and our many response partners. We know the same is true for many Philadelphians. We're not out of this yet, however. The crest has not yet passed us, as far as we know, along the Schuylkill. We're talking continually to the National Weather Service. There are many flooded roads still in the city. We are still in a flood warning phase. So we really would encourage folks to do what the mayor said. Stay home, stay tuned. And if you have an emergency, call 911. If you do go outside, turn around, don't drown. Don't drive or ride or walk through floodwaters. You don't know how deep they are. You don't know what's underneath, and you don't know how fast moving those waters are. So please, if you can, stay home. We are still doing water rescues across the city. We've done that really for the past almost 15 hours now, continually. Thankfully, we have resources here from the National Guard, high water vehicles. We have our own swiftwater rescue teams. Our Urban Search and Rescue Task Force got back from a federal deployment to Alabama just in time to help us here in Philadelphia and also help out in Bucks County. We are still very much in an active incident. So we want to encourage people, again, stay informed, stay home if you can. At the same time, we're already starting to think about our recovery mode. This promises to be an historic event. We know that the flooding reached levels that have not been seen in more than 100 years, and potentially this will be a record-breaking flood. So we really do need your help to understand the impacts of the storm and the extent of the damage. Here are a couple ways that you can help. You can go to www.phila.gov/OEM/storm. That's phila.gov/OEM/storm. And you can actually put in pictures of damage if you experience damage. You can answer a short questionnaire. That's really going to help us with the damage assessment process as we move forward with our state and federal partners and try to get assistance for folks here in Philadelphia who are impacted by the storm. We also want to make sure that you're connected to information. You can text STORM PHL to 888-777 to get free severe storm updates. And of course, to receive all kinds of emergency information, you can do Ready Phila to 888-777. That's 888-777, Ready Phila or Storm PHL. And with that, I'll turn it back over. I do want to mention the fire department and OEM have been in a coordinating role, in a direct action role in many cases over the night. We did have so much assistance from so many partners, too many to name. This truly is one team, one mission. We are still at it, probably for the next 10 to 12 hours. So please stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now we'll turn it over to Rich Montanez, Deputy Commissioner for the Philadelphia Department of Streets.
Good morning and thank you. The Streets Department is currently about a half day behind on trash pickup. We're asking residents to put out their trash on their normal day. We will be picking up trash well into the weekend, and please be careful. We are going to go into the flooded areas once the waters recede. As far as road conditions, the Streets Department, once the police and fire department give us the okay, we will be cleaning those flooded roads with our street sweepers. So we are planning to clean the roads and open up the roads. If any resident sees a traffic signal out or a light pole down, please don't touch them. Dial 311 or use the app to let us know that they're there, and our crews will be responding to that problem. With that, that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Brian Rodemakers with the Philadelphia Water Department. Brian.
Thank you. Before the storm, the water department crews were working throughout the week around the clock to inspect storm drains and clean any, especially in areas that we know can be flood prone. Additional crews were deployed overnight to respond to any clogged inlets and flooded intersections. And we really rely on residents to report that to us. And our call center is open. It's open 24/7. So customers can reach us at 215-685-6300. That really is the fastest way to reach our dispatchers and get people out there. Clearly in areas along the river, we will need to wait for the water to recede before we can inspect those areas. But we ask you to be patient, and our crews will get to any areas where we believe there are clogged inlets as quickly as possible. As was noted, we're currently coordinating with other city agencies and government partners and monitoring the situation to respond to what's expected to be historic flooding in the Schuylkill. Our ability to deliver our core services has not been impacted, and we're going to continue to monitor the flooding, and we'll assist streets and other departments in providing cleanup and recovery support. Residents and businesses can find helpful information about flooding response on the city's flood management program page. That includes resources for specific areas like Germantown or Manayunk. If a customer does experience flooding on their property, we suggest that they fill out the city's flood report survey, which is at water.phila.gov/flood-survey. That provides us with information that the city can help to plan for flooding in the future. And customers can also report flooding at their properties to our hotline, which is again 215-685-6300. One thing that we really want to stress to people is not to flood or walk in flooded areas. A lot of times, people post pictures or videos to social media walking along the river or along the Kelly River Drive, sort of recreating in that water, but there's a high potential that it could be polluted with pathogens or other pollutants. The same goes with basement water. So if you can, avoid that water as much as possible. And always call 911 emergency. That's all for me.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll now move on to Q&A for members. Please use the raise your hand function to ask questions. As I mentioned, we have Managing Director Tumar Alexander, as well as representatives from LNI, PGW, and SEPTA. And also I want to add that we have Dr. William Height, Superintendent for the School District of Philadelphia, joining us as well. And we have Armando available for Spanish interpretation if needed. First up, I see Dale Mezzacappa with Chalkbeat. Dale, you should be able to unmute.
Hi. Thanks. I didn't expect to be the first question, but I am glad that Dr. Height is on the call, because I was going to ask, I guess, first the mayor, the reaction to the fact that the schools are open today, even though they opened late, or most of them opened late, given all the warnings that you said about how it's better to stay home. And also then asking Dr. Height if he could explain why a decision wasn't made earlier to either close the schools or open them later.
Dr. Height, I was not involved with the direct deliberations on school opening, so maybe you ought to start.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And Dale, to your question, thanks for your question. And so this, as you know, is an evolving situation. And naturally, we want to make communication to families as early as possible. The communication this morning went out later than we would have liked, and our goal is to always share that information as quickly as possible. So with respect to your specific question about why we are open, naturally, we consider ourselves an essential service, and we had information early on this morning, and based on that information, at the time that we received the information, understanding that SEPTA at the time was running normal routes and that we could get individuals to and from schools. And in some cases, children were already on buses on their way to school. We thought it was important to make sure schools stayed open. And the vast majority of our schools did not open late. The late opening, the 2-hour delay, was for schools or was intended for schools that had the latest bell time, that was 9 o'clock. And by that time, we had more of an indication of what the roads looked like and the difficulty with which individuals would have getting to and from schools. We did have 2 storm-related power outages. Those are at James Dobson Elementary and Albert Greenfield. Those schools were closed today. And we will be making an announcement later based on the current conditions and the ever-evolving conditions to all of our families, not about both dismissal today and hopefully about school tomorrow.
Thank you. Just one more follow-up question. We heard other issues about like damage at like Masterman where roof tiles fell in and people are now up in arms again about that. Can you confirm any of that?
Yeah, there were not roof tiles. There was leaking. There was a leak based on the water that the school took in, and there was a ceiling tile that fell. And that issue has been inspected, resolved, and I think it's 1 or 2 classrooms there. It was 1 ceiling tile in each of the classrooms that was holding water from leaks, and it's quite frankly why we're replacing the roof at Masterman.
And there was a lot of rain.
And Mayor Kenny, did you want to say anything about the decision to open the schools? You think it was wise?
I mean, hindsight's always 20/20, but everyone seems to be safe, and they'll make a decision on early dismissal for some schools in areas where there's issues. But everything, I don't decide myself whether to close the schools or not. So that's why we have a school board and a superintendent.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Dale. We'll move on to Jack Tomczyk with Metro.
Yes, thank you. Does the city of Philadelphia have any information on, are there any fatalities related to this incident at this time?
Adam?
We are not aware of any casualties related to this incident. I want to reiterate this is ongoing. We are not through the initial phases of the flooding yet, and we really want to encourage folks to be safe out there.
And Commissioner Teal, do you have any metrics on how many water rescues you've had to make over the past day or so?
We are actually still making them now. We still have water rescue teams in a couple locations around the city, so we haven't gone back and counted yet because we've been busy the entire night since the storm started.
And this is for SEPTA. How much damage has the system, experienced from this storm, and how long do you think it'll be back till it's running, at a normal schedule?
So the most significant damage we've taken so far was on the Norristown high-speed line up near DeKalb Street. And we have a fairly significant sinkhole up in that part of the line, which will suspend us probably at least through Monday. We're still assessing the damage there. We have significant flooding on our Manayunk-Norristown line on Regional Rail. So we have not had a chance to get in and assess the damage there yet from the flood. We have to wait for those waters to recede. Aside from that, most of our service, we had hoped to restore the Warminster line and Lansdale line, hopefully by the end of the day today. So far, just the Norristown speed line issue and the Manayunk-Norristown issues are the two items that we're taking a closer look at.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Laura McChrystal, Philadelphia Inquirer.
Hi.
On the water rescues, I know you said you haven't gone back and counted, but can you give us any estimate? Like, is it in the hundreds, the dozens?
I think we've probably rescued at this point more than 100 people. Again, we have active water rescues happening right now as we speak.
And have those people been moved to city evacuation centers, or where were they moved to?
We had 2 centers open overnight. We had one in Roxborough and one in West Philly. We didn't have anybody come to the West Philly center, which again,
All right, everybody, we will continue to monitor everything that is happening right there in Philadelphia as officials continue to talk about rescues and recovery. What we are going to do, we are in a holding pattern right now for President Biden to talk about his administration's plans for relief and those that need it the most. But we are going to go to some continuing breaking news. Fox 29 has coverage of a rescue underway in Wilmington, Delaware, where Joe Biden is from.
Looks like a civilian. I think the person in the white shirt is probably somebody that was inside that building. Here comes somebody out the window. They're getting close.
Oh no, we're pulling away. Just they're coming out.
Well, what we ought to do is maybe take a break and come right back then.
Okay, we will do that and we'll take you right back. Once again, this is Wilmington, Delaware.
You heard it right there. They are taking a quick break. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for joining us here today. I'm your host, Mike Pace, as we continue our coverage. It is now noon on the East Coast, 9 a.m. on the West Coast. And boy, we have seen historic flooding and powerful storms all connected with what was Hurricane Ida, still just ripping up parts here of the U.S. We've seen it rip through Louisiana, Mississippi, as it continued its way to the northeastern seaboard. And now we are seeing just more and more, unfortunately, flooding and really a tornado impacts there as well. Let me just show you some of the videos that we have here for you right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. I mean, this was in New York City yesterday. This is in Queens, and you're really just seeing the impact here of these storms here that continue to bring havoc in New York City, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, so many more. Let's go back out now to more coverage from Fox 29 of this historic flooding.
Yet another rescue, and we've seen continuous rescues happening across the area since last night.
Look at the stop sign, how high the water is. Mm-hmm. How high is the stop sign, do you think? 6 feet? A lot of times? Yeah.
Taller than me.
Well, what isn't? Oh, a horrible thing to say. Sorry, Alex.
It's okay. It's all good. It's just unbelievable what we're seeing. There's the other boat. Now it's moving out.
And yet another boat came in.
Oh, another. So there's 3.
Yeah.
3 rescue boats.
And I guess this is probably the parking lot of the apartment complex. Well, that's a street right there. Okay, another press conference for you. Is this Pennsylvania?
And PennDOT
Yes,
Acting Executive
Wolf.
Deputy Secretary Melissa Petula to take storm-specific questions. Governor?
Thank you very much, Beth. And thank you for joining us today. As you know, the remnants of Hurricane Ida brought historic rainfall to different parts of Pennsylvania all across the last several days. The storm began affecting areas in southwestern Pennsylvania. That's where Ida hit first on Tuesday, and areas in the eastern part of the state were affected all up into the morning of today. This was a rare culmination of events that caused record flooding in many places around the Commonwealth. And we know that many people across the state are dealing with the after effects of that storm today. And I want to thank all of the emergency personnel who have worked so hard throughout this storm to keep Pennsylvanians safe. Many of you have worked long hours in dangerous conditions without a break. I know Randy has been 2 days since you've been last slept. And the dedication of everybody working in emergency management to protecting your fellow Pennsylvanians, you folks saved many lives throughout this storm. Thank you also to the Pennsylvanians, to every Pennsylvanian who stayed off the roads during this storm. Thank you for doing your part to help emergency responders work faster and work more safely. Throughout the Commonwealth, we're slowly moving from response to recovery mode. That's going to look different in each community depending on the damage from the storm and the ongoing demands on the emergency services and the emergency personnel. I know that today many people in Pennsylvania are hurting. We experienced a historic storm here all across the Commonwealth, and many people had to deal with rare weather events that don't normally affect them, their families, their communities. A lot of Pennsylvanians will be dealing with very hard emotions today. They're going to be dealing with hard emotions tomorrow, and they're going to be dealing with hard emotions in the near future. If you are struggling with stress from the storm, help is available. You can call or text our disaster distress helpline at 1-800-985-5990 at any time, day or night. That's 1-800-985-5990. We all have a long road ahead of us. It will take time to complete damage assessments and make assistance and resources available. But we're going to continue to share information about assistance as it becomes available in the days and weeks ahead. Right now, my administration is continuing to do everything in our power to support local emergency officials as they begin to assess the damage this storm has caused in their communities. And while we all need to have some patience as we move forward, the response efforts to damage assessment recovery are taking place as we speak. There are things that Pennsylvanians can do now to prepare for what comes next. Let's be vigilant. Thank you, and now I'm going to turn things over to PEMA Director Randy Padfield to discuss more. Randy?
Thank you, Governor, and good afternoon. We know it's been a long last 24 to 36 hours for first responders and citizens of the Commonwealth who have been affected by Tropical Storm Ida. And I'd like to echo the governor's comments, thanking them for their service and dedication. The governor pointed out how dangerous some of this work happens to be, and I'd actually like to point out a situation that occurred last night while we were here in the Commonwealth Response Coordination Center. In one of the southeast counties, teams were out conducting flood evacuation and water rescues. One of the teams actually, in their boat, a number of firefighters got pinned up against a bridge pier by moving water and ended up having to be rescued themselves and actually transported to the hospital for evaluation. So this is extremely dangerous work. And we actually like to thank the citizens that really heeded the message to not go out and not put themselves in those situations. The first responders have performed valiantly over the last 24 to 36 hours. Starting early yesterday morning and working throughout the day and overnight hours, local first responders, both volunteer and career, have tirelessly responded to numerous water rescue and flooding situations to rescue and evacuate those in need, open roads, clear debris, and restore utilities. And to give you a kind of a sense or context of this, one of the counties that we were working with last night on a conference call indicated that they believe that they had just in that county responded with their first responders to well over 500 water rescue calls in one county. Last evening and throughout the overnight hours as the storm progressed across the state, we saw significant impacts to the southeast portion of the state in the greater Philadelphia area. Not only in the form of flooding, but also in the form of destructive tornadoes, which necessitated surging resources into that area of the state to effectively respond to the needs in those counties. While the water is receding in most parts of the state, we are still seeing ongoing flooding in the southeast portion of the state, some of which is surpassing record flood levels, and there are rescues ongoing. We also know that Ida has not only caused significant damage to homes, businesses, and public infrastructure, but for many it has significantly disrupted lives and families, as the governor has indicated. During the planning and response phases, we have also been concurrently planning for recovery operations to hasten the recovery of those that have been adversely impacted. This process has many pieces, but starts with meeting the immediate needs that individuals or families have for shelter, temporary housing, food, and security. Volunteer organizations such as the Red Cross, Salvation Army, religious organizations, and other voluntary organizations that are active in disasters are usually the organizations that work to meet those most critical needs first, but they can be supplemented by other programs. These programs are coordinated through your local emergency management office. Another phase of the recovery process involves a damage assessment for both individual damages and damage to public infrastructure and property, such as roads, bridges, and parks. This part of the recovery process is critical to justify requests for federal aid and support. Today, throughout the Commonwealth, individuals from your local municipality and the county will start the damage assessment process. Currently, we actually have overflights occurring to be able to capture a larger area of imagery in some of the most impacted areas of the Commonwealth. This is being done to be able to hasten the request process for federal aid. It is critical that if you've been impacted by this event, that you report your damages to your local emergency management coordinator or the county emergency management office. Other things you can do include contact your insurance company as soon as possible to discuss your coverage and begin your claims process. Take pictures of the damages you incurred for future reference and justification. Contact your credit card company or bank to report damaged, lost, or stolen cards. Save any receipts for items you purchased in support of your recovery. Identify items that you wish to save, and begin the cleaning process, which may include hiring a cleaning or restoration company, or, as I discussed previously, many of the volunteer organizations offer some assistance with muckouts and cleanup if your residence is adversely impacted by flooding. You can find these and many more tips in the After the Disaster Guide on the ReadyPA website at ready.pa.gov. Above all, we want those affected to know that there are many individuals working at all levels of government and within numerous organizations to hasten their recovery. The best way to know what is available and when it will be available is to stay informed by following local media sources.
And we are going out live right now. President Biden making remarks on his administration's response on Ida.
Governor Murphy of New Jersey. And I plan to speak with Governor Wolf of Pennsylvania after last night's devastating storm and floods from Hurricane Ida, the 5th largest hurricane in our history. Record rain fell in these states. New York recorded more rain yesterday, the first day of September, than it usually sees the entire month of September. We saw more than 3 inches of rain per hour fall in Central Park. The United States National Weather Service issued a flood emergency in Manhattan, Brooklyn, Queens, the Bronx, Staten Island, and parts of Long Island last night. This is the first time that such a warning has ever been issued for the city. People were trapped in the subways, but the heroic men and women of the New York Fire Department rescued all of them. They were trapped. We're seeing the same story of devastation and heroism across New Jersey and Pennsylvania as well. For now, 11 people in New York and New Jersey died because of the storm. And I want to express my heartfelt thanks to all the first responders and everyone who's been working through the night and well into the morning to save lives and get power back. There's a lot of damage, and I made clear to the governors that my team at the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, is on the ground and ready to provide all the assistance that's needed. In fact, our FEMA Director Administrator, Deanna Griswold, was the Chief Federal Response Officer after Superstorm Sandy in 2012. She knows what to do. And last night, at the request of California Governor Newsom, I approved an emergency declaration for California for the Calder fire, which is burning aggressively toward Lake Tahoe Basin and into Nevada. It's also one of the few fires that has ever burned from one side of Sierra Nevada's mountain range to the other. So far, it's burned more than 200,000 acres. Tens of thousands of people have had to evacuate their homes. The fire is threatening close to 35,000 structures, and more than 4,400 firefighters from the state and my federal team are working to contain and suppress this raging wildfire. The Department of Defense has trained and is deploying additional firefighters to support our ongoing firefighting efforts in California. This disaster declaration will help with evacuation, including sheltering and feeding for those who have been displaced. I want you to know, I've seen these firefighters up close. Their courage is astounding. And they're some of the bravest people I've ever known. I've known a lot of them. My heart goes out to them. My thanks is an abundant thanks for what they do. Now I want to provide an update on our efforts to help millions of Americans down south recover and rebuild from Hurricane Ida. We've been monitoring this hurricane closely and the devastation it's caused. To date, 6 deaths. About 1 million homes are without power in Louisiana and Mississippi. While the catastrophic flooding wasn't as severe as it was during Hurricane Katrina 16 years ago, Ida was so powerful that it caused the Mississippi River literally to change direction, change the flow temporarily. The good news is that as a result of significant multi-billion-dollar federal investment in the levee system around Metro New Orleans, it held. It was strong. It worked. But too many people and too many areas are still unprotected and saw a storm surge and flooding that was devastating. We've seen the reports of winds up to 170 miles per hour. It's not been confirmed yet by FEMA, but 170 miles an hour, causing unimaginable damage with debris and down power lines, making roads impassable, and slowing response efforts to save folks and property. You know, the people continue to shelter in place. Tomorrow, I'll be traveling to Louisiana to meet with Governor John Bell Edwards, as well as the parish presidents and mayors and the local officials representing the affected areas. Governor Edwards encouraged me to come and assured me that my visit will not disrupt recovery efforts on the ground. That's what I wanted to be sure of. My message to everyone affected is we're all in this together. The nation is here to help. That's the message I've been making clear to the mayors, governors, energy and utility leaders in the region whom my administration has been working closely with over the past few days. Working with governors in the area, even before Ida made landfall, I issued emergency declarations for Louisiana and Mississippi to help us respond quickly. FEMA pre-positioned more than 4.3 million meals and more than 3 million liters of water and other critical resources in the region before it hit. We deployed more than 250 generators, and we're working to getting more into the area, especially to hospitals in desperate need of them. The Department of Health and Human Services deployed a 250-bed federal medical shelter in New Orleans and 5 medical assistance teams available throughout the state. Since the hurricane hit, more than 6,000 members of the National Guard have been activated in Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Texas, and other states to support search and rescue and recovery efforts. For those who have lost their homes, states have been working with the American Red Cross to open almost 50 shelters across the Gulf Coast. We know that there is much to be done in this response on our part. We need to get power restored. We need to get more food, fuel, and water deployed. I get hourly updates on the progress from FEMA well into the night, and we'll be working around the clock until the critical needs of the region are fully met, and we will meet them. Even as we tackle the core elements of the disaster response, we're also deploying new tools to help speed this recovery, things that have not been used very much in prior hurricane responses. Working with private companies that own and operate the lifeline infrastructure, like electricity and communications, we've used the latest technology to accelerate restoration of power and cell phone service. It's beginning to get back up, but there's a long way to go. For example, to minimize the amount of time it will take to get the power back to everyone, I've directed the Federal Aviation Commission, the FAA, to authorize the use of surveillance drones to assess Ida's damage to energy infrastructure, while ensuring those flights do not disrupt aerial search and rescue missions. Likewise, I've asked the Pentagon, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of Energy to immediately make available any satellite imagery they can help provide in assessing the extent of the damage. Drones and satellites can make the work faster by getting to the places that are most desperately in need. They can identify where the lines are down, map the damage, help get the transmission lines back up and running in all the parishes. But people, hard-working people, do the complicated and dangerous work. There are more than 25,000 linemen and clearance crews from 32 states in the District of Columbia racing to restore power. In Alabama, 2 have died on the job. This is complicated and really dangerous work, but we're moving as fast as humanly possible to get it done. It's important to know that the region hit by Ida is the key center of our nation's oil production and refining infrastructure. That's why we're not waiting to assess the full impact of the storm is going to have on oil production and refineries. We're moving already, quickly, to increase the availability of gas and easing the pressure on gas prices around the country. I've directed the Secretary of Energy, Jennifer Granholm, to use all of the tools at her disposal, including using the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to keep gas flowing to the pumps. In order to get critical supplies to the region to beat the pandemic, I directed the Department of Transportation to renew an energy declaration to provide flexibility on how many hours a truck driver can drive. Most people don't know there's a limitation on the number of hours you can be on the road. The Transportation Department is broadening that emergency declaration to include transportation of gasoline and other types of fuel as well, in addition to medical supplies and food. In addition, the Environmental Protection Agency has approved emergency waivers for Louisiana and Mississippi that will expand the supply of gasoline that can be sold in those states and increase availability at such a critical time. These actions should help reduce the risk of gas shortages and price increases as a result of the hurricane. We also know a lot of people lost cell phone service because their particular carrier's tower went down or got damaged. A few days ago, I asked the Federal Communications Commission, the FCC, and my White House team to work with the cell phone companies to allow customers to use roaming services. So that means that folks in the area should be able to get a signal no matter what carrier they're with. If their one carrier's down, they can roam and use another carrier they're not part of, they're not signed up with. Just think of the sons and the daughters and the moms and dads, the loved ones trying to reach each other and the feeling of fear, maybe something happened. And it's just because they can't, the cell phone's not working. Think of the millions of people reaching out for help. This is important and it's critical. Now, a lot of private companies and public entities are doing their part. Today, I'm calling on insurance companies not to evade their responsibility to keep the priorities they made to their customers and the promises they made, and help some folks who are hurting. Here's the deal. FEMA is providing critical need assistance, for example, to help with a hotel bill you racked up because you couldn't stay in your home during the hurricane. The Department of Housing and Urban Affairs, HUD, is also offering assistance to families in impacted areas. But right now, we're hearing reports that some insurance companies may deny coverage for additional living assistance expenses unless the homeowner was under a mandatory evacuation order. So people pay their insurance premiums. They're supposed to get payments from their insurance companies for relocation costs. But insurance companies, in the face of the strongest storm since 1850, say, no, we're not going to pay you what we owe you. Because the fact is, parishes in Louisiana, like New Orleans and St. John's, issued a voluntary evacuation order at first and may not have even had enough time to make a mandatory one as the storm moved in so fast. Other parishes, a voluntary evacuation order suggested that residents could try to protect themselves by sheltering in place against the ferocious winds. We can all understand why folks felt safest leaving their homes and going elsewhere, out of the path of the devastating storm. No one fled this killer storm because they were looking for a vacation or a road trip. They were able to stay in a hotel. They left their homes because they felt it was flee or risk death. There's nothing voluntary about that. So I'm calling on the private insurance companies right now, at this critical moment. Don't hide behind the fine print and technicality. Do your job. Keep your commitments to your communities that you insure. Do the right thing and pay your policyholders what you owe them to cover the cost of temporary housing in the midst of a natural disaster. Help those in need. That's what all of us need to do. That's what we're trying to do. FEMA has pushed out $77 million to the people of Louisiana so far, individuals. My message to the people of the Gulf Coast, who I'm going to visit tomorrow, we are here for you. And we're making sure the response and recovery is equitable so that those hit hardest get the resources they need and are not left behind. Whether you're a homeowner, a renter, a parent, a small business owner, no matter who you are, if you live in the affected area, please visit disasterassistance.gov. Go online and visit disasterassistance.gov to find help now. That's disasterassistance.gov. Or call 1-800-621-FEMA, F-E-M-A. 1-800-621-FEMA, F-E-M-A. That's 1-800-621-3362. There's help you can qualify for right away. I've tasked my senior advisor, Cedric Richmond, New Orleans neighbor and former congressman from Louisiana's 2nd District for 10 years, to lead this relief effort. He knows the area, he knows the people, he knows how to get things done, and he knows they get things done when local, state, and federal level are all working together alongside the private sector. The people of Louisiana and Mississippi are resilient and resourceful. We're going to stand with you for as long as it takes to recover and allow you to rebuild. And to the country, the past few days of Hurricane Ida and the wildfires in the West and the unprecedented flash floods in New York and New Jersey is yet another reminder that these extreme storms and the climate crisis are here. We need to be much better prepared. We need to act. When Congress returns this month, I'm going to press for their action on my Build Back Better plan. That's going to make historic investments in electrical infrastructure, modernizing our roads, bridges, our water systems, sewer and drainage systems, electric grids and transmission lines, and make them more resilient to these superstorms and wildfires and floods that are going to happen with increasing frequency and ferocity. We're reminded that this isn't about politics. Hurricane Ida didn't care if you were a Democrat or a Republican, rural or urban. This destruction is everywhere. And it's a matter of life and death, and we're all in this together. This is one of the great challenges of our time. But I'm confident we'll meet it. We're the United States of America. And there's simply nothing, you've heard me say it before, nothing beyond our capacity when we work together. So for all those who are still in harm's way, for all those struggling to deal with the aftermath of these storms and fires, say, God bless you. Keep the faith. Everyone working day and night to look out for their fellow Americans is what this is about. And we're going to get this done. Thank you.
Mr. President, one question on funding, sir. Called for a whole-of-government approach on taxes, sir.
All right, so President Biden wrapping up remarks, not taking any questions from the media, but talking about how he He's going to be visiting Louisiana tomorrow to survey the damage for himself right there and for the rest of the administration, so they could start really putting some funds to use there for the people of Louisiana that are desperately needing some help, as we are learning that some people will not be able to get power for weeks and weeks, maybe even up to a month right now. 1 million people still without power there in Louisiana. And then, of course, he was talking about all of the flooding that happened in the Northeast. We are going to continue to provide you with coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for a quick two-minute break. When we come back, of course, more updates from around the country, but we are focusing on the Northeast right here on Live Now from Fox.
Including into Staten Island, 8.92 inches of rain, New Rochelle, 7.79, and 6.63 for you in Center Reach. So those are some of your New Jersey numbers, New York numbers. New Jersey numbers just about the same range, 8.59 inches of rain for you in Waldwick, Harrison, 8.61, and New Brunswick, about 7 inches of rain. Same thing for you happened up in Connecticut, just a little bit less in that location, but still about doubling what we have with that big rain event that came through a couple of weeks ago. So now we've got this storm getting out of here. High pressure's in control. That's our friend. We're going to see sunshine for the rest of the day today. High temp gets up to 75. Looks like it will be dry for a little while here. And we're going to keep it dry and eventually get some rain, but not until the weekend here. Chris?
Okay, a little tiny dry break. All right, Mike, thank you very much. Well, this was the scene on the FDR. Take a look at this. Last night, it was one of the many, many thoroughfares made impassable. Drivers having no choice but to just abandon their cars in the middle of the road. Well, today's drivers navigating around dozens of those stranded vehicles. On the Major Deegan Expressway, firefighters reported about 80 disabled vehicles. Boats had to be deployed to rescue at least 48 stranded drivers. Let's get to Inez Rosales. All right, we're going to come back to Inez in just a moment. But here in New York City, at least 9 people have died as a result of the flooding caused by last night's rainfall. 8 of those in Queens. In Whitestone, a large canopy collapsed onto a vehicle at an Exxon gas station. Matt King is there live right now with more on the situation. Mac.
Yeah, Chris, if you've been outside this morning, now this afternoon, it's an absolutely flawless New York City day. In many places with little evidence of the absolute hot mess that was last night. Then you start driving around, you see water in low-lying places, silt in the roadway, abandoned cars, traffic in weird places at weird times, and more dramatically, scenes like the one behind me, which still pales in comparison to images from last night. A geyser of frothy brown water erupted in the 28th Street subway station in Chelsea Wednesday night. Trains passing through the Jefferson Street station in Bushwick. The MTA evacuated at least 6 trains stuck between stations, but the underground still may have proved the safer and drier option. Streets in all 5 boroughs flooded, drowning maroon vehicles like these on Knickerbocker Avenue in Bushwick.
This is the corner 47 and Stillman. It's Sunnyside. Right now I'm looking north on 47. It's a little past my knees here in the middle. It's probably not safe to be in here, so I'm gonna get out of this.
The storm transformed the FDR into a bubbling chute of water. Columbus Avenue sunk between 97th and 100th Street. Central Park recorded more than 8 inches of rain, a record 3.15 inches in a single hour. Multiple feet of water filled the parking lot outside of a Costco on Staten Island, and drivers wove around abandoned vehicles near the intersection of Webster Avenue and East Gun Hill Road in the Bronx. Viewers will hear and see a lot of cliches in the following hours and days, comparing scenes from the city Wednesday to a disaster movie. But for many parts of the 5 boroughs, the remnants of Ida proved legitimately disastrous. Public transit is slowly restoring service, but it is nowhere near fully reopened. So if you don't have to travel today, whether by road or rail, it's probably a good day to stay at home and postpone your commutes or your errands until at least tomorrow. Live in Whitestone, Queens, I'm Matt King, Fox 5 News. Chris?
All right, Mac, thank you very much. Well, Governor Kathy Hochul canceled her schedule for the day, and she held a joint briefing with Mayor de Blasio right here in the city. She said even though we saw record flash floods here in town, she made a point to warn New Yorkers that what we saw last night will happen again, and we must be prepared for it, especially when it comes to the readiness of the city's transit system.
Trains were shut down, people were stranded. The
fear that they must have experienced when this occurred, I cannot imagine. And I don't want this to happen again.
She went on to thank all the transit workers who were deployed to take people from flooded stations to safety. It was a mess last night, still a mess today. Let's bring in Inez Rosales for the latest on traffic and transit. What's it like right now?
Chris, as Mike King mentioned, it's a mess with transit, so you want to postpone running those errands, and if you're heading to the U.S. Open, plan ahead. So here's what's going on. Metro North, that remains suspended. Crews are assessing the damage. They're trying to at least resume limited service today. Long Island Railroad, for the most part, it is running a 15-minute delay across the board. Port Washington branch, that remains suspended between Metz Willets Point, heading towards Port Washington. Oyster Bay branch suspended between Oyster Bay and Locust Manor. New Jersey Transit trains completely suspended. They are cross-honoring system-wide.
All right, so those were just some of the dynamic videos from New York City. We'll show you even more in just a little bit here on Live Now from Fox, but I want to keep it going, keep you in New York right now, but show you once again, New York Governor Hochul at another event there talking about storm recovery efforts as major flooding has happened.
How do you think?
Sure.
We all ready here? Anybody unread? All good? All right, guys. Thank you.
The Port Washington line has been disrupted considerably, and they are working tirelessly to restore the tracks so they're safe once again, and they anticipate in the next few hours they'll be able to make some announcements as to the timing. So that's what we just saw, but I want to thank the incredible leaders who are with me here today. Jan Oliver, first of all, I've been on the job a week. We've already had, there you are, we've had some other shutdowns and disasters, and I feel very confident in his leadership. This is not my first disaster. I've been handling these for many decades as a local official and a member of Congress and this lieutenant governor, but also the decades of experience that these individuals bring to it. So I have confidence in the MTA to get us restored. Phil Ling, the president of the Long Island Railroad, who's again is working day and night to make sure we restore service to thousands of commuters. Our Nassau County Executive Laura Kern, who's been a friend and a partner through so many years, and her great service to this community is never taken for granted. Amazing job here as well, and thank you for your immediate responsiveness in the aftermath of this incredible storm. Senator Anna Kaplan, we were together in our state capitol yesterday working on relief for our renters and landlords, and had to come down immediately to be able to address another crisis situation. I also want to recognize our Mayor Ted Rosen's here. Thank you, Mayor, for joining us, and Deputy Mayor of Great Neck Village is here as well. And I think I've got my elected officials. What we saw last night was nothing short of unprecedented. I mean, I cannot imagine a community having gone through this before. In fact, we're told it was a 500-year event. I'm not sure how they know that. I'm not sure who was here 500 years ago to tell us that, but that is the scale we're talking about. But one thing I want to make clear, we're not treating this as if it's not going to happen again for 500 years. What we saw, the record rainfall that precipitated the situation we have here in Great Neck, as well as what we've seen all the way from here to Suffolk, to the 5 boroughs, to Rockland, to Putnam, to Westchester. It was an unbelievable amount of rainfall in an incredibly short amount of time. We're talking about literally from 8:50 p.m. to 9:50 p.m. last night, record-shattering rainfall at LaGuardia, at JFK, at Central Park. Records were broken, but what is fascinating is that the records that they broke were literally set a week before. That's what we're dealing with now, my friends. So when you talk about how is this happening, people have been warning for decades that the effect of climate change and what it would do to our communities, it's happening right now. It is not a future threat. It is a current situation, and it is the status quo. We know how to build resiliency. We saw that particularly here on Long Island after Superstorm Sandy. Many of our coastal areas are in a far better place to be able to handle the wind and wave action. I just was down last week and anticipating the onslaught of Hurricane Henri, and I was on the beaches, and I saw what we had done to build up. But what we're not prepared for And what I'm not satisfied with is what's happening in our streets at the higher elevations. They're not able to sustain the effect of flash floods. Flash floods are now coming. It's not waves off the ocean or the sound. It is flash floods coming from the sky. It was literally Niagara Falls here. And I've been in Niagara Falls 1,000 times. That's what the staircase looked like here. What we have to do next is to immediately assess loss of life, and there sadly has been the loss of 9 New Yorkers as a result of this horrific storm. And I cannot imagine a family that said goodnight to someone yesterday or saw them go off in their car or know that they were safe in their home to find out the next morning that they're no longer with us because of Mother Nature and her fury. It is absolutely heartbreaking to fathom that experience, and we want to protect human life as much as possible. We also are concerned about the damages and just short distance from here, the flooding in basements, people's most prized possessions washed away, family photos of their babies. I lost pictures of my kids when they were born in floods myself. I know how sad this can be. Our businesses have been affected. So what I want to send to them is a message. What we're doing here is on the ground, is doing assessments, and I want to you'll get a complete report from our leadership at the Long Island Railroad as well as local leaders in a few moments in the MTA. But my overall strategy is this. We deal with the immediate crisis. It's not quite over, but we're getting there. We remediate to protect life and property, which is going on right now, which is why these incredible crews under the leadership of Anthony Simon and all of the transit workers at SMART are doing an incredible job. They're tireless, and I'm so impressed by them. We deal with the immediate situation. Then I start asking the questions. Did we have enough warning? Did we let people know? Did we shut down subways earlier? Was there a breakdown in communication with the weather systems? Were we prepared enough? I am going to intensely ask those questions, get the answers, and when I get them, I will share them with the public. Because every crisis is an opportunity to learn and to improve and be more prepared for the next one. I have been through countless physical disasters, natural disasters, and so that's the approach I'm going to take. But that's in the short term. The long term is, how do we get more infrastructure dollars to communities like this? And I want to tell you, I just spoke to President Biden in the last hour. I was with Senator Schumer, with members of the delegation. They are 100% committed to working to bring the dollars home to do long overdue improvements to areas that you don't even see. You don't even see a street like this where it can be compromised. When you get a flash flood situation, the raging floodwaters cannot be contained by the existing storm sewers and drainage systems, and then the floods start going into our subway system. That's what happened here. It happened all over Long Island. It happened in New York City and our surrounding counties. That's what we have to address. That is the long-term answer to building up. And the other long-term answer is doing whatever we can in our power to continue to fight back climate change, continue to transition to carbon neutral energy, to make sure that we're doing everything we can. And I am 100% committed to ensuring that New York continues to lead the way in a clean energy future that'll protect our environment. We have no choice, my friends. The future we spoke about in dire terms, that future is now. It's happening. We're losing lives, we're losing property, and we cannot continue on this path. So that is the sense of urgency that I'm bringing to this situation, and I want to thank everyone for attending, thanking the homeowners and the businesses for hanging in there. I've deployed the Department of Financial Services to bring out teams in person to help people file their claims for insurance. I told the insurance companies, get ready. I don't want delays. I want your claim adjusters out there meeting with property owners right now so we can get money to them. And I also, lastly, I want to tell you that President Biden assured me that anything we ask for, he will grant. So we're doing our FEMA assessments almost immediately to determine the scope of the expenses that have been incurred by municipalities, the state government, as well as homeowners and businesses. We'll put together that package. I fully anticipate that it'll exceed the $30 million threshold in order to apply for FEMA funds. And then the president said the second he gets it, he'll sign it and make it happen so the money can start flowing to give us relief. That was the commitment I received from President Biden. He said, Kathy, whatever you need, I'm there for you. So I will take that to heart, and I know that he means that sincerely. And I just want at this time thank everyone again for coming out, and I'll turn it over to Jan Oliver, our leader at the MTA, and thank him for everything he has done. A lot of sleepless nights starting. It just never seems to stop. I've always said sleep is overrated, so we're going to be just fine. So don't worry about us. Jana.
Governor, you assumed your position a short time ago, but yet you and I have got to know each other through a couple of emergencies. And somebody asked me, how is it dealing with the new governor? I said, before she was a senior state official, before she was a congresswoman, the governor was a local elected official. And her experience in emergency management has showed the partnership has been extraordinary. Her interest in the specific details of how we were managing the crisis, what was the impact on people's lives and our ability to recover. It's been a great partnership, and the proof is in the pudding. The Long Island Railroad is operating on every branch today. No one would have thought that was possible last night. Metro North, which had power infrastructure out, is operating on 2 of their 3 branches. The New York subway system is operating, so the focus on returning to service, on restoring the service and getting back to normal has really paid off, and I thank the governor for her support on that. When I came in a couple of weeks ago, one of the first things I did was to establish an urgent collaboration with the City of New York's Department of Environmental Protection, which runs the sewer system and the drainage system, about we've done a lot for coastal resiliency. How are we going to start to deal with this flash flooding problem, this problem that has emerged, that in the era of climate change, we're going to have these extreme weather events that create flooding even at much higher elevations. Today was a day that we actually had scheduled a series of outings to do that. Clearly, it is more urgent than ever that we increase, as the governor has outlined, the ability of our street drainage infrastructure in all communities to accept these kinds of extreme weather events that are going to produce flash flooding. So we're going to do it under the governor's leadership, and we're going to make sure that the MTA, as it is today, is always able to recover quickly, provide service, and to deliver people safely to wherever they need to get. So I thank you, Governor, and it's my pleasure to call on my partner, Phil Eng, the president of the Long Island Railroad.
Thank you, Jano, and thank you, Governor, for your support, and thank you to all of our prestigious guests here for the support as well throughout. It means a lot to us. It means a lot to the workforce to know that we have that support. The effects of Tropical Storm Ida brought over a short period of time an unprecedented amount of rain across our system, causing flash flooding, fallen trees, power outages, and track damage across the island and the New York metropolitan area. But despite the wrath of Tropical Storm Ida, I'm proud to report that we were able to restart restoring service on Long Island Railroad around 4 a.m. this morning. Working around the clock, we began restoring service on most branches and now have 9 of 11 in full operation. Oyster Bay is limited operation, but it is running single track. And Port Washington, as you can see, the workers are here, and we will have that single track back this afternoon with full service by the morning rush hour on Port Washington. But we made a difficult decision last night, but it was the right decision to suspend service around 12:30 in the morning to ensure the safety of all of our riders and all of our workforce. And it's not a light decision to make to shut down service, but with the visibility at near zero and seeing the devastation that Ida was causing elsewhere, it was the right call. The heroic workforce has been working with determination to make sure the system has been more resilient to mitigate the impacts of Tropical Storm Ida and Mother Nature, that everything that she has to throw at us. And the workforce did what they do best last night. They responded in harrowing conditions to get our system up and running as quickly as possible again. I'm certain because of these efforts, we're able to avoid and limit many impacts that we would have had expected from this type of record rainfall, enabling us to restore service much more quickly. Our crews are still out there working around the clock to bring Port Washington back. As I mentioned, we're targeting the PM rush right here in Great Neck. Debris, you can see it, but they are there, and we'll put new ballots, we'll run test trains, and we'll make sure it's safe to restore service this afternoon. And while trains on the Oyster Bay are running Locust Valley, that's going to be fully restored as well to Oyster Bay. In the meantime, we've launched a shuttle from Penn Station to Metz Willits for customers looking to get to the U.S. Open. I'd like to give a special thanks to our Senior Vice President of Operations, Rob Free. Him and his team did an outstanding job in planning, coordinating the response throughout this whole emergency, enabling transportation and engineering to do what they do best. And one last thing, as we stand out here, and we know it looks sunny outside, but there's a lot of cleanup left to do. And right here on Long Island Railroad, but across all of our transportation partners. So I thank those that heeded the governor's calls to stay at home, avoid travel if you can. This gave us all what the time we needed to do work safely and to restore full service. And aside from us, the highways, the bridges, they took on a tremendous amount of water as well. I think the people that are out there see it, the media is covering, and thank you for that because it gets the word out. There are still vulnerable areas out there, so if you don't need to travel, I remind everyone, please don't. And as always, the communication with our riders is important. You can check MTA, the website, or our Long Island Railroad train time for updated status information. And thank you very much. I appreciate everyone's support and patience. Now, County Executive Laura Curran is going to speak.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Phil. And thank you, Governor Hochul, for coming to Nassau County and seeing this firsthand. I know that you have a strong background in local government, and that is shining through. We as local officials really appreciate you coming here and seeing what's happened. So Governor Hochul used the word unprecedented, and that's a word that gets bandied about for just about everything these days, but it's not an exaggeration. Since we started keeping records of rainfall, we had an unprecedented amount of rainfall last night, 3 inches in 1 hour here on the North Shore. So while the sun is shining, the streets are dry, the sky is blue, last night there was a literal waterfall going down into the tracks right behind where we stand right now. But thanks to the great leadership of the MTA and the Long Island Railroad, thanks to the men and women doing the actual work, people are getting where they need to go. Life is going on. It's continuing. You know, we mourn for those just a little to the west of us, people who have lost their lives, our neighbors in New Jersey that experienced terrible devastation. Relatively speaking, we got out okay. Yes, we had flooding. Yes, we had abandoned cars. We had to rescue people from the side of the road submerged in their cars, and flooded basements we're dealing with right now, and some serious damages to property. But by and large, we're going to be fine, and it's thanks to the partnerships that we have with our villages, with the state, with the Long Island Railroad that will get us through this. So we know that these storms will continue to come. I appreciate the emphasis on getting those federal dollars to protect this beautiful island that we're blessed to live on. It is now my pleasure to introduce State Senator Anna Kaplan, who I believe had to struggle to get back from Albany, but she's here right on time, so thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to start by saying thank you, Governor Hochul. You're not a stranger to Long Island and to this region. You've always been here. And you standing here with us today means so much to all of us. Thank you for this partnership. I want to thank our President Biden for forging this partnership with you, wanting to hear how he can help us, how he can help you, and how he can help the residents of state of New York. Right now, we need that help. And really a big, big shout out and thank you to our federal representatives, our Senator Schumer, Senator Gillibrand. Senator Schumer is always around and is always fighting for more federal dollars for us. We need the help now. I want to thank all the first responders for everything that they've done in the last 24 hours. Our community says thank you to all of our residents. We're grateful. I'm thankful for MTA working with Jan Oliver and Phil. In the last 3 years, we've seen improvement in Long Island Railroad and a better system for our residents. Our job is not done. We will keep at it. But again, thank you so much. Thank you for coming here and wanting to hear from all of us.
Thank you. Thank you. Anthony, you want to say anything? I'd like to introduce Anthony Simon. It's his men and women who are out there endangering their own lives, making sure that we can get safely where we need to go. And I want to thank him for his friendship over the years, but also just making so much happen. They're the ones who are going to be able to restore this power, this service that we all need. So, Anthony Simon. Oops.
Thank you, Governor. First, let me echo what everybody's saying. Governor, it was a breath of fresh air to see you here today. You've always been here. I've known you for so long. The phone is always open. You don't shy away from trouble. You step in and you take it by the bull by the horns and you get the job done. We appreciate the support that you've shown us since the day I met you, whether it's through a storm or through bad times or good times. Our men and women are going to make a commitment like we've always made the commitment to all of you, to the community, to the governor, to the MTA. Anything you throw at us, we are going to handle. We hope it doesn't come, but we are ready. We will work as we have been around the clock to restore service. We will not listen to outside noise. We will get the job done like we always do in a safe way and protect you and the entire community. And our county executive has been a partner with us, as well as our senator and the mayor from Great Neck. We won't stop. I give you my word as the leader of the largest organization on Long Island Railroad. I will be out here with them, making sure they are safe so that you are safe. So, Governor, thank you. We appreciate you, and you all should appreciate what's coming now is a strong leader in the governor, and she will be here to protect us no matter when it's night, day, or good or bad. So thank you, and thank you all for supporting us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mayor, did you want to add anything? Yeah. Mayor Rosen from the great community of Great Neck.
Thank you. Thank you, Governor, for being here. We are very happy to welcome the governor to our village. I don't know that there has ever been an incoming governor in the history of New York State that has had to deal with such major weather impacts in the very early days of her administration. And we are very pleased in the way she's done that. She's assumed leadership, decisive, strong leadership, and we thank you for that. This was a terrible storm. There's no doubt about it. And we mourn, as the county executive and the governor said, we mourn the loss of those whose lives were lost. And we are thankful for our first responders. We particularly have to thank the MTA and the Long Island Railroad and the workers who are on the tracks right now. If you could see the pictures from last night, this really was Niagara Falls. And service, I'm told, will be restored shortly. And that's really due to the hard work and dedication of the workers of the Long Island Railroad, and we are very thankful for that. Here in Great Neck Plaza, we had a tough time. Luckily, it was not as bad as it could have been, but because of the flooding, we did sustain floods in a number of our buildings, including the village garage, the bottom level of the village hall, one of our municipal garages. And I think it falls to all of us to find ways, working together, as I know we will with the new governor and with the county executive and our state senator, to find ways to mitigate the short-term consequences of these storms, which apparently are coming now with more frequency. And beyond that, we have to find ways to mitigate the long-term consequences of climate change. So again, we thank the governor for being here today. And just so the governor has something, in addition to all this positive news from the Long Island Railroad, to remember about Great Neck Plaza, I am pleased to present to the governor an official shirt from Great Neck Plaza and the official cap of the village of Great Neck Plaza. And we look forward to the governor coming back to visit us on 100% happy occasions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your words of support and letting the public know that we're on the ground, we're ready to take decisive action, and we'll do everything we can to protect them, their homes, and their businesses. Are there any questions at this time?
Governor, given the amount of rain superseded anything that was anticipated and was unprecedented, do you believe there was some kind of breakdown in communication? Was there a lack of preparation, lack of information passed on to the state? What happened here?
We all monitor the same weather systems as everyone else. I mean, we talk to the meteorologists. They do their best predictions. But this is not the only place in the country where people have been stunned by a turn of events. And I will also say it was just about 10 days ago, I was walking the beaches of Long Island telling everybody I was told by the meteorologists that we're going to expect the equivalent of Superstorm Sandy. So I was literally evacuating people, and then it didn't hit. So it's very hard to get this precise, but the communications I'm talking about is telling the public. I mean, are people getting messages on their cell phones? Stay home. Don't take the sun. I want to analyze this. I want to find out how we're communicating with the public as directly as we can with the information we have. And when it changes quickly, that 1 hour from 8:51 actually, to 9:51 was extraordinary. And to be able to reach people right before and say, danger, warning, stay home, don't leave your house. Or if you're in your house, don't be in your basement. Don't be in your basement. It's probably the most dangerous place you can be, and definitely don't be in your vehicles. So I'm going to analyze that and find out what we knew exactly when, but we are following traditional mechanisms for communication from the weather sources.
A question probably for President Eng. You know, we know the railroad's vulnerability to extreme weather. Typically, we're talking about temperatures, snow, wind. Not often do we hear about rainfall kind of crippling the Long Island Railroad. Can you spell out exactly what this amount of rainfall does to the Long Island Railroad's infrastructure?
So, one of the things that we have been doing over the last 2 years when I first joined the railroad is actually to look at what we needed to protect the railroad. And on the Long Island Railroad forward, we've been replacing switches, we've been replacing the drainage system, because we know that rainfall is a part of these storms, not only wind, not only snow events, but this type of rain is something. And then you mentioned, you know, we plan for the worst, even though the weather report did not indicate it to be as strong. The system actually held up phenomenal given the amount of rain that we had. And that's a testament to the amount of work we've done over the last few years. It's a testament to the planning we did in advance of this storm and the fact that we restored in such time. It shows that things that would have traditionally happened had we not done that work, we prevented it, we avoided it, and that's why service is back. We made the right decision at 12:30 in the morning to suspend, to keep everyone safe, but then we were able to start bringing it back again with under 4 hours. We're prepared for all of that. We know Mother Nature has gotten much tougher, and the events are much more severe and more frequent. So we're always going to be on our toes, regardless of our predictions and you know, any event, whether it's Mother Nature or otherwise.
Thank you. All right, thank you all for coming out. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And that was the second update there from the New York governor. We've heard from a lot of officials here today, including President Biden. We've heard from the New Jersey governor, the Pennsylvania governor. We'll play out all of those a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox, just in case you missed it. We are getting close now to the 1 o'clock hour on the East Coast, 10 a.m. on the West Coast in just moments. But this is something that we are going to be talking about for a good portion here of the day, about these historic flooding videos that we are seeing that continues to come in, especially that happened overnight there in New York City. We're going to get to that in just a moment, but we should also mention that we are awaiting a White House news briefing. We just heard from President Biden. Biden is set to go to Louisiana tomorrow to survey all of the damage there from Hurricane Ida. Hard to believe that this is all in the same week. We are talking about these severe storms all impacted there by Ida there. Earlier in the week, it was all about the Gulf Coast, and we are still praying and thinking of everyone there in the New Orleans area after the major Hurricane Ida storm pushed through there and put a lot of people without power. Close to 1 million people still without power right now. But we are going to reset here in just moments and get you all set up for Live Now from Fox in this next hour. Hi, everybody. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Thanks so much for joining us here today as we reset and give you the very latest on historic flooding, tornado damage in the Northeast. It's all in the mix right here. Welcome, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, a new hour, and we have more live coverage to get to in just moments. This is a look here at what should be a street, but now just looks like a small lake here. This is in Trenton, New Jersey. Live look at that right now. New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, all in the mix here for this huge storm that pushed through, leaving inches and inches of rain, feet of rain there as well, and unfortunately turning deadly as well. So we've been hearing anywhere from over 10 people killed in these storms already just from yesterday. We'll keep an eye on everything that is happening, of course, right here on Live Now from Fox. But let's roll out some of the tape that we have here from these incredible video that came in really through social media and really everywhere else that people were talking about this. Take a look at this. This is in Queens, New York right now. Thanks to Joseph English for putting this here. This is a street in New York, and it looks like a river has just came in to the street right here. Take a look at this as he's able to really showcase this, and then some other footage here of in a bus. Look at this as they are trying to navigate through the street here. This is how fast this water rushed through. And look at the bus right there. As people taking to the seats there to get out of the water that continues to flood now. The bus there, this was in the overnight hours there in New York City. I'll show you some other videos that we have here for you. This is Frederick County Sheriff's Office putting this one out of a water rescue. Once again, just showing just what our first responders have to do on a daily basis, but especially when the storms hit, they are out there front and center and doing a great job of getting people to safety here. Take a look also at the tornado damage in Maryland right there. Look at this as Riggle Productions was able to bring this video from high up above showing the aftermath of storms that ripped through Maryland. Going back out now to New York City, look at this here as a subway sort of became then a waterfall. Not what you want to see when you're trying to get a ride there. That looks so bad right there. Then we go from that, let's go out to New Jersey, play that video out of a tornado. Look at that as all of this being produced by the remnants there of Hurricane Ida as it ripped through the Gulf Coast and then made its way to the northeastern portions of our country right there. Look at again from another angle right now of this is really up close in New Jersey, and the aftermath is just so sad as well. We'll get some more detailed videos of the aftermath here in New Jersey, but homes destroyed, and unfortunately people have been killed in this storm as well. So thoughts going out to the family and friends of everyone associated with the victims of this storm. Take a look here from our own Fox Digital putting this video together. And yeah, this is just right by someone's patio as he's able to look out and see the destruction that is very near this home. Then we go back out to New York for some more flooding in the subway there. That is not what you want to see, and you don't see that every day. And boy, that is something really to see, as the flooding just totally taking over subway systems. At a time yesterday, all of New York City's subways were shut down, totally crippled because of what we are seeing right here. And look at this. I mean, another waterfall aspect there in New York City as, could you imagine, you are pulling up to a stop and you are seeing massive amounts of flooding. Take a look. That is not what you see every day. And if you are inside of that subway, you are thinking, okay, I am definitely going to be not getting out right here as the storms totally impacted subways. Like we've been saying, they crippled the New York City's train system, shutting them down, all of them, for a portion of the overnight hours there. Well, let's show you now. This is from Newark Airport, the flooding there that was on the ground as people just, what else can you do but just look on and really in amazement. Staten Island we go to right now of the flooding there. This should be a street, everyone, but now it looks like a river, and people documenting it and showing just the power of Mother Nature. Keeping you in New York right now, more roads flooded. This is happening late last night into the morning hours. And I mean, you can't get enough of these videos, and it really just shows you. I mean, we got cars that are ruined. We got homes that are ruined. Really, a lot of people in New York, the trouble there is with the people that have basements, because a lot of that they are going through right now, and they are seeing a lot of their property destroyed, unfortunately. So that is just not what you want to see at all. Here's a shot there in Pennsylvania of flooding in Bridgeville. Look at that, everything that they are seeing there. Pennsylvania, of course, impacted. New Jersey, Maryland, New York, all in the mix right here. And we go out to Lawrence, New Jersey. Amanda Peterson giving us this one here of more flooding, and we've been seeing that really throughout As more people have been giving us video, you could always go to our social media channels at LiveNOW Fox. Check us out at Facebook, Twitter. We'd love to hear from you and see the images that you were able to get. Unfortunately, now Fox News Channel reporting at least 20 people dead in the Northeast associated with these storms here. And it looks like we will be getting some more updates throughout the day right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. So stay right here with us. Looks like another New Orleans update. Close to 1 million people there without power. So we'll keep an eye on this news conference. Of course, we'll bring it to you when it happens right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We should mention again, Biden will be going there. President Biden heading there tomorrow to survey the damage that does continue. In the meantime, everybody, I want to go out to our station Fox 29 in Philadelphia as they talked a little bit more about the flooding that happened throughout New Jersey and other parts associated with Pennsylvania as well. Take a look at this.
Shining at the corner of Schurz Lane and Main Street here in Manayunk. There's so many street lights out all across our area, some of them not even a mile from any flooding. Here's one running straight up out of the middle of the flood waters, right up out of the Schuylkill here at Main and Schurz, and it's still working, by golly. Look back there, all the way up to the Hostess station, guys, Mad River Bar and Grill. They haven't seen this much water in possibly as much as 100 years, according to some people that I've spoke with here. Mad River, this river is furious. It's absolutely livid right now. As you look further here to the right at Pizzeria Longola. Listen, you might have sat and had a beer in this beautiful beer garden with those Christmas lights up over the top. You're not going to do that here tonight, although here where we're looking, guys, the flood water is actually receding. If you go a block north of here, you can see where the roofs of cars have started to appear on Main Street once again. But if you're able to look around the corner here south on Main Street, all you can see left is the Schuylkill River. We were talking before about Pizzeria Longola. Shane, come on over here if you will. We can take a look at the back of it, guys. You don't usually get a look at the front and the back of a restaurant, but if you look here, this is the water coming up out of their basement right now. No clue whose mattress this is right here, but this is the back of Pizzeria Longola. And there's a ball down there, a lot of grease in the water. Just a lot of water where it should not be, guys. And right here, you can multiply this 1,000 and have the story of commercial and residential Manayunk. You've got a pump that's shut down over here, but hose is still in the water over here, meant to be pulling water up out, guys. It's a big, big mess in so many more ways than one, and we're only beginning to scratch the surface on how bad this has been. I spoke with Glenn McCauley, the executive director here. She said it's been something like 100 years, but she's calling on the mayor, she's calling on emergency services, and she's calling on Manayunk folks to stick together, pull together, and recover from this. It's been one heck of a year, guys, and this is one more shot in the face. But here we are. We got to deal with it, guys.
Yeah, I know you can't get over there and stand on Main Street. Do you think the water runs all the way down like to Ridge Avenue? Like down by
yeah,
the
oh
movie
yeah,
theater
no,
is?
it covers it, absolutely.
Yeah.
South where it goes, and we'll try to give you a chance to look at it in a minute, Mike, but it goes all the way down to the point where you just don't see any buildings anymore, and there's no sign of any pavement. It's just brown. The river is the road at this point going south from here.
Yeah. Okay. Let's get you more information about the largest dairy farm in New Jersey.
Because we've been showing the homes and the residential damage that we've seen in Mullica Hill, but also it's a big farming community there.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a picture from Mullica Hill Living. And this is Wellicrest Farms. It was founded in 1943, and it's considered the largest dairy farm in New Jersey. They usually put out more than 17 million pounds of milk a year. Now the family has lost more than 100 of their cows, and as you can see, extensive structural damage on their land. And also the Grasso family farm in Mullica Hill, we're being told it's also received lots of damage.
Oh, God.
And so they're asking for your thoughts and prayers to the farming community in Mullica Hill.
I can see some cows still down there, but...
Yeah, they didn't lose all of them, but more than 100 is still a considerable amount to lose.
Oh, my God, yeah. That's tough.
So we're just learning more and more about the extent of the damage that we're seeing across our area.
Yeah.
Businesses, families, homes.
Tough night. All right, it's 12:43. As we go to break, more Mullica Hill.
And that was just some of the coverage there from Fox 29 in Philadelphia. Looks like we are just moments away from a live news conference in New Orleans, getting us the update there as power outages continue for so many residents in New Orleans and Louisiana. We're hoping for the very best for them. We are not forgetting about them. Not at all, as that's a major hurricane made landfall Sunday into Monday. And of course, we were bringing it to you all right here on Live Now from Fox. What we will do while we have the opportunity, we are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More updates from the Gulf Coast as well as the Northeast. We got you covered right here today on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone joining us here today as we continue to bring you the top stories and highlights from across the country, but really focusing a lot on the Northeast and the Gulf Coast there as the remnants there of Hurricane Ida continues to really cause chaos and unfortunate loss of lives right now. That at least 20 people, according to Fox News, have died in these storms in the Northeast. We're talking about tornadoes, flooding, all in the mix there, and it is going to take quite some time to dry out there. No doubt about it. We'll continue to show you some more videos that came from the Northeast, but let's just show you some more coverage from Fox 5 New York as they continue to talk about the biggest story of the day, the week, and probably the month there for their local news.
New Jersey, Governor Phil Murphy is touring the damage from at least one of the tornadoes. Yes, tornadoes spawned from yesterday's storm. He was in Mullica Hill in Gloucester County today, and although homes were damaged, he said the twisters did not claim any lives.
Extraordinary, sadly tragic, historic 24 hours in New Jersey, no other way to put it. Needless to say, look on either side of us right now in the impact of these tornadoes that touched down in this county and here, obviously in Mullica Hill, but also in Winona, Deptford, Woodbury Township.
But among those who have been killed as a result of Ida's remnants, 4 were found in a single apartment complex this morning in New Jersey. Antoine Lewis is live outside the Oakwood Plaza Apartments in Elizabeth with more. Antoine.
Good afternoon, Chris, and everyone that's watching. A very somber scene out here this noon. Let's show you that apartment building that we're talking about where those 4 victims lived until last night, when this area, from what we understand, was inundated with between 8 to 10 feet of water from what officials are telling us out here. Now, they said that this area kind of was caught by surprise, if you will. Everyone was kind of bracing for the storm from what the mayor was telling us earlier, but nonetheless, no one expected it to be to the degree to which it was. Now, here's what makes this even more tragic. Right across the street from this apartment complex is a fire station, literally across the street, but because of the storm and the flood water, their efforts at search and rescue were also impacted, also hampered when trying to literally get across the street to begin the process of removing the victims who were inside here. We spoke to the mayor a little bit just a little while ago, and the severity of this situation, he kind of put it into perspective. Please take a listen to what he had to say just now.
We have a list of all of the tenants of the complex. Currently, phone calls are being made to check, making sure that people are accounted for. We have drones in the air running along the river, checking the river banks for any victims that may have gotten washed away by the river last night.
As you come back to us live, those drones are flying over the Elizabeth River. That's the body of water that was next to this apartment building. We can tell you what we know so far from officials about the victims. Again, 4 victims. They were all, from our understanding, in garden level units, so literally right off of the banks of where the water is just behind me. 2 males, 2 females, 2 were in their 70s, 2 were in their 30s. We understand right now that they were in different units. They were not of the same apartment unit. Also right now, what's going on, Rich, if you just pan over just a little bit, these guys that just came up right now are going to begin the process of going in to assess the damage and to start the process of removing the debris and whatever else may be going on. The owner of the building is also on his way or her way, from what we understand, for officials right now. This is the very latest that we have in Elizabeth, Chris. We're going to send things back inside to you.
Just absolutely horrific. Antoine, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
That was just some of the coverage there from Fox 5 New York, as we will, throughout the day, dip into coverage from Fox 5 New York, Fox 29 Philadelphia, and others that we continue to always show you live content right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to continue that. Our live feeds do continue taking you out to New Orleans. The mayor there giving an update there on everything that has happened there with Hurricane Ida. We're talking about huge amounts of destruction for businesses, for homes, and of course, the power outages that continue for close to 1 million there in Louisiana. Let's bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
More volunteers showing up, pop-ups showing up to meet the needs directly of people. That means, of course, the cooling stations, points of distribution with the Guard as well. We're seeing thousands of our residents participate in coming through the distribution lines, but we're also very clear that where gaps may be in neighborhoods or throughout the city, we're doing not only direct outreach with those neighborhood leaders, but activating and being intentional about pointing our volunteers and those providing additional supportive services to those areas where gaps have been identified. So I want to thank the neighborhood leaders throughout our city, those that have been activated, like Morgan Clevenger just in Gentilly, who's working right now with Anna Wynn on standing up in specific areas like Stallings. So we will also pivot in Pivot Alley May, the senior center, to being a medical first aid station. That opened on today at 8 a.m. and operating now 24/7. So while we have had resources at Alley May, we've now transitioned into 24/7 activation for our residents. Dr. Avegno will speak a little bit more about this, but the services will be limited, but will include oxygen exchange, in addition to the fire stations that have been stood up, minimal prescribing ability in terms of prescriptions, medical device charging, as well as basic health services, again, for our people. Dr. Avegno will give you more details. We will continue to provide the locations that have been identified previously relative to our recreation centers, that in Tremay, Cutoff, Gernon Brown, Milne, Stallings, Lion Center, Joe Brown, as well as Rosenwald. Those will continue to be activated, and meals are available on today from 4 to 6 p.m. The points of distribution, we've seen, again, as I've mentioned, a great response for those who've made their way there, by vehicles, by walk-ups, and even by bikes. There are MREs, water, ice, that is available. From 8 to 6 p.m., 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., that's still at Joe Brown. 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., still at Mahalia Jackson. And Skelly Rupp, 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. activated on today. Additional pods will be online on tomorrow. These have been stood up by the Louisiana National Guard. There were some initial or some issues that the Guard had with standing up all of these pod locations that were expected on today, but we're continuing to see progress and making sure that they will be online tomorrow. So we're just rolling with the challenges and pivoting again as necessary, but staying very focused on the needs of residents. Tarps are available. I'm going to give you a couple of locations. 11 a.m. started today at St. Maria Goretti Church at 7300 Crowder Boulevard. 1 p.m. today, New Orleans Baptist Seminary, 3939 Gentilly Boulevard. 1 p.m. today at the Arthur Monday Center, 1111 Newton. 1 p.m. today, the Zulu Social Aid and Pleasure Club. That is something new online, 807 North Broad Street. 11:30 p.m., New Philippians Baptist Church, 5234 North Claiborne Avenue. In addition to Milne Rec Center today at 2 p.m., 5420 Franklin Avenue. You'll hear more about the Blue Roof Initiative from our FEMA representative, Mr. Jerry, who is with us. All of this information will be provided in multiple modes, of course, including online and social media platforms, but also with the understanding that there's still some challenges for residents who may not be up and running as it relates to their devices. So hard copies, information, again, being provided at these areas that I previously mentioned. We're also completing work to stand up the medical special needs shelter at the convention center. That is planned to open on Saturday to provide shelter as well as acute care for our population with special medical needs. Dr. Vegno, again, will provide more detailed information and get me straight on any of those issues necessary. Our city's website resources are coming back online. You know, we did have a challenge with our data with a transfer that was offline. You know that you reported on that several days ago, but progress continues to be made. We're continuing to still have power challenges here at City Hall, but the good news is we're going to be relocating some of our staffing configurations and accessibility to 1340 Porters. This is just information for you to know that we're continuing to focus on our internal operations and our people that we lean on daily to continue to provide services that keep the city functioning and our ability to meet the needs of the public. But if we don't take care of the people that we depend on, then there's no way that we can take care of the people that we're here to serve. It all goes hand in hand. The ready.nola.gov site is back up and running, and we will be posting, again, updated information regarding resources. And again, we understand that not everyone has this capacity, but we have to, again, meet the needs every step of the way, every way in which we can. And so it's still pertinent to provide this information to the public. The road ahead of us is going to be a long one, but you know what? I'm very proud of what I continue to see throughout the city of New Orleans. Both residents that are taking advantage of the resources that have been stood up by the city, and as they continue to be expanded upon every single day. In addition to the supportive services, volunteers who are in town, those that are coming from outside of town, but with assets and resources that can be immediately deployed in our city. So whether that's pop-ups for food, pop-ups that are happening, helping our people clear debris from their private homes, mental health services just out in the neighborhoods, we're seeing that as well. And so we'll see more of that online, and as we have more information, we will absolutely provide. In addition to that, and I know Ramsey will cover this, but leaning in very heavily with supportive services coming from our Sheriff's Department as it relates to transitional work opportunities. We're embedding the Sheriff's transitional work capacity with the Department of Sanitation, in addition to park and parkways. And so more to come on that from Ramsey. And of course, once you hear from all leaders here, we will turn it over to questions and answers that can pull potentially more information out as you all deem necessary and fit as you continue to engage and be that added resource to the public with getting them accurate information. So I continue to say thank you for your support as well as even guidance. Again, as we get information from you, we're listening and we're responding in real time and as best that we can. We also understand that access to fuel continues to be a challenge, and access to fuel specifically on the commercial side, meaning for the public. And so we have requested repeatedly, and it's not falling on deaf ears, not at all, but we just have not received adequate fueling services to the general public. But we are continuing to push out that need, and when we get more, we will share more. But I just wanted you to know that as it relates to fuel needs from other agencies outside of city government, we're working with those partners as well. One example could be a UMC that has a need for their employees to have access to fuel so that they can continue to come to work and service the public. And so even the death care community, for example, fuel needs that they have to go and pick up the deceased. So we have been able to work out and continuing to work out issues with fueling relative to those external agencies and partners, but the need for fuel to reach the public just remains, again, a priority. We're working through those challenges and others that come our way. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over now to Ramsey Green, a deputy.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
Will be Dr. Jennifer Avegno, and then we'll go into Jerry Staller with FEMA. Thank you so much. I'll go this way.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Our infrastructure and operations continue to rapidly recover, and that's a pretty exciting thing to be a part of. And if I can just start off by saying to all of the municipal employees, other agency employees, whether you wear an RTA jersey, a Sewage and Water Board jersey, DPW, Parkways, sanitation, all the folks out there in RTA drivers in the heat doing incredibly complex work, and you're doing it for this city. We're trying to get you as much resources as possible. The food got better yesterday. The ice is coming. The fuel got better yesterday. You folks are at the top of the mind of this mayor and our team to keep this city functioning in a better place than it is every day we go through this, and to better serve our residents who are here now, and we're waiting for you for when we're ready to get you back if you're not here now. I'm going to start with city operations in general. DPW has taken on a tremendous amount of work cleaning our drain lines. We have that. I mentioned it yesterday. About 15 to 20 vac trucks coming online this weekend is our target, contracted to keep our drainage system clear of the debris that is out there in our system, all that debris that this storm kicked into our system. Again, as a reminder, why are we doing that? We're doing that for if we have another storm. we will have another storm. Whether it's in a week or 2 or 3 or 5 months. We don't want to leave that debris there. When Mayor Cantrell came into office, there was Katrina-related debris still in our systems. We're not going to leave this for anyone else. We're going to clean it up right now. As of this morning, we've cleared debris from 100 miles of public right-of-ways throughout the city. Crews continue to work extended shifts to get this done. An additional 500 stop signs arrived this morning. Those are going to be A-frame stop signs. If you're driving around, and please do so only if you have to, please look out for the men and women, linemen and women who are working our energy, our power system. All those folks working our roads. Drive slowly. Look out for them. Every intersection, if it's not marked, if there's like one stoplight on in town as of yesterday, there's more that are coming online. But if you get to an intersection, and you will, where there's no stoplight, it is a 4-way stop sign. So please drive incredibly safely. We have more of those stop signs coming on. We very much focused on ensuring that all of the points of distribution spots, the pod spots, have stop signs and adjacent to the cooling centers as well. The Claiborne Auto Pound, we had several people whose cars gave out during the storm, whatever. You can go and pick up your car from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. At no cost. That's a courtesy tow if you're caught. But if you have a fine, it may be applied later if you have a sort of outstanding fine. We also have the Department of Parks and Parkways is clearing a tremendous amount of debris. Today you will find them on Esplanade, Marconi, Argonne, and Milne. Curb to curb, they are pushing debris. All they're doing is pushing it. They're not picking it up again. Just as a reminder, they're going to start picking it up beginning next week. All city parks are closed while we're doing damage assessments. And as it relates to sanitation, regular trash, if you have trash on Thursday, we put this out last night, you can of course put your cans out today. There's about a 50-50 chance your can's getting picked up today, probably less than that. Leave it out there. If your day is Thursday, leave your trash out there. Household trash, not debris, just household trash. We're working to pick it up. And as the mayor said, we've been in touch with Sheriff Gussman, who's been kind enough to help us with putting some transitional workers to work picking up trash given our staffing and power constraints. The landfills opened this morning for the first time since the storm at 7 a.m., which is why we were allowed to start today. Debris continues to get pushed by our debris contractor. They are on day 3 of operations, which is a substantial gain. Our contractors, again, will only be picking up city trash in the 95-gallon trash cans. That's the only things we are picking up. The mayor alluded to issues we've had at City Hall. We are now in this building as of late last night on Entergy power, but you may recall the little electrical fire incident we had has very much disabled some of our transfer switches throughout the building. Our crews from property management did some heroic work, particularly in the middle of the storm, went on the roof trying to get a generator back online, and they did, to assess and fix that work, and we're hoping to be fully back online within the next 18 to 24 hours here at City Hall, but we're working up some contingency plans, as the mayor said, to keep our operations going unabated for our residents. A couple other updates. One, Sewage and Water Board. You may have read that they had some waste. We've been very clear about this. Limit your wastewater, not drinking water, wastewater, as much as you possibly can. Go ahead and use it, but just be cognizant of that. That work is very much recovering today. Drinking water is safe, great. Drinking water is, thanks to the Sewage and Water Board, they are setting up a filling station for neighboring parishes that do not have functioning drinking water. The Sewage and Water Board is exporting New Orleans drinking water to neighboring parishes throughout this state to support them so they have safe drinking water. That's a pretty honorable thing to do. Thank you, Sewage and Water Board. Additionally, MSY, airport, I can cover airport if you could. Delta, I'm sorry, ma'am. Delta starts today around noon sometime. You're probably already late for your flight if you're hearing me now. United starts tomorrow. Rest of the airlines start over the weekend. Water pressure has been stabilized at MSY. So regular flights, congratulations. You can fly in and out this upcoming weekend. All right, finally, Entergy. Entergy is hard at work. We got a little update from them. Early this morning, they brought online one of the second transmission lines. So we've all talked about the 8 inbound transmission lines into the city. The 2 power generation facilities in the city, NOPS, and then we're just outside the city, 9 Mile 6. Those 2 power plants are moving. That transmission line that came in yesterday came through Slidell. So what you saw.
We've been listening there to New Orleans officials talking about the very latest there in the aftermath of Hurricane Ida. Power restoration, of course, is a big factor. A lot of citizens there in New Orleans and Louisiana want to hear about those updates, and hopefully they can. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll take you out to New Jersey there, where a tornado ripped through portions of New Jersey and unfortunately killing people, as well as the flooding impacts that they are facing in the Garden State. We'll have all that coming up for you on Live Now from Fox. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone. And unfortunately, people in New Jersey in this subdivision, unfortunately, was rocked by a tornado yesterday. And now you see Sky Fox aerials showing the aftermath here, and people just trying to salvage whatever they can, trying to find maybe picture frames or any type of memento after their homes wiped out in this subdivision. So sad to see there. Just really shows you the power there of Mother Nature, as it can just do complete destruction when it comes to homes and property and really memories. Think about what's inside of your home right now and think about if that was all gone in an instant and how you had to pick up the pieces. And that's exactly what we're seeing there in New Jersey play out. Let's hear from the governor who gave an update earlier about the destruction, the flooding, and everything else associated with this terrible storm that rocked the Northeast.
Good to see you again. I'll jump in and say a few words and obviously invite others with me to share words. I want to thank with this unspeakable, extraordinary event. As I said to him, he and I have gotten to know each other over the past 24 hours, not necessarily the way that we would have hoped. I want to thank the Senate President, Steve Sweeney, the Congressman Donald Norcross, County Commissioner Director Bob Damager, Superintendent of the State Police Colonel Pat Callahan, Dan Kelly on my team, Assemblyman Berzicelli and Assemblyman Spearman. I think that's it with who's with us up here. An extraordinary sadly tragic, historic 24 hours in New Jersey. There's no other way to put it. Needless to say, look on either side of us right now in the impact of these tornadoes that touched down in this county and here, obviously in Mullica Hill, but also in Winona, Deptford, Woodbury Township. Thank God, unless someone knows otherwise, casualties are extremely limited, which is there but for the grace of God, which is extraordinary. Look at the house behind us if you want to get a sense of how it could have been. And as Steve Sweeney has said, if you look at either side of the path of this, you've got houses to the left and right which are largely intact, if not completely intact, and yet you've got houses that right in the path that are destroyed. Up north, the story was less tornadoes, but overwhelming flooding. And largely the big roads are open, although 78 and 280 are still works in progress. And there are a lot of off-ramps and other road challenges that we still have before us. But it was largely a storm, with tornadoes being the big story in the south and flooding being the big story in the central and northern part of the state. And this is going to take us some time to dig out of, there's no question about it. And I want to just say on behalf of all of us, we're going to stay here and be by the side of the residents and the small businesses that have been impacted so severely. You're barely getting, if you're a small business, you're barely getting back on your feet from a pandemic, and you get whacked by this, and you ask yourself rightfully, life's not so fair sometimes. But I promise that we will stay with everybody, and it won't be a short road, but we will stay with them on that road to recovery. I just got off, which is why I'm a few minutes late, with the FEMA Administrator Criswell. I've said to her, and she's been terrific, and her team has been terrific, that we will be sending in a major disaster declaration request today. I will speak shortly with the President and reiterate that and thank him for his support and help. And that will be a game changer if that is accorded, in terms of our ability to get individuals, families, businesses, and our infrastructure and the cleanup back to where it should be. NJ Transit is a work in progress, both on the rail and the bus side, somewhat depending on where you are in the state. For instance, the Atlantic City line, I'm told, has been clear sailing, which is good news, but that's not the case for most every other line in the central and northern part of the state. As I mentioned, the highways getting a work in progress. The Parkway and Turnpike are wide open north to south, and that's good. We've got a couple of challenges still on the interstates, and as I mentioned, some local off-ramp type issues that are going to take some time to fix. We have had fatalities. I won't get into the details or the numbers. We did not have them here, thank God, but we have had them in the central and northern part of the state, so please keep those folks in your prayers. And as we get more specificity on that, we will obviously let you know. But sadly, more than a few folks have passed as a result of this. I think that is it as a general matter, other than, as I say, we'll stay at this as long as it takes. I will likely be doing some more stops later this afternoon, probably in the central and northern part of the state, and those will be largely getting a handle on the flooding impact there. Again, we keep all of the victims, both individuals, families, small businesses on Main Street, in our prayers. And again, we will not relent. We will stand by the sides of everybody who's been impacted by this in New Jersey until we get back on our feet. I guess I'd close with a pretty obvious statement, but the world is changing, right? These storms are coming in more frequently. Steve and I were on the phone last night on this topic. They're coming in more frequently. They're coming in with more intensity. And as it relates to our infrastructure, our resiliency, our whole mindset, the playbook that we use, we got to leap forward and get out ahead of this. Any infrastructure money we get, I'll bet you a lot of it will be put into resilient infrastructure, because that's exactly what you need when you're the most densely populated state in the nation, with our extraordinary location, which is second to none, I think any amount of investment we can make in the years ahead in resilient infrastructure will be investment that will help us, please God, if we have to deal with things like this going forward in the years ahead. Anybody want to add anything, guys?
Just from the federal side, first of all, thank you, Governor, for being here. Steve, the legislative team for New Jersey, and certainly the commissioners and mayor and township. I'm looking across the street, and that could be any of our closets. The shoes are there, and behind me, swing set that children could have been playing on. The fact that people were not killed or seriously injured is just amazing. But when we look at this, and we were in Washington last night monitoring, we were in session till 3 o'clock this morning. We jumped on the train, and literally I got stopped in Delaware because we couldn't get into Philadelphia or above, as you know.
Yeah.
This is a problem that's going on. But we never had tornadoes of this nature when we grew up, occasionally a small one. What we see behind here is change. And you mentioned the infrastructure, exactly what we're working on. Luckily, we're going to get that done and bring those much needed resources to what we have here today. Speaking with FEMA, we reloaded them because this storm was supposed to make a right-hand turn, go out to sea by North and South Carolina. But as we go into Labor Day weekend, I want to say thank you to all those who labored to help the people behind us, whether you're the utility for electricity or you're a neighbor helping them pull out. That's what makes New Jersey a great state. We help each other in times of need, and we're going to need more help. So based on that, we just want to thank all you who helped, and certainly if you're having trouble, obviously give our office a call. Certainly the legislators, insurance issues, certainly we want to be there for help.
Amen.
With that,
Steve, come on down. Thanks, Tom.
I want to start with thanking our first responders. They come out, they're the front line of defense, and they do a hell of a job for us, and they put their own safety at risk. The county's OEM is outstanding. The coordination, everyone working together to make things work. And talking to Bob last night and Lou, the mayor, and most importantly, the governor, because I asked him for some help. And help came last night.
Thank you, man.
Because we have a lot of trees down. You know, you're seeing property damage here, but as you travel through this county, it looks like a bomb hit in some places.
Yep.
And getting those trees cleaned up is critically important. So, Governor, I just want to say thank you for stepping up once again to help the citizens of this county and the state. Look, anybody's a global warming denier. Take a look at what's going around. As Donald said, you might have had an occasional storm and it wasn't anything. These things are getting stronger and there's more damage. We got to do something. Because it's too late now. But Governor, thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Governor, for families that are waiting for the FEMA funds, families impacted, are there state funds they can look at, or is that Red Cross? How do they get help right now?
Yeah, I mean, we will probably be, we'll be putting up a whole lot of information on where people should either go, websites or calls, or phone numbers rather, to go to. And it will be both a combination of state, federal, and third parties like the Red Cross. And it will obviously depend in part whether or not you've got a structure like this versus whether it's water damage, etc. I want to reiterate, before we take a couple of questions, the points that these guys just made, in particular on first responders. I was in a room this morning at the statewide traffic management system with the Colonel and Dan, and nobody in that room. I slept a couple hours. Lou, I suspect you didn't sleep much last night, or Bob. Nobody in that room had slept. So to the Atlantic City Electric team, to the DOT folks, DEP, to the county, Bob, to you and your colleagues at the county, the state police, the local teams, OEMs, cannot thank you enough. You're on a pedestal. Brian. Bob, come on.
Before you take questions, I'm Bob Damager. I'm the director of the Board of Commissioners in Gloucester County. Before the governor takes some questions, just want to put it out. We have all these cameras here. It's the easiest way to get out to people in Gloucester County. Anyone affected by the storm in Gloucester County and the tornadoes. The Red Cross is set up at the Gloucester County Institute of Technology, and are there to help serve you. So
that's
Governor,
great, Bob. Thank you. Everyone get that, because as Bob says, we got a lot of cameras on us. Let's take advantage of it, right? Brian.
Governor, you and the
legislature, Steve Sweeney, the Speaker, have charted a fairly ambitious course against climate change. Does this, and you've said several times, they're becoming more intense, the storms more frequent. Does this suggest to you that we need to accelerate the efforts that are already underway?
Unequivocally, yes. And I think, I don't know where Donald went, but the federal infrastructure bill that is being debated, God willing, voted on sooner than later, I should say bills, you've got two different buckets there. Any amount of that will be of huge help toward our efforts. I just want to make sure this isn't, I can't see this thing. Yeah, I believe this may be the president, so I'm just going to take this and make sure.
Tell him I said hello.
It's Bob Damager, Mr. President, says, oh, I think I missed that, but the answer is unequivocally yes. I assume you all would agree.
Level, Governor?
I'm sorry?
State level?
State and federal, but there's only, we will put state resources into this as we have done and will continue to do, but the game changer here is the feds and the work that Donald is doing with federal dollars. Please.
Governor, we talked to some victims here in this neighborhood. They said the alerts they got from the National Weather Service came quick enough on their phones to get to their basement, save their lives. Alerts also went out, flood emergencies for up north, yet a lot of people were still trapped in their cars. Some died in their cars.
Sadly.
Don't know even how many water rescues there were. Is there a way to improve, to get people off these roads when these flash flood emergencies are issued before the inevitable happens?
Yeah, it's a great question. We had this very conversation, the Colonel and I and others this morning. Thank God the alerts worked in this case, right? So as bad as the damage is behind us, I'm told that family was in the house, they went to the basement and they're alive as a result of it. Steve, you told me last night you went to the basement. People did the right thing. I don't know, this is a personal opinion. I'm not sure, and we're going to look at this, I'm not sure it's a difference of the alerts, because the alerts did go out. I got them myself on my phone. But I think people hear flooding and they hear tornado, and I think perhaps they put them into a different category. And sadly, we can't do that. And people paid with their lives as a result of that yesterday. But we're going to look at...
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank God most of them were abandoned and people got out safely, but that was not the case for everyone, sadly. Please.
My question is actually for the mayor.
Please, come on, Lou.
So obviously this is something that you do not see here very often. What kind of training goes into this? And can you talk a little bit about what happens when the first responders arrive?
Sure. Yeah, obviously this is an unprecedented event for us locally and even regionally. And what I will say is how impressed I was as I arrived at our Office of Operation for Emergency Management at our fire hall last night, maybe at 6:45, and at that point it was just me and my OEM director and a couple of firefighters, and I watched the process coordinated by the county, and I want to give the county their due with Director Damager, and that's the way it's supposed to work, where everything is coordinated through the county. I watched it crystallize in front of my eyes over the next 30, 40, 50, 60 minutes, where everything was coordinated and nothing was dispatched. We had people now filling the room, ready to work, and that's the other part of this. This support from our neighboring communities and from individuals just showing up in the middle of, at that point, a torrential rainstorm after the tornado had left, and filling our firehouse ready to be dispatched, but not doing anything based on our local OEM directive that we have to hear from the county first. They did a stellar job. Thank God, and only by the grace of God was there no loss of life or serious injury to be dealt with during that critical first hour or 90 minutes. But by the time we got through that, the coordination, it was like clockwork. And it was really something to behold. And I literally was just watching it all happen. Incredible. Where we go from here is, it's a focus on our residents and their health and well-being, first of all, and therefore if there is a sheltering need or any type of support, that is coming to us, in spades, where we're just getting so many offers for that. That will be our focus, and we have that coordinated locally from a township perspective. And then it becomes about these homes and the damage to them and the digging out, cleaning up, and rebuilding. And look, that's where Americans, New Jerseyans, quintessentially come together. And we saw it last night and we're seeing it now. Everybody supports one another. The help will be there. We'll clean up, we'll dig out, we'll rebuild. I want to make one final comment that, the governor, and again, I cannot thank enough the fact that the levels of support from all levels of government. I got my, congressman from a different district, by the way. Okay, Congressman Norcross is here. I've got obviously my district, legislative district representatives here. My good friends, Senate President Sweeney and Bob Daminger, and the governor comes down. So that support is incredible. But at the end of the day, what the governor said, it's residential impact and then business impact. Locally, we were lucky enough where not many of our businesses were physically impacted. However, and this is the last comment I want to make and put a light on it, we had our farming community affected. And that is, they are the foundational pillar of where we are, and they have been for generations. Locally, the Grasso family farm was devastated. It's basically gone. And in speaking with him at 11:30 last night, he is devastated. But as he said, he will rebuild. He had his farming community family around him pledging their support to help him get through the rest of the season and somehow salvage whatever that might be and rebuild. And just north of us in Mantua, the Ecus farm, the largest dairy farm, I believe, Governor, in the state, with 250 plus cows, where we're told at this point they've lost as much as 100 of those cows. It's devastating to that business and to that to that culture, and I want everybody to just keep them in your thoughts and prayers now.
Well said.
Thank you.
And Lou, you make a very important point. It's farms here, and then if you go into the central part of the state, northern part of the state, it's Main Street businesses. I saw a video of Milburn in Essex County last night. You and I looked at that. A raging river down right down the middle of town, and all those small businesses are crushed, and the farms down here are crushed, and there are homes obviously in all over the state. Maybe take one more. We got to keep up.
Your DEP commissioner was down in Morris River Township last week.
Yep.
Morris River Township, Senator Testa helped set it up.
Yep.
They were asking him for storm mitigation protection measures.
Yep.
He left without committing any.
Yep.
What do you got to say about that?
Listen, he's doing a lot, in fairness to him. The DEP is just, you may have seen, put out a big report with the Army Corps of Engineers, which is a preliminary report, but a big one as it relates to resiliency as up against storms. That's more focused on the shore than it is on the shore. Largely came through last night okay. Most of what we're dealing with, the overwhelming amount of what we're dealing with, is inland. But they'll be there, I promise you. But it's the game changer will be continuing to do what we're doing, and God willing, do more. And then with Donald's help and other colleagues, adding on top of that the federal money to really, that's the game changer in terms of building the resilient infrastructure we need. Maybe one last one, sir.
Just for Bob, can you name the municipalities in Gloucester County that you assess damage in, or you know there's damage?
Harrison Township,
Bob,
where we're at.
Do you mind coming in, Bob?
Yeah.
Harrison Township, where we're at right now, Mullica Hill. Woodbury Heights, Deffert, Winona was hit hard. Several of the other towns weren't hit as hard, but just got a piece of it. But Mantua was hit hard. Mantua, Winona, Harrison Township, I think, were the hardest hit.
Yeah.
And on the outskirts, Woodbury Heights, a little bit of Woodbury.
And
Deffert.
Yeah.
So, and I just want to let you know, and to the people that live here and the residents that are here, I know every one of these gentlemen very well that are standing around me. This isn't just a photo op for a bunch of politicians to stand here. These people will be here for the residents of this community and the rest of Gloucester County. And they'll all tell you, to roll none of their words, we're not walking away from anybody. We'll be here through the process, right, Governor?
You betcha, Bob.
And you can count on us. You need anything, you call me in the county.
Yep.
You call your local legislature. Our congressman will help out. And all the way up to the governor. So we're here for the duration. We're not going anywhere. Nobody's left behind. So thank you. So
extremely well said, Bob, and I just want to underscore that with great emphasis. So to the Colonel and Bob, Lou, thank you for hosting us. Steve, you're being attacked here. Bill, Donald, John, to everybody here, especially to the residents who have been impacted so severely. We are with you. This won't be overnight, by the way. This is going to be a longer road than any of us would like, but we will not relent, and we will stay with it every step of the way. Thank you all. God bless.
All right, Governor Murphy, wrapping things up there again. This video just showing some of the devastation that their state is seeing. Of course, they're also dealing with a lot of flooding across the state of New Jersey. But right after this press conference took place, we did hear the governor answer a phone call from the president. And he tweeted out that he did speak with President Biden today. He said, "I thanked him for his administration's incredible support during this storm, and I informed him that I will request an expedited major disaster declaration today. We will continue to work with our federal partners to meet the needs of our people and businesses." So obviously it's going to be a lengthy time, as he mentioned, to recover from all of these damaged areas that we are seeing. Also tweeted out by the governor, he did say, "Grateful to our first responders, emergency responders, troopers, and New Jersey DOT crews, county and local officials, and power crews who are working around the clock to keep New Jerseyans safe. You all truly represent the very best of New Jersey." So again, a lot of recovery going to take place, not only across the state of New Jersey, but also in states like Pennsylvania, New York, all of them hit hard by these remnants of Ida. Again, these storms bringing not only some tornadoes across the area, like we saw in New Jersey and Maryland, but also a lot of flooding has also been reported. I do want to let everyone know we have a couple of press conferences we are waiting on here on Live Now from Fox. Here's a look at the State Department. So we're expecting to hear more from them as we continue to talk about what was left behind in Afghanistan from our U.S. troops now that we are off of their soil. So we will continue to give you these State Department briefings as they come here to our Live Now from Fox desk. Plus, we also do have Jen Psaki, who's going to be giving a press briefing here this morning, and expecting to hear from her a lot about these storms, the response that the Biden administration is going to be providing, especially as President Biden is going to be traveling tomorrow to Louisiana to go and see for himself just some of this destruction that's been left in this storm's path. But you can also expect to hear a little bit more on Afghanistan and the wildfires that are going on in our western part of the country. So we not only have flooding happening over on the East Coast, we also have wildfires that are continuing to rage on in the West Coast. So what we're going to do is, until those kick off, I do want to bring you some of these updates that came to us earlier today. We did have New York Governor Kathy Hochul. She was touring around just some of that devastating damage that they saw out in New York with the mayor of New York City, Bill de Blasio. And again, they had a lot that they needed to also be updated on, as they did also see some deaths in their state because of these storms. So what I'll do is put us into a double box. That way we can keep an eye on some of these images and photos and videos that have been coming in from these damaging floodwaters and, of course, these tornadoes, these storms that pass through. But then we're also going to be listening in, again, with the governor of New York, as well as the mayor. And we also had Chuck Schumer, who was out there as well. So just wanted to once again show you just some of these pictures that we had coming in here to our desk, as again, a lot of people have been trying to recover after this storm passed through. So flooding in New Jersey, in Pennsylvania, out in Maryland, out in New Jersey, and that's just some of the items that people have been dealing with. There's also been no power, hard to maneuver around some of these storms. So let's go listen into the latest with Kathy Hochul and Bill de Blasio with other officials across the state of New York.
Good morning. I want to thank the individuals who've joined us here this morning. Senator Schumer, Mayor Bill de Blasio, Congressman Meeks, our Borough President, Donovan Richards, as well as Borough President Adams. We're here today because of a devastating storm that shocked the people of this city. And even the morning after, we're still uncovering the true depth of the loss. The human loss, which is hard to imagine, that people simply in their cars, in their homes, in their basements, succumb to the ravages of a brutal storm. And their families must just be in such pain this morning. So to all of them, we offer our love, our condolences and our wishes for their healing, and we'll be there to support them. And this is all precipitated by last night's record-shattering rainfall. And what's so fascinating is that the records that were broken in Central Park, for example, 3.15 inches in 1 hour, it broke a record literally set 1 week earlier. That says to me that there are no more cataclysmic, unforeseeable events. We need to foresee these in advance and be prepared. And we learned a lot of lessons. From Sandy, we built back resiliency. Our coastal shorelines are in much better shape than they had been. But where we have a vulnerability is in our streets, with the higher elevations now, where the flash floods, which were unknown before. This is the first time we've had a flash flood event of this proportion in the city of New York and in the outlying areas. We haven't experienced this before, but we should expect it the next time. And that means we have to continue investments in infrastructure, working in partnership with our federal government and support from Senator Schumer and President Biden, who are working so hard to get the infrastructure dollars back to our states so we can build this up, working in partnership with the mayor and other officials to work collaboratively and get this done so we can take care of the drainage shortcomings in our streets, because when the streets get flooded, what happens next? The water rushes down, not just through the highways, but also finds its way to penetrate our subway system.
All right, guys, as I mentioned, we were keeping an eye out for some of these live events to take place. Going to head out to the White House, as again, we're going to be hearing a lot of updates on some of these issues we're seeing across our country.
Operation centers that may be understaffed, or a sense that there are fewer key personnel on duty as they may be on vacation. And indeed, a long weekend can sometimes make attackers feel they have extra time to navigate in a network before they're detected. So as the long weekend comes, we want to raise awareness, and this need for awareness is particularly for critical infrastructure owners and operators who operate critical services for Americans. As part of the administration's ongoing efforts to secure our America's defenses against cybercrime and ransomware, on Tuesday, the FBI and DHS's CISA released an advisory outlining specific steps that organizations and individuals can take to really increase their defenses and be safe online. You can find this on CISA's one-stop shop for information, stopransomware.gov, and we encourage you to please visit the site, read the advisory, and take those critical steps. Organizations and individuals should be on alert now, because criminals sometimes lay in their steps in advance and begin their planning. Now, I want to walk through a few specific things you can do right now to protect against possible attacks and to ensure that you can recover quickly in the event that an organization is compromised. Specifically, I'd like to call on executives to please bring together your leadership teams and run through this set of activities to ensure that your organizations are as secure as they need to be before the holiday weekend. First, update and patch all software. We continuously see attackers compromising organizations based on vulnerabilities that are known for which patches are available. Second, ensure that individuals have strong passwords in place. And indeed, for key personnel, encourage them to change their passwords now. Third, implement multi-factor authentication, particularly for key personnel and IT staff. Multi-factor authentication is something more than a password. It could be a biometric, like a fingerprint. It could be a code that comes off software. Last week, President Biden hosted key executives from technology companies as part of his efforts to really secure America online. And a number of those executives pointed to multi-factor authentication as preventing 80 to 90% of cyber attacks. Indeed, because it is such a helpful way to address cyber vulnerabilities, it's one of the 5 things President Biden mandated be rolled out across the federal government quickly as part of his executive order in May. Fourth, review your incident response plan and do a drill against it to ensure that if a compromise occurs, you're ready to react and respond quickly. And finally, ensure that you have up-to-date backups and that they're segregated from a network so that they're not accessible to an attacker. There are a couple of other good practices to do. Security teams should proactively hunt on a network. It's kind of like a digital version of walking the beat. Look for any initial signs of compromise or anything unusual on a network. And everyone should be extra vigilant for phishing emails and clicking on links that may be new or something that looks unusual. I want to repeat that we have no information about any specific threats or attacks. So the purpose of this is really to raise awareness before a holiday weekend, given the history of increased criminal cyber activity during holiday weekends. As always, CISA, FBI, and other U.S. government partners are positioned to support any organization that needs it. Please visit stopransomware.gov and follow the practices that you see. Taking a step back for a moment, the Biden administration is committed to addressing cyber threats to the country. And indeed, as I mentioned last week, President Biden hosted executives from technology companies, education firms, critical infrastructure, and others to focus on addressing the root causes of cyber. The technology companies in particular announced a set of commitments online to address some of the root causes of technology vulnerabilities and improve security of their products. Thank you. Wishing you a safe and enjoyable holiday weekend.
Steve? It's been more than 2 months since the president's meeting with President Putin. Have the Russians done anything to crack down on ransomware attacks?
Thank you for the question. The discussions with the Russians continue, as President Biden noted. He's looking for action with regard to addressing cyber activity, and we continue to look for that. That being said, we also need to look at our own activity, and it's the reason for this today, to ensure that we're doing everything we can to lock our digital doors and ensure that our networks and our organizations are as safe as they need to be online.
Jackie? Have you guys determined who is responsible for the attack on the State Department a couple of weeks ago?
I won't address specific incidents here. We're certainly looking at that, and we're also focused on, as I noted, the rollout of the 5 particular technologies across the federal government so we can confidently reduce the risk of such continued attacks. Those are on a tight timeline. So far, both CISA and Commerce's NIST have met every single timeline, and those key technologies are scheduled to be rolled out within 6 months of the president's executive order last May. So we're really tracking October and November to ensure that we've modernized our defenses across the federal government.
And just a heads up, some of you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute commercial break.
That work continues. As I noted in a prior discussion, there's a great deal of work to modernize our federal networks. They were not where they needed to be. And that's one of the reasons that the president mandated such aggressive, we believe achievable, but aggressive steps to bring them up to where they need to be to meet the level the attackers focus on those networks.
Jen?
Some of my colleagues at Bloomberg reported today about identifying some of the Chinese state-sponsored hackers who are behind an alleged NSA, co-opting an alleged NSA backdoor in products from Juniper Networks, which has obviously been known about for quite a few years. What are the administration's policies around the use of backdoors, and what are the guidelines, if any, about NSA's ability to insert backdoors into U.S. tech companies' products?
As you know, that's been as you noted, that's been an old story that's been reported, and I think we've continuously noted that there isn't substantiation for it. Focusing on supply chain for a moment, the supply chain and the need to ensure that software is as secure as possible is something that's absolutely a priority of this administration. I think you saw in the president's executive order, he mandated putting in place certain steps to ensure secure supply chains for products, and those are rolling out. Indeed, as well, I think you saw several of the announcements that came out of the summit last week. So we're absolutely committed to working with technology companies to ensure that their products are as secure as needed to face the attacks of today.
Do Monica, and then right in the back, and then we'll have to wrap it up.
So there was a spike in ransomware attacks earlier in the summer that seems to have slowed down slightly. To what do you attribute that? And then you did mention there wasn't something specific that caused you to come and bring out this warning. But in terms of Labor Day, is there anything different about it that you would like to highlight, given we haven't seen these kinds of warnings before the 4th of July or anything else more recently?
Two really good questions. First, we've noted the decrease in ransomware. And we think it's an important step in reducing the risk to Americans. There could be a host of reasons for it. So we're noting that trend, and we hope that that trend continues. And with regard to the change and why we're here today, I think it reflects the administration's focus on cyber threats and the recognition that we play a role in all of that. Yes, there are attackers, but they're leveraging vulnerabilities across the networks that we have. We continue to see successful attacks occurring against vulnerabilities for which there are patches. So we want to use the opportunity of this press room and the attention that it gets to ask Americans, to ask organizations to do the steps they need to do to be safe online, even as the government focuses on its efforts. And you've heard our counter-ransomware strategy, working with countries around the world, focusing on the illicit use of cryptocurrency, and pursuing and disrupting ransomware networks around the world. So this really represents the focus we're putting on this issue and the need and the highlight we're saying to Americans to do what they need to do in partnership with the government to be safe online.
Last one in the back. If you're a small company just trying to protect yourself when it comes to ransomware attacks, what is the weakest link attackers will try to exploit? Just a small company, mom and pop shop, you're worried about getting an attack.
Really great question. I would say two things. One is make sure your leadership and IT staff have deployed multi-factor authentication, have a strong password.
Password. Wow.
Really a strong password. And then, of course, patching the software that's most important.
Go ahead, last one.
I wanted to ask what you and your team are doing coming into the weekend, whether it's here at the White House through NSC or at CISA. Do you have certain staff on call this weekend? Do you have certain preparations that you're making on your end in addition to the advice you're giving to the public?
Great question. So first, we pulled together the intelligence community to ensure that we were tracking any and all threats and to ensure that they're highly alert for anything related to that. Second, we, of course, brought together agencies across the government, including key ones like FBI and CISA, to ensure that they were fully postured and fully prepared to be on staff and noting any early signs of any incident so we could rapidly jump on them and respond to them. And finally is this, calling on Americans, organizations to do the steps they need to do to be as safe as possible in advance of what may be an increased threat, as we've seen in history for the reasons I noted during the holiday weekend.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We will
Be well.
see you again, I'm certain.
Thank you, Jen.
Thank you for taking the time. Okay. A couple things for you at the top. Obviously, the president spoke to our ongoing work to help the people in the Gulf Coast and also in the Northeast and also out west as we're going through a range of natural disasters across the country. I just wanted to call out a few things. In Louisiana, disaster survivor assistance teams arrived today to support cooling stations in the city of New Orleans and St. John the Baptist Parish, where heat advisories are in effect and many residents remain without power. FEMA also announced today a new policy this morning to reduce barriers that have long prevented many disaster survivors, particularly Black Americans, from receiving disaster assistance by expanding the types of legal documentation for homeowners and renters to prove ownership or occupancy. This has been a big barrier in the past, and it was something we worked hard to address proactively. Also, finally, to help disaster survivors, and I've talked about this a bit, but just to give you an update, Register for Federal Assistance mobile emergency response support assets are deployed to support Louisiana and Mississippi. Now, as of today, roughly 50,000 households in Louisiana have already received a one-time payment of $500 from FEMA to support critical needs. And as the president noted, FEMA has awarded more than $77 million to help disaster survivors. Also this week, as part of our efforts to engage with communities that are hesitant about COVID-19 vaccines, White House Senior Policy Advisor for COVID-19 Equity, Dr. Cameron Webb, has held community confidence visits to encourage vaccinations in cities across the South, including Columbia, Jacksonville, Columbus, and Mobile. The community confidence visits aim to take a systematic approach to community conversations about COVID-19 and the vaccines that focus on the interrelatedness between COVID-19 and long-standing social determinants of health, including housing, education, mental health, and food insecurity. We've been really encouraged by how receptive people have been to these conversations, and more broadly encouraged that more people continue to get vaccinated, including nearly 2 million in the past 2 days, a strong start to the month. And I know there's a COVID briefing that starts in about 40 minutes, and you can learn more there. Go ahead, Josh.
Wonderful. Thanks, Jen. Two subject areas, both legal. With regard to the Texas abortion law, President Biden has a Supreme Court commission with a report due by October 6th. Did the president or anyone in the administration reach out to members of the commission in the wake of what happened? And does the president have any new thoughts on the structure of the court?
Well, first, I would say you're correct that there is an ongoing work that the Court Commission is doing. Their work is, and just to remind you all of what their focus is, there's about 30 members of this Court Commission. They're from diverse backgrounds and diverse views, and they're going to examine a range of questions about the future of the court, including term limits, including court expansion, and in addition, and several additional topics. We have not to my awareness, have we reached out to the Commission. It's important they do their work on the timeline that was designated and that they examine from a broad and diverse viewpoint all of these questions. But the President looks forward to reviewing their work when it's completed.
And the President doesn't have any new thoughts on the structure of the court?
He's waiting for the conclusion of this report, looks forward to reviewing it, seeing where they come out.
And then secondly, on the Purdue Pharma bankruptcy, does the administration believe the settlement gave sufficient justice to the victims of the opioid crisis?
It's a great question, Josh. I want to speak to our team and see if we can get you a more specific comment on that. Go ahead.
On the Texas law, what avenues are available to you in the short term for reacting to this law? We saw the President's statement directed the Gender Policy Council to do some things. What do you envision happening here?
Well, Steve, that's exactly what the President directed his team to look into, to be able to answer that question. Obviously, we're about 12 hours or less than that since this ruling. And what the President made clear in his statement this morning is that the impact of last night's decision should be immediate and requires an immediate process. So yes, he's asked the Gender Policy Council because he feels it's important for there to be a point of contact, or a point person, I should say, at a senior level in the White House. But most importantly, he's also directed them to work with the legal team here at the White House, the Department of Justice, the Department of Health and Human Services, to determine what, if any, steps can be taken here to protect a woman's right to choose and access to health care for women in Texas.
Were you surprised by this ruling?
We can never predict rulings, I will say, Steve. We certainly know the makeup of the court, but again, we try to stay out of the business of making predictions.
One thing on Afghanistan, do you see any possibility for a limited easing of the freeze in Afghan assets to prevent the collapse of that country's banking sector?
Well, I would say first, let me give you just kind of an overview of kind of what some of the considerations and good questions are. Yeah. Yes. But no one should assess that we are currently considering an easing of sanctions on the Taliban. That is not actively being discussed or pursued. We've not reduced sanctions pressure on the Taliban leaders or the significant restrictions on their access to the international financial system. And we will judge, and we want to make this very clear. We are going to judge the Taliban by their actions, and we will stay in close coordination with the international community on any steps that we take moving forward. Now, at the same time, we also want to ensure there is assistance to the Afghan people, humanitarian assistance and other assistance to keep them afloat and make sure they have, we provide that from the international community at this point in time. So there have been steps that have been taken in court, including issuing an OFAC license that allows this humanitarian assistance to go through. That, of course, is not through the Taliban. That is through outside organizations, and that's something we're working to be big contributors to. Go ahead, Jeff.
Back to the commission for 1 second. The president obviously served for a long time as chairman of the Judiciary Committee. He's been in this town longer than most anyone. What is he looking for from a commission to offer him that he would not have for this? And what do you say to critics who say he's simply punting this to them to avoid making a yes or no decision if he thinks the court should or should not be expanded?
Well, I would say to critics, or we would say to critics, yes, the president has a long history working on judicial issues as the former chairman of the Judiciary Committee, and he takes the role of institutions in our nation's history, including the Supreme Court, quite seriously. That's one of the reasons why this court was put together and constructed in the way it was. I mean, this commission, I should say, was put together and constructed in the way it was, which is with a diverse set of viewpoints, a diverse set of expertise, and he asked them to look at a broad set of questions, wanted to give them time to do that work and come out of that with some viewpoints. But he wants to leave them space to do exactly that. And I think the fact that he named a commission with a diverse set of viewpoints reflects his strong commitment to preserving institutions, but also taking a fresh look at things that need to change if needed.
Is he misleading supporters of expanding the court, though, by allowing this commission to do its work? I mean, the reality is this would take a legislative change. It's something he couldn't change on his own. Why doesn't he just come out and say how difficult this would be?
Well, I think it's clear it's difficult, but the president's view on the expansion of courts has not changed. He also wants this group, this commission, to take a close look at a range of issues, not just court expansion, which is an important question for them to examine, but term limits and a range of questions that the commission is looking at. I will also note, though, Jeff, that in the president's statement today, he also made very clear and in pretty strong terms his viewpoints on the ruling of the Supreme Court in this case. And rulings like that do raise concerns, not just for the president, but for people out there in the country about how the court is operating. And I'll just note what he said, for the majority to do this without a hearing, without the benefit of an opinion from a court below, and without due consideration of the issues, insults the rule of law and rights of all Americans to seek redress from our courts. That is, of course, of concern, not just to him, but it should be to all Americans who watched the ruling this morning.
On Afghanistan, really quickly, if I could, are there any updates on the 100 to 200 American citizens who were in the country or are still in the country? Do you believe they still are, or what's the latest on the diplomatic mission?
Well, I know my colleague at the State Department is briefing right about now and will give a more in-depth update on this. But what he said yesterday, and I will just echo, is it is closer to 100. We are in close touch from the State Department, from our diplomatic officials, with all of these individuals, working in close coordination with them to determine how they can leave the country, if they've left the country. There have been reports, as I think many of you have seen or reported yourself, about charter flights. If I can just speak to that for a moment, because I know it's been a popular question. There have been some confusion about this. We do not have personnel on the ground, nor do we have air assets in the country, and we don't control the airspace. So anyone who's suggesting we are preventing these flights, that's not accurate. We couldn't prevent a charter flight from taking off. But what is important for people to understand is where we have some concern, and that is the fact that we do not have reliable means to confirm the basic details of charter flights, including who may be organizing them, the number of American citizens and other priorities groups on board, the accuracy of the rest of the manifest and where the plane may land, what security protocols they're taking into place. So just to kind of give you an example here, these charter flights are landing on U.S. military bases, and we have to be very careful, and I think it's understandable we have concern about flights where we don't have that level of information and understanding about the manifests, what the protocols are that are underway. There's also a question, there continue to be active ISIS-K threats. And there's also a question of where these flights go, where they land. We know ISIS-K has a keen interest in attacks against aviation targets, and our personnel on the ground in our Air Force, in our military bases, and these are among the risks that we take into account. Go ahead.
Just a few here. Most of the Texas-related questions have been asked. We're curious, what advice would the president give to a woman in Texas right now who wants or needs to get an abortion?
What the president would convey to any woman who is trying to get an abortion, seek an abortion, be able to employ her constitutional right to seek health care, and health care that is enshrined and allowed by federal law. What he would convey to them, I don't think he's going to be giving medical advice. That's not the role of any president. He would say, but I would say he would convey to them, I have asked my team to use every lever at their disposal to ensure you have this right, to ensure you have access, to ensure that you can have the ability to seek medical care in the way that every woman should have the right to across the country. And he has made that a priority.
And this request of DOJ and HHS for what more can we do, is the understanding or the expectation that they will actually come back with specific ideas, or is it possible that they determine there really isn't much beyond making sure somebody takes this to the Supreme Court? Because the federal government can't be subject to a civil suit in Texas. But there are other things potentially the federal government would be able to do?
The president has every hope, expectation that the leaders of agencies across the government who have capacity will seek every way they can, every means they can, to protect a woman's right to choose in Texas. I can't preview for you. I don't know yet what they will come back with. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. On the Texas law, has the president been in touch with Speaker Pelosi and Majority Leader Schumer in the past 2 days about their efforts to pass legislation protecting abortion rights?
He does intend to talk with them about this. I can't tell you exactly when that will be, but he has every intention to do that. I will note that Speaker Pelosi also put out a statement about the intention to bring up the codification of Roe up for a vote, which is something the president certainly supports and would be eager to sign into law.
One more. Does the administration have a message for industry and private businesses that have operations in Texas? Like, would the president and the White House support a boycott of sorts against Texas?
That's not a call we're making from here. What our effort and what the focus of the federal government is to look for every resource, every lever at our disposal to ensure women in Texas have the ability to seek health care.
Following up on the Texas law, why does the president support abortion when his own Catholic faith teaches abortion is morally wrong?
Well, he believes that it's a woman's right, it's a woman's body, and it's her choice.
Why does the president, who does he believe then should look out for the unborn child?
He believes that it's up to a woman to make those decisions, and up to a woman to make those decisions with her doctor. I know you've never faced those choices, nor have you ever been pregnant, but for women out there who have faced those choices, this is an incredibly difficult thing. The president believes their rights should be respected. Go ahead. I think we got to move on. I think we have to move on. You've had plenty of time today. Go ahead.
How many green card holders and SIV applicants remain in Afghanistan?
Let me give you first, and I'll get to your question, but it reminds me I wanted to give you guys an update on one piece that was asked yesterday, which is how many people have come into the country. And this is something that DHS will be providing regular updates on, but just to give you an understanding of the breakdown, and then I will come back to your question, Jackie, I promise. First, between August 17th and August 31st, of the breakdown of people who have come into the country, 107 people have arrived in the United States as a part of Operation Allies Welcome. 4,446 are U.S. citizens, 14% of them. 2,785, or 9%, are U.S. lawful permanent residents. 23,876, or 77%, this is the statistic I gave yesterday, which I then later butchered in the briefing, are other Afghans at risk, including SIV and other visa holders, SIV applicants, P1 and P2 referrals, and others. Note that this group includes a small number of third country nationals that were also evacuated and processed. We will give updates on that. That's obviously the data as of just a couple of days ago. In terms of your question, which is a very good one, Jackie, in terms of how many people are in the country now, there are people who are eligible. We may not even know they're eligible yet, right? It is very hard to define those numbers. That is something that certainly the State Department, in coordination with the Department of Homeland Security, are going to be assessing what we think the population is and how we can work with this population to ensure that we help individuals who want to leave and want to depart the country to depart. Some of those people may be eligible for a range of our programs, SIV programs, P1, P2 programs. Some of them may not, but they still may want to depart the country. Now, as I noted yesterday, and I've noted several times, everybody who wants to leave Afghanistan and come to the United States will not be able to and will not be eligible. And we don't want to set the expectation that will be the case, but what we want to do is try to assess and try to do extensive outreach through diplomatic channels to see how many people there are, what programs they might be eligible for.
Thank you. And I want to get to the Taliban.
And just a heads up, some of you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute commercial break. More right here on Live Now from Fox when you return.
Some color from that story. Since the Taliban came to power, one man said they haven't stopped killing. A few days ago, this person said they killed 12 members of special forces in Kandahar, 3 soldiers in Jalalabad as well. The Taliban took them out of their homes and shot them. Given this kind of reporting that we're hearing, is it possible that our reliance on the Taliban to keep their word in terms of our evacuation is misplaced? We're going back on things like the amnesty promise.
Well, first, I don't have any confirmation of those details. I'm not questioning the BBC's reporting. I just don't have any confirmation of them from the U.S. government. I would certainly point you to the Department of Defense and others who might have additional details. But what I would note here, Jackie, is no one is saying from the federal government, no one, the president, the Secretary of Defense, no one from the intelligence community, that the Taliban are good actors, right? We are not saying that. That is one of the reasons we are being so clear that we are not rushing to recognition. We will be watching clearly. We have a range of leverage at our disposal, including access to the global marketplace. And of course, we will be assessing. It's of course based on how they treat individuals in the country, how they treat women, whether they let people who want to leave the country leave. All of those are factors that we will be assessing, but I don't have any confirmation of that specific reporting. Go ahead.
Jen, yesterday you said you were going to check on the specifics, so just to be clear, the president does support the Women's Health Protection Act?
We are looking at a range of options in Congress, including the Women's Health Protection Act, but I don't have an assessment at this point in time about that piece of legislation.
And will there be a point person for this whole of government approach, like with voting rights or with immigration? And if not, why not?
The president conveyed clearly in his statement he'd asked the Gender Policy Council co-chairs to oversee this effort.
And what's the timeline on that policy council?
I'm not.
Will they have a deadline to get back to him, or when they may produce a report?
Well, I wouldn't look at it as producing a report. They are going to be coordinating all of the leverage and all of the efforts and policy options across the government. And the president wants them to act as quickly as possible. So it's not a means of 100 days and then we'll get a report. It's let's see what our options are and let's act on them. Go ahead.
If I could just try to drill down on that. The president did say an immediate response is required. I know you said you're not in a position to preview any, but what does the White House see as a federal responsibility here? I mean, you're talking about the possibility of involving the Justice Department, HHS. In Oklahoma, there are clinics that are saying, okay, we are offering the service, come here. Is that something that the federal government could do? Provide transportation for women outside the state of Texas?
These are all great questions, and I would note that it wasn't just the Department of Justice that the president referenced in his statement on purpose, right? Because the Department of Health and Human Services has a range of resources, funding, programs that they can look at and potentially deploy. And yes, it is urgent. The president wants them to look at these programs now and come back and see what's possible, but it has been less than a day here, and I just want the experts and the policy experts to be able to assess what's possible, and then we will get back to you and make sure you all know exactly what our options look like. Go ahead.
Thanks so much. There are some concerns about the recent drone strikes and the possibility of more. Some groups like the ACLU, as well as some former Obama officials, feel this is an indicator that the forever wars are not over if drone strikes continue. Can you address those concerns and speak to whether these drone strikes mean an extension of the war?
The strikes that killed ISIS-K terrorists?
And the possibility of more. I mean, President Biden yesterday said that this is not over.
Well, if anybody wants to convey they don't think that we should kill ISIS-K terrorists and kill the people who killed 13 members of our military, then the president's happy to have that debate. Go ahead.
Can I ask another question on refugees? Thank you. Some groups are anticipating about 50,000 Afghans coming to the United States. Is that an estimate that you're able to confirm? And is there anything more that you can share on what status they will arrive? Will most of them have humanitarian parole, SIVs, P1, P2s? And how will those numbers be applied to the refugee cap? Will they be part of the 125,000 that's been committed to, or in addition?
These are all really good questions that are being discussed by the team as we speak. But let me try to answer what I can answer at this point in time. So right now, the U.S. military bases, they confirmed about 2 days ago that they had about 20,000 people. That number may have gone down now, so I would certainly encourage you to ask them for an updated number if that's of interest. They are working towards space for about 50,000. Now, there are people who come to this country, American citizens and others, who have family members who may not go to those military bases, U.S. citizens, of course, who may not go to those bases, and those bases are meant to be temporary regardless. In terms of what classification, so as you know, there are different classifications people have come into the country under from Afghanistan. The SIV, the Special Immigrant Visa Program, P1, P2 programs. Some have come in through parolee programs. And yes, we are having discussions about over the long term what this looks like. Right now, refugees who come in as refugee status would be under the refugee cap. But beyond that, I have to let the policy process see itself through. It's a good question. Go ahead.
125,000, do you know that? I apologize.
Oh, sorry, about whether, say that one more time. What was the question about that?
125,000. Will it be in addition to the committed refugee cap of 125,000? Or will it be, does the 50,000, or whatever the number is, does it fall?
Well, 50,000, a lot of those people are special immigrant visa applicants, right? Or through other programs. So that wouldn't be under a refugee cap. Go ahead.
Reproductive rights activists have noted that President Biden seems reluctant to use the specific word abortion, although he did use it in his statement today, in the statement he put out yesterday. Can you explain his seeming reluctance to use that word? And was it a deliberate messaging strategy or choice to use it this week in relation to the Texas law?
I have to say, as somebody who strongly supports women's rights to choose myself, as somebody who's spent time working with groups like Planned Parenthood, amazing groups like that, that I think the most important value people should look at is what the president does in his actions and what he fights for. And I don't think I'm going to have any other assessment beyond that. Go ahead.
The president said today, talking about the hurricane, that the climate crisis is here, and then he went on to talk about the wildfires and the flooding. Has anything in the recent, that recent string of weather events changed his view on how aggressive the administration needs to be on carbon reduction in its policy?
Well, I think it's reaffirmed, as you heard the president reference today, his commitment to getting his Build Back Better agenda passed, which has a huge focus on addressing the climate crisis and taking a number of steps, including investing in resiliency for infrastructure, as you know, also setting ambitious goals and taking policy steps to reach those. So I think it really reaffirms more of the policies he's already proposed that will take huge steps forward in helping to address the climate crisis. I'd note that also even Senator Cassidy also noted the need to invest in infrastructure and how these recent events reiterate that.
And on the Build Back Better, would the president sign a version of that passed by the House and Senate that does not fully fund his carbon reduction agenda?
Well, I'm not going to negotiate from here, obviously, but the president put those proposals in the package because he feels they are vitally important to addressing the climate crisis. And the climate crisis is one of 4 crises he's identified from the beginning as being central to the issues he's going to address as president. I will say that, as people look to the next couple of weeks of the very expansive legislative agenda that we are going to all be undertaking together, what the president is quite focused on is, yes, of course, the investments that will help cut costs for the American people in a range of ways, whether it's the child tax credit, making childcare less expensive, making college more affordable, but he is equally as focused on the making wealthiest Americans and corporations pay more, because he thinks that's fair, and he thinks that is how we can deliver on equality in this country, and that can also pay for a lot of these important policy initiatives. Go ahead.
Are there any more details about the president's trip to Louisiana tomorrow?
Sure. They are still being finalized, which is not out of the norm, but let me tell you what I know at this point in time. So the president will travel to New Orleans to survey storm damage from the hurricane. He'll meet with state and local leaders. I would expect that will include the governor and the mayor from impacted communities. And beyond that, we're still finalizing all the details, which we'll hopefully have more later tonight on.
And on the Texas abortion law, how worried, or is the administration worried at all that this will enable other state legislatures to pass similar bills?
Of course we're worried. Of course we're worried that other states where there is a movement and an effort to prevent women from having access to health care will copycat these steps by the Texas that happened in Texas. Now, that is one of the reasons why the president thinks it's so urgent and why he has asked his team to act as quickly as possible to see what our options are. Go ahead.
On Afghanistan, the Taliban says China will be their main partner and kind of financial lifeline. Does that weaken America's leverage over the group to change its behavior, especially given the geographic closeness between China and Afghanistan?
Well, I would first say that, as the president has said many times, so let me repeat.
Just a heads up, some of you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute break.
More than China and Russia, because it would have tied up our own resources and tied up our own U.S. military and tied up our own financial assets and options. What our leverage over the Taliban is a range of things. I mean, one is, of course, access to the global marketplace, which is not just China. It is a range of money that is in the New York Federal Reserve that was the Afghan government's money that they currently don't have access to. It is working with a coalition of 100 countries around the world that have signed this statement on what their expectations are of the Taliban. It's working with the UN Security Council. So The world is united in what they expect the Taliban to do, which is allow people who want to depart the country to depart. And China has to decide where they are in that effort. Oh, good.
Just to the eviction moratorium, or lack thereof of an eviction moratorium, I'm curious what specifically the administration is doing to help those states who seem to be having issues doling out these billions of dollars available for renters and landlords beyond the, telling them to speed it up.
Well, I promise you we're not just telling them to speed it up. We are telling them to speed it up, but we are not stopping there. One of the steps we've taken, we've announced a few steps over the course of the last few weeks, is working to cut bureaucratic red tape from here. So that includes making it easier for landlords and tenants to apply for this assistance, and ensuring that that is not an incredibly difficult process. We've also worked with individual states to determine what are the holdup in their processes, and some of the bureaucratic steps in places where we've eased the red tape has expedited the funding going out in states. So we've seen successes on that front. What's important to note here is that the funding exists in states across the country to essentially do the federal eviction moratorium, even though the Supreme Court has ruled as they ruled, because states can do it on an individual basis. So what we're really encouraging states to do is put in place eviction moratoriums statewide, or take any steps they can take across the state to make it harder for people to kick tenants out of their homes during this time. And we can get you a rundown of that too. I'm looking for all the pieces. Go ahead.
A Taliban spokesman told an Australian news network that the 41 Australians who died in the war in Afghanistan died in vain. During this time, the Australian government found out about the withdrawal date change through media reporting. We weren't included on the list from Secretary of State Antony Blinken of countries called on the final day, August 31. Does the Taliban have a point?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
We have sacrificed a lot for this alliance, and including the lives of 41 Australians, and we've been left seemingly out of the loop during this withdrawal process. There hasn't been high-level communication with the Australian government during this time.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that we have not engaged with the Australian government. We have worked with our partners around the world to evacuate individuals from a range of countries around the world who need evacuating from the country. I would say, and the President would say if he were standing here, those 41 Australians did not die in vain. And we are incredibly grateful for their partnership. We're incredibly grateful for their support over the course of a 20-year war. And Australia remains a pivotal partner to the United States. But I would be very shocked if we had not been in touch with and engaged with. So what I was asking you for clarification on was question about the 31st and a call on the 31st. I'm not sure what that would be a reference to.
The speech that Antony Blinken, the Secretary of State, gave at the withdrawal, at the end of the conflict, the last fight, he listed through all these different countries that he called at the end of that, and Australia wasn't on the list.
I can certainly ask the State Department when their most recent diplomatic conversations were with Australian leaders, but I know that we are in close touch, in close coordination, and that Australia is an incredibly vital partner, not just over the last several years in the war in Afghanistan, but on a range of important global issues. Go ahead.
Thanks, John. I wanted to follow up on Jeff's question. We know that commission is not tasked with providing specific recommendations to the president out of that review, and he's already said that he is not a fan of court packing. So realistically, what kind of changes can we expect to come once that review is complete? Is the president committed to addressing the court system in a significant way?
Well, the president wants to take a look at what the court reform group advises on. And yes, they're not coming out with these are the 7 steps that we are recommending. It's a diverse group with diverse opinions. And he felt that was important, given this is a vital institution in our nation's history. So I can't predict for you. I don't know where he's going to land. I'm going to leave the space for the president to determine that. Go ahead in the back.
A couple of follow-ups. First one, that's about the answer that you gave to Franco about the ongoing drone strikes in Afghanistan. Mm-hmm. Because the president talked about in his recent remarks that this was kind of a new chapter, and you've talked from the podium there about sort of meeting these threats now where they are outside of Afghanistan. Yeah. So if these drone strikes do continue, the concern from the international community is these are extrajudicial killings, there are civilian casualties often. I mean, how is this sort of the new era? It seems almost like business as usual.
Well, I think it's the context of the president's remarks was not drone strikes are the new era. It is we need to meet threats where they are and ensure we're taking steps to address them in coordination with the global community, of course. I will say that the United States takes the threat of civilian casualties incredibly seriously. We do everything we can to prevent civilian casualties. That will continue. I know there have been very good questions about the strike that happened over the weekend, and there is an investigation into that. There's been a range of reporting, but the investigation needs to play out and conclude before we speak to that. But I would say what the president is referencing is there are a range of countries around the world. We don't have a military presence on the ground, but we can still prevent terrorist groups from metastasizing and posing threats to not just the United States, but to our partners and countries around the world. And there's a range of tools and tactics. So that's what he was conveying.
Just one more,
Go ahead. Bill, go ahead.
Oh, apologies. One more follow-up.
Sure.
Steve Holland's question this time. You kind of updated us on how you're sort of encouraging the international leaders to get the money flowing into Afghanistan again. And as these aid groups are warning of a humanitarian crisis, given the fact, and this is again referencing the president's remarks, he's $2 trillion spent there. What's being done to ensure that all this money that's spent, whether it was in the past or in the future, is actually getting to the people that need it, and not to corporations that have profited off of people's misery for so long?
Absolutely. One, I would say he signed this OFAC license because he wants humanitarian groups that we know we can rely on to be able to have access to provide this assistance. And that was a step we took to ensure that. One of the pieces we've talked about a bit in here is the importance of getting airports functioning, right? Not just at HKIA, but in regional airports, because that's how this humanitarian assistance is going to be delivered to people across Afghanistan. So that's another area where he's quite focused, and the Secretary of State and our government is quite focused.
Two more foreign questions. First of all, in Afghanistan, what is the administration's position on the National Resistance Front led by Ahmed Massoud? And is the U.S. talking to or assisting them in, or in any way supporting them in reaching their goals?
I don't have anything to read out in terms of engagements with them. I'd point you to the State Department.
Secondly, as you know, Climate Envoy Kerry is in China right now to talk about climate change. Chinese Foreign Minister has said, quote, if the U.S. wants progress on climate, forgive me, sorry, quote starts here, stop regarding China as a threat and as an adversary. End quote. Does the administration see China as an adversary in this regard, and are you willing to meet them in the middle to make progress on climate change?
Well, the United States sees China as a country where we have disagreements, and we also have areas where we can work together. And that's what complicated diplomatic relationships look like, and certainly our relationship with China falls into that category. Thanks, everyone, so much. I don't think I'm going to have anything new to what I already answered on that, but we'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks, everyone.
All right, there we have it. Jen Psaki wrapping things up, answering a lot of questions on Texas abortion law. Again, it's going to be a big controversial issue that we'll be continued to talk about into next week as well. What we're going to do is send some of you off into a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we'll have more news stories, especially on that storm damage and cleanup over on our East Coast when you return. Again, that's coming up after a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Again, some viral videos going around on social media, especially after we had huge storms roll through the Northeast. This one coming to us from New York City as water is dumping down onto this train here underground, just getting flooded with water as we had a lot of rain pass through the Northeast. And of course, it brought along with it a lot of isolated tornadoes and some damaging winds, as well as some heavy rains. A lot of flooding in many areas across the Northeast. So what we're going to do is, of course, keep you up to date on the latest with officials who are now out assessing all of that damage. Earlier this morning, we did have New York Governor Kathy Hochul, along with New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio, as well as they were with New York Senator Schumer. But let's go into that press briefing that happened earlier this morning as officials are talking about all the damage, the recovery, the rescue, and of course the cleanup that's going to be happening in the next few days.
Good morning. I want to thank the individuals who've joined us here this morning. Senator Schumer, Mayor Bill de Blasio, Congressman Meeks, our Borough President Donovan Richards, as well as Borough President Adams. We're here today because of a devastating storm that shocked the people of this city. And even the morning after, we're still uncovering the true depth of the loss. The human loss, which is hard to imagine, that people simply in their cars, in their homes, in their basements, succumb to the ravages of a brutal storm, and their families must just be in such pain this morning. So to all of them, we offer our love, our condolences, and our wishes for their healing, and we'll be there to support them. And this is all precipitated by last night's record-shattering rainfall. And what's so fascinating is that the records that were broken in Central Park, for example, 3.15 inches in 1 hour, it broke a record literally set 1 week earlier. That says to me that there are no more cataclysmic, unforeseeable events. We need to foresee these in advance and be prepared. And we learned a lot of lessons from Sandy. We built back resiliency. Our coastal shorelines are in much better shape than they had been. But where we have a vulnerability is in our streets with the higher elevations now, where the flash floods, which were unknown before. This is the first time we've had a flash flood event of this proportion in the city of New York and in the outlying areas. We haven't experienced this before, but we should expect it the next time. And that means we have to continue investments in infrastructure, working in partnership with our federal government and support from Senator Schumer and President Biden, who are working so hard to get the infrastructure dollars back to our states so we can build this up, working in partnership with the mayor and other officials to work collaboratively and get this done so we can take care of the drainage shortcomings in our streets, because when the streets get flooded, what happens next? The water rushes down, not just through the highways, but also finds its way to penetrate our subway system. And as a result, what happened yesterday, trains were shut down, people were stranded. The fear that they must have experienced when this occurred, I cannot imagine. And I don't want this to happen again. So what we're doing is yesterday in preparation, we directed all of our state resources to be prepared. Our DOT, Thruway Authority, MTA, Port Authority, all of our first responders embedded with the local teams here and throughout Long Island, Nassau, Suffolk, Westchester, Putnam, Rockland counties. All of those have suffered some form of loss. So we wanted to make sure our crews were on the ground. We also have pumping systems in place, taking care of the subways, literally removing the water physically. And I want to thank, first of all, everyone who was involved last night. But our transit workers are heroes, especially all the bus operators who had to be deployed to literally take people from stations to where they needed to go. So it was an extraordinary rescue operation just a few short hours ago. Moments ago, I was on the phone with the White House. President Biden called, offered any assistance. He repeated any assistance that the state of New York needs. I told him we'll take him up on that. And what happens next, we'll be doing on-the-ground assessments of the damage with the FEMA teams, our local partners, and making sure we get a true accounting of the loss. But he promised that he'll guaranteed, he said, I guarantee to you, I will approve any declaration you need, emergency declaration, so we can get the money flowing to New York, to our municipalities, to our cities, to our citizens, the businesses affected, and certainly to the homeowners. And also with respect to the homeowners who've experienced the flooding in their own basements, I've directed the Department of Financial Services to be in contact immediately with our insurance providers so they get people on the ground. Show up in these neighborhoods, get your claims adjusters, let them start filing to get reimbursed for the damages. We have mobile units on the ground to this end as well. So right now we still have a limited services on the subway. I'll be heading out to Long Island to see some damage that occurred out there shortly, but the Metro North, LAIR, and the subway systems are not fully functioning at this time. But I want people to stay engaged, following the information, and to make sure that they stay safe. I want to conclude by saying, once again, New Yorkers show what they're made out of. The collaboration that was going on, the constant communication between our teams is something that perhaps you don't see in the public, but it's real, it makes a difference, and it helps save lives. And literally, I want to thank our partners at the state level as well. State police and our rescue teams had to rescue over 100 people in Westchester and Rockland County alone. So this is the scenario as we speak today, but I'll be giving continuing reports. What I wanted to do first was assess where we are today, but my next question is, where are we going next? How do we prevent this from happening? How do we get money and resources to the places we can build up the resiliency in streets? Before we worried about the coastal areas, now it's about what's happening in the streets, the drainage systems that need to be enhanced, and all the resiliency we can embed because of climate change. Unfortunately, this is something we're going to have to deal with great regularity, and we want to assure all New Yorkers that we're prepared for this, and we'll do everything we can in our power to protect human life and property. Thank you very much. With that, I'd like to introduce Senator Schumer, who's been very engaged since we spoke this morning already, and I want to thank him for his partnership. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Governor. And first, my condolences and heart and prayers to all of the families who have lost loved ones. Imagine the horror of you're sitting in your own basement apartment and the water just floods in all of a sudden with no notice, and you struggle to get out, but you can't. It's an awful, awful situation, and our hearts go out to them. I, too, want to thank all of our New Yorkers at the city and the state level, as well as the other localities, who always go all out. Unfortunately, we in New York have experienced too many emergencies in the last decade. And the one thing we've learned through these emergencies is how strong New Yorkers are and how much our public servants want to go all out and risk their lives to preserve other people's lives. And we thank them. I'm going to make 2 points here. Number one, we will do everything we can to get all of the federal aid that's needed. We did this after Sandy. We've done it after many other storms upstate. The governor knows when we worked together on these storms upstate. And I spoke this morning to FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell. The good news here is, you know what her job was before she was FEMA Administrator. Amen. She was the city's OEM commissioner. So she knows New York well. We will fight and make New York declared a disaster area. I've spoken to the White House as well. And that will mean money for homeowners and individuals, money for small businesses that may have been lost, and money to our city, state, and other local governments for the amount of money that they've had to lay out to deal with this crisis. And I will make sure, as I have in the past, that no stone is left unturned, and all of the federal largesse. In the federal government, we know when a disaster hits one area, the whole country comes together and helps. And that's what we're going to ask here for New York, just as we are helping in California with the fires and out west with the fires, etc. And that relates to my second and final point. Global warming is upon us. When you get 2 record rainfalls in a week, it's not just coincidence. When you get all the changes that we have seen in weather, that's not a coincidence. Global warming is upon us, and it's going to get worse and worse and worse unless we do something about it. And that's why it's so imperative to pass the two bills, the infrastructure bill and the budget reconciliation bill. The second deals with climate change and will reduce the amount of carbon we've put in the atmosphere by 50% by 2030. The first bill deals with infrastructure, and built into that infrastructure is something I started fostering with Sandy, that we don't just build infrastructure, but we build resilient infrastructure. So when these floods or fires or anything else occurs, they are much more resistant. And you saw some results of that from the Sandy money, but we need much more of it. And these bills do that. Woe is us if we don't recognize these changes are due to climate change. Woe is us if we don't do something about it quickly, both in building resilient infrastructure and going to clean power, whether it's in homes, in electricity, in transportation, to stop the global warming or at least reduce its awful effects on this country. I want to thank the governor for being here right on the spot. I want to thank the mayor. He's always available. Our borough president, our great congressman who I work with on these federal issues, Greg Meeks, John Liu, Danique Miller, and everyone who is here. Thank you. And now it's my honor to call on Mayor de Blasio. Come on, Mayor.
Thank you, Senator. We are in a whole new world now. Let's be blunt about it. We saw a horrifying storm last night, unlike anything we have seen before. And this is a reality we have to face. Unfortunately, the price paid by some New Yorkers was horrible and tragic. We have now lost 9 New Yorkers to this storm. 9 people who were alive at this exact moment yesterday. No idea that such a horrible fate could befall them. Families in mourning right now. We need to be there for them and for all the New Yorkers who right now are dealing with the results of this horrifying storm. I want to thank Senator Schumer. We spoke earlier today. I know he will get us the maximum federal aid. Our homeowners need it. Our business owners need it. People are going through hell right now. They need help. I thank President Biden and Senator Schumer for being willing immediately to help. Governor Hochul, we spoke repeatedly last night, this morning. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for the way the state of New York responded. We are truly all in this together. And storms affect all of us. But what we've got to recognize is the suddenness, the brutality of storms now. It is different. A record set 2 weeks ago, another record set now, rainfall like we haven't seen ever before. This is the biggest wake-up call we could possibly get. We're going to have to do a lot of things differently and quickly. But what is a constant is our first responders. I want to thank the men and women of the FDNY and EMS, NYPD, Environmental Protection, all the agencies that were out in force last night, rescuing hundreds and hundreds of New Yorkers. So many lives were saved because of the fast, courageous response of our first responders. People helped from a subway train safely. People helped out of a car in a flooded area. This happened literally hundreds of times last night. And God bless our first responders who were there. We've got a lot of work to do right now to help New Yorkers recover. But we also have a lot of work to do to change the very approach. I agree with the governor. It's time for an entirely different approach because we're getting a signal here. And it's not going to be easy. We're going to need all that help possible from the federal government. But in our time, we have to make this change. We've gotten the message. We have to make a change to protect the lives of the people of this city. Thank you. And now I'd like to call on someone who's been tremendously helpful and always make sure that we get help in this city, Congressmember Gregory Meeks.
First, let me give my condolences to the family members, to the friends, the relatives, the neighbors on this block who have to be devastated. One day, it's a beautiful day, and we know that in Queens, neighborhoods are families, block associations, working together, neighbors protecting neighbors' homes. This is absolutely devastating, and my heart reaches out to each and every one on this block and in this family. A mother, a son, gone from us because of climate change and these record storms. Storms that were once in 500 years, I'm told. Now that we've got to look at them to be storms that come in a regular manner, more intense as indicated. And so I want to thank, I spoke to Speaker Pelosi to make sure that we work very closely with Senator Schumer so there's no separation between the House and the Senate, and I think all of the members of the United States Congress, and bringing the resources here to the city of New York. Let me thank the mayor and the governor for their working on this instantaneously. Now, we know happen to be here in southeastern Queens in the 5th Congressional District, knowing that we need infrastructure, it is absolutely crucial and important that we pass reconciliation. One of the reasons why it's important, I know for flooding in southeastern Queens, I have a request in now that was passed in the House, but it's got to be passed in the reconciliation bill for some close to $4 million just for blocks like these to improve the infrastructure and to stop the flooding that we know takes place here. If you just looked at what this place looked like, and there's pictures now at 10 p.m. last night, it was devastating. And finally, let me just say thank you to all of the men and women working in all of our emergency services and the heroes and sheroes, as the governor indicated, from our transportation. And when I looked at the number of bus drivers and the people in the subway systems getting people out into safety, also rescuing people that were stuck in their cars, they are really heroes, putting themselves at risk for the rest of us. So again, thank you. I want to thank my city councilman who has been working here for a long period of time in this very block, trying to make a difference for the people of this district, for all of the hard work that you do in the city council, and our former borough president, now DA, Melinda Katz, for all that she does. So I now want to bring up the current borough president, who is working very hard to make sure that this borough receives all the infrastructure dollars and the attention that it rightfully needs. Donovan Richards.
Thank you, Congressmember, and thank you to both the governor and the mayor for their support this morning or into the wee early morning hours. I want to thank all of the agencies. First off, let me start by saying that we mourn, all 2.4 million Queens residents mourn the lives of those lost on the early morning hours due to this catastrophic storm. Let me also just say that we've surveyed a lot of different communities across the borough, and I'm happy to say that Rosedale and the Rockaways, because of the investment by the city, I want to thank the mayor for his $2 billion investment into Southern Queens. We definitely saw a different story this time around based on that investment, but we know that's still not enough, and that's why we're here today. We need Washington, D.C. to move with a level of urgency. We've been here before in Hurricane Sandy. We still are waiting for the Rockaway reformulation plan. We have a Howard Beach plan. There are many parts of this borough that historically have flooded, and it's only going to get worse. And unfortunately, if we do not address climate change, we will continue to lose lives across not just this borough, but across this country and state. And we don't have to look any further than Louisiana to see what also happened there as well. A few things I want to mention to homeowners out there today. Please document all of your losses. I've spoken to some homeowners here. Put a claim in with the comptroller as well as with your insurance companies as well. I know that a lot of residents struggle with flood insurance, but these are some key things to do. I'm also asking companies to allow their workers to work remote on today. And if you're not an essential worker, to really stay off of the roads as well. For the neighborhoods of Whitestone, College Point, and parts of Flushing, Left Rack, I want you to know that we are here. I've asked the governor on today for assistance to our small businesses and to our homeowners as well. And she's given her stamp of approval on all of those things. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done. We are not out of the woods. Queens needs to see much more infrastructure investment. We cannot wait until tomorrow. We need it today. These lives could have been saved if we had investment that we sorely needed a long time ago. With that being said, it brings me great honor to bring up my colleague, someone who worked with me from my time being the Environmental Protection Chairman in the Council, him being Civil Service and Labor, someone who worked to secure $2 billion for South Queens, Danique Miller. Thank you.
Danique Miller. Didn't know that.
Good morning. First of all, my condolences to the Ramsrick family. And I want to thank the governor, the mayor, Senator Schumer, Congressmember, Borough President, and this is collaboration of folks of government that have come together to address this issue. And they have done so very well, articulated the issues of climate change and infrastructure, or the lack thereof. But all politics of local. And I think the congressman has mentioned that I have spent the better part of 10 years on this street here. And I probably had about 6 to 12 inches of water in my basement this morning. But I always say that you feel like the man with no shoes until you come over here on 183rd Street, and then you see the man with no feet, right? Where I bet you this is my mother. Every time you get to a mic,
it's Mom, you're okay. We've talked to your
Better
mom.
pick that up.
All right. Mom, your son's doing okay. He's doing a press conference. So, you got your little boy in good hands.
Oh my God!
He's looking good. He's safe.
Gotta make sure it's his mother.
Oh, she got it. You know, it's my mother, right? So, yeah, we felt like until you see the person with no feet, where folks here have a foot of water on the first floor and not in the basement. And the cruel irony is, as Borough President Richards indicated, of the $2 billion in infrastructure that was spent, in nearly half the city's infrastructure budget, spent here in Southeast Queens, the priority was 183rd Street. When that schedule came out, we said, no, don't do Cambridge Heights, don't do Springfield Gardens, do 183rd Street first. And guess what? They did. And then they did it again because it wasn't done right the first time. And we're still here today. And so there has to be oversight, and we have to figure out what we're not doing right. That we have to make sure that these folks, that every time it rains, that they're not out here. Every time it rains, my staff and I, we have the hot spots, as the borough president knows. You call over here, you call certain areas in Springfield Gardens to see if it's working. And guess what? 2 weeks ago when we had the major flood, then the record breaker, we were okay. This was different. And the loss of lives are unacceptable. We absolutely have to make sure that we're taking care of families. And I want to just say that this group of folks here are the epitome of resiliency. They take care of each other, they feed each other, they house each other. And we're here with you. We're going to continue to be here with you. Again, I want to thank the governor, Senator Schumer, the mayor, just for the collaboration of resources that are going to be here in Queens. We want to make sure that we're all here to make sure that this is done equitably, and that these folks here that have been suffering so long suffer no more. Thank you.
At this point, we'll take questions. But I also want to make a statement before we go on to questions. To the people who live on streets like these throughout the city of New York, I want them to know, a new administration, my administration, we don't govern by press conference. Yes, we're here today to answer questions. But I want to assure them it's not just about today, it's what we do tomorrow, the next day, and the next day. So you're going to see a different tone, a different era of collaboration. And I served as a council member for 14 years, so I've been in the streets for a long time to know what it takes to get the job done. You don't just show up one day, you show up until the job is done. And with that, we'll take questions. Marcia?
I'm going to go.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Governor.
Marcia.
Hey, Kimani.
Also want to acknowledge the presence of our public advocate, Jimani Williams, has joined us as well, and Senator John Liu has joined us. Can't hear. Excellent questions. Those are my questions this morning when I spoke to the leadership at the MTA. Here's what we need to do. We need to identify the areas where we have vulnerabilities on our streets, where the drainage systems are not functioning properly and they're close to the entrance of a subway. And we need to be able to fix those first so we don't get a situation where the drainage system, the sewer system can't handle the volume and then the water just creates a river down the steps and into the subway system. I think that's our first priority. I know that's my first priority. So I want to also have an after action report on this. What did we know? When did we know what we had? What information did we have? Were there any intelligence failures in terms of our preparedness? I know I deployed resources yesterday morning, but we did not know that between 8:50 and 9:50 p.m. last night that the heavens would literally open up and bring Niagara Falls level water to the streets of New York. Could that have been anticipated? I want to find out. Is that something we should have known in advance? And the question is, should we have shut down subways earlier? You have to realize many people are already on the subways. We shut them down. They're trapped underground. That is not an option, but I want to assess why we don't stop people from new passengers from going down the stairs into them. It's all should be about evacuation, not bringing new people into the system at the time. And your first question was? Yeah, there were storm warnings, tornado warnings throughout the evening, but I'll see whether or not more could have been done. That's a good question. Yeah.
Governor, two questions. You, Governor Hochul, not to know personal question. Can you talk about any damage at MTA rail yard and at the bus depots? And then a question from Mayor Nevada.
Yeah, we have damage. We have damage, and I'm going to be out visiting some of the sites right now. And we'll be embedded with FEMA personnel. This is what happens first. Everything has to settle down, stabilize, make sure we're protecting life and property, job number one. Number two, within a few days, we go out there with the FEMA crews, literally add up the extent of the damage, file for our declaration with the federal government, and this is, again, what President Biden assured me. He said, Kathy, I'm going to do this for you. You tell me what you need. So we're prepared to take all those steps, starting right now.
And from Mayor de Blasio, we just heard from a neighbor who said they have been asking for help about the sewers. Can you and some maybe, I saw DEP, DDC, DOT, can you explain why this was seemingly such a failure on the part of the city where you have streets, neighborhoods not even in flood zones, basements flooding, people couldn't get out, they weren't notified. Walk us through that.
Let me get our DEP commissioner, I think is here, Vinny Sapienza, who can speak to the specifics. Have him come over. Look, as you heard from Congressman Meeks and from Borough President Richards and Councilmember Miller, over the last few years we made a $2 billion investment in addressing the infrastructure problems of Southeast Queens, including the sewer problems. This is a tragically very long-standing problem, and one of the things that became clear was we were going to have to make an extraordinary investment to address it. As you've heard, that investment is having an impact, but it's not complete. It's been going on for years. It will take some more years to finish. In terms of the impact of the investments here in this immediate area, Commissioner Vinny Sapienza, DEP.
Thanks, Mayor.
Here we go.
Okay.
I can do it.
Yeah, so thanks. So a couple of things. One is the rate of rainfall that occurred was just really extraordinary. Councilmember Miller mentioned the storm we had, a couple of weeks ago with the remnants of Henri, which was about the same total amount of rainfall that fell, but this all fell really within a very short window, few hours, and I think that was a big difference. As the mayor said, we recognize in this area of Southeast Queens, an investment was needed. It was long overdue. The mayor announced a $2 billion commitment a few years back, and that work is well underway.
In terms of here.
All right, guys. So once again, giving you a lot of this coverage along that northeast coast as, again, a lot of devastation has come from these storms. You can see here some video, this coming from Militia Hill, New Jersey, as there was a tornado that ripped through this area. And as it was pointed out before, just imagine seeing all of your stuff, your memorabilia, just scattered about, and people are there trying to search through their belongings to see what is salvageable. Let's go down to a report on the ground from our Fox 29 Philadelphia team. Again, this neighborhood just a little bit outside of Philadelphia. Here's more with Shayna Fiera.
A devastating situation here in Mullica Hill, Gloucester County, about 30 minutes south of Philadelphia. Now, that powerful storm system that was once Hurricane Ida making its way to this area in terms of tornadoes, you could see the damage left behind at this one home here in Mullica Hill. This family telling me that they were home when it all happened. It's a mom, a dad. The mom is actually 8 months pregnant with her 2 little girls. When it all happened, they got the warnings on their phone. They told me they ran down to the basement, and they're so grateful that they heeded those warnings because they were able to take cover. They were able to just be together in those moments. But unfortunately, this is what's left behind. And this is not a unique situation for Mullica Hill. You have a number of homes here in this area. And even if we pan to the right here, you can see just the trail of damage really through this entire neighborhood. Now, to give you some perspective, Mullica Hill is a very agricultural farmland area here in the southern part of New Jersey. And you can just see just the remnants of the land, how it just kind of ripped through this tornado, and seemingly other homes behind these damaged homes have been unscathed. So again, lots of damage to kind of get through. You see some of the Navy recruiters here, the local Navy guys, recruiters here, making their way to volunteer and help with cleanup efforts. But again, lots of work to get through. The governor here surveying damage. He said that he hasn't seen anything like this in recent times, a testament to times that are changing, infrastructure issues, climate issues. So again, this is the very latest here in Mullica Hill, and the damage surveying and the recovery, it won't be overnight. In Mullica Hill, New Jersey, I'm Shayna Ferreira.
And thank you again to Shayna for that report. Here's just a look up above. Again, our chopper showing us just the devastating damage that it left behind. These homes that have just been knocked over, shredded to pieces. It even looks like, just some of the outskirts of the home, the walls from the interior just look like paper laying on the ground. That's how powerful these tornadoes were. Again, waiting for National Weather Service to give us a number on how strong these tornadoes were. But this is just some of the destruction that Hurricane Ida has left in its path. Of course, it had been downgraded to a tropical storm, and but it did bring with it still a lot of strong damaging winds. You can see here too, it helped produce a few devastating tornadoes across not only New Jersey but also into Maryland as well. So we're going to continue giving you some of these updates that we have coming in from all of our northeast states as they continue to assess the damage. But I do want to go back and replay for us. President Biden did give some remarks earlier here this morning, not only on Ida, but also he had briefly talked about all those wildfires that we have going on in the West Coast. So we have wildfires happening and raging on along our West Coast. We have these damaging tornadoes that happened over on the East Coast. We have flooding that's happened all from the Gulf Coast up to the Northeast. So let's go listen in to President Biden's remarks on the recovery many of us have to have here after these devastating natural disasters.
Good morning. Sorry to keep you waiting. I was getting further updates. I spoke with Governor Hochul of New York and Governor Murphy of New Jersey, and I plan to speak with Governor Wolf of Pennsylvania after last night's devastating storm and floods from Hurricane Ida, the 5th largest hurricane in our history. Record rain fell in these states. New York recorded more rain yesterday the first day of September, and it usually sees September. We saw more than 3 inches of rain per hour fall in Central Park. The United States National Weather Service issued a flood emergency in Manhattan, Brooklyn, Queens, the Bronx, Staten Island, and parts of Long Island last night. This is the first time that such a warning has ever been issued for the city. People were trapped in the subways, but the heroic men and women of the New York Fire Department rescued all of them. They were trapped. We're seeing the same story of devastation and heroism across New Jersey and Pennsylvania as well. For now, 11 people in New York and New Jersey died because of the storm. And I want to express my heartfelt thanks to all the first responders and everyone who's been working through the night and well into the morning to save lives and get power back. There's a lot of damage, and I made clear to the governors that my team at the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, is on the ground and ready to provide all the assistance that's needed. In fact, our FEMA Director Administrator, Deanna Griswold, was the Chief Federal Response Officer after Superstorm Sandy in 2012. She knows what to do. And last night, at the request of California Governor Newsom, I approved an emergency declaration for California for the Calder fire, which is burning aggressively toward Lake Tahoe Basin and into Nevada. It's also one of the few fires that has ever burned from one side of Sierra Nevada's mountain range to the other. So far, it's burned more than 200,000 acres. Tens of thousands of people have had to evacuate their homes. The fire is threatening close to 35,000 structures, and more than 4,400 firefighters from the state and my federal team are working to contain and suppress this raging wildfire. The Department of Defense has trained and is deploying additional firefighters to support our ongoing firefighting efforts in California. This disaster declaration will help with evacuation, including sheltering and feeding for those who have been displaced. I want you to know, I've seen these firefighters up close. Their courage is astounding. And they're some of the bravest people I've ever known. And I've known a lot of them. My heart goes out to them. My thanks is an abundant thanks for what they do. Now I want to provide an update on our efforts to help millions of Americans down south recover and rebuild from Hurricane Ida. We've been monitoring this hurricane closely and the devastation it's caused. To date, 6 deaths. About 1 million homes without power in Louisiana and Mississippi. While the catastrophic flooding wasn't as severe as it was during Hurricane Katrina 16 years ago, Ida was so powerful that it caused the Mississippi River literally to change direction, change the flow temporarily. The good news is that as a result of significant multi-billion-dollar federal investment in the levee system around Metro New Orleans, it held. It was strong. It worked. But too many people and too many areas are still unprotected and saw a storm surge and flooding that was devastating. We've seen the reports of winds up to 170 miles per hour. It's not been confirmed yet by FEMA, but 170 miles an hour, causing unimaginable damage with debris and down power lines, making roads impassable, and slowing response efforts to save folks and property. You know, people continue to shelter in place. Tomorrow, I'll be traveling to Louisiana to meet with Governor John Bell Edwards, as well as the parish presidents and mayors and the local officials representing the affected areas. Governor Edwards encouraged me to come and assured me that my visit will not disrupt recovery efforts on the ground. That's what I wanted to be sure of. My message to everyone affected is we're all in this together. The nation is here to help. That's the message I've been making clear to the mayors, governors, energy and utility leaders in the region whom my administration has been working closely with over the past few days. Working with governors in the area, even before Ida made landfall, I issued emergency declarations for Louisiana and Mississippi to help us respond quickly. FEMA pre-positioned more than 4.3 million meals and more than 3 million liters of water and other critical resources in the region before it hit. We deployed more than 250 generators, and we're working to getting more into the area, especially to hospitals in desperate need of them. The Department of Health and Human Services deployed a 250-bed federal medical shelter in New Orleans and 5 medical assistance teams available throughout the state. Since the hurricane hit, more than 6,000 members of the National Guard have been activated in Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Texas, and other states to support search and rescue and recovery efforts. For those who have lost their homes, states have been working with the American Red Cross to open almost 50 shelters across the Gulf Coast. We know that there is much to be done in this response on our part. We need to get power restored. We need to get more food, fuel, and water deployed. I get hourly updates on the progress from FEMA well into the night, and we'll be working around the clock until the critical needs of the region are fully met, and we will meet them. Even as we tackle the core elements of the disaster response, we're also deploying new tools to help speed this recovery, things that have not been used very much in prior hurricane responses. Working with private companies that own and operate the lifeline infrastructure, like electricity and communications, we've used the latest technology to accelerate restoration of power and cell phone service. It's beginning to get back up, but there's a long way to go. For example, to minimize the amount of time it will take to get the power back to everyone, I've directed the Federal Aviation Commission, the FAA, to authorize the use of surveillance drones to assess Ida's damage to energy infrastructure, while ensuring those flights do not disrupt aerial search and rescue missions. Likewise, I've asked the Pentagon, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of Energy to immediately make available any satellite imagery they can help provide in assessing the extent of the damage. Drones and satellites can make the work faster by getting to the places that are most desperately in need. They can identify where the lines are down, map the damage, help get the transmission lines back up and running in all the parishes. But people, hard-working people, do the complicated and dangerous work. There are more than 25,000 linemen and clearance crews from 32 states in the District of Columbia racing to restore power. In Alabama, 2 have died on the job. This is complicated and really dangerous work, but we're moving as fast as humanly possible to get it done. It's important to know that the region hit by Ida is the key center of our nation's oil production and refining infrastructure. That's why we're not waiting to assess the full impact of the storm is going to have on oil production and refineries. We're moving already, quickly, to increase the availability of gas and easing the pressure on gas prices around the country. I've directed the Secretary of Energy, Jennifer Granholm, to use all of the tools at her disposal, including using the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to keep gas flowing to the pumps. In order to get critical supplies to the region to beat the pandemic, I directed the Department of Transportation to renew an energy declaration to provide flexibility on how many hours a truck driver can drive. Most people don't know there's a limitation on the number of hours you can be on the road. The Transportation Department is broadening that emergency declaration to include transportation of gasoline and other types of fuel as well, in addition to medical supplies and food. In addition, the Environmental Protection Agency has approved emergency waivers for Louisiana and Mississippi that will expand the supply of gasoline that can be sold in those states and increase availability at such a critical time. These actions should help reduce the risk of gas shortages and price increases as a result of the hurricane. We also know a lot of people lost cell phone service because their particular carrier's tower went down or got damaged. A few days ago, I asked the Federal Communications Commission, the FCC, and my White House team to work with the cell phone companies to allow customers to use roaming services. So that means that folks in the area should be able to get a signal no matter what carrier they're with. If their one carrier's down, they can roam and use another carrier they're not part of, they're not signed up with. Just think of the sons and the daughters and the moms and dads, the loved ones trying to reach each other, and the feeling of fear, maybe something happened, and it's just because they can't, the cell phone's not working. Think of the millions of people reaching out for help. This is important and it's critical. Now, a lot of private companies and public entities are doing their part. Today, I'm calling on insurance companies not to evade their responsibility to keep the priorities they made to their customers and the promises they made, and help some folks who are hurting. Here's the deal. FEMA is providing critical need assistance, for example, to help with a hotel bill you racked up because you couldn't stay in your home during the hurricane. The Department of Housing and Urban Affairs, HUD, is also offering assistance to families in impacted areas. But right now, we're hearing reports that some insurance companies may deny coverage for additional living assistance expenses unless the homeowner was under a mandatory evacuation order. So people pay their insurance premiums. They're supposed to get payments from their insurance companies for relocation costs. But insurance companies, in the face of the strongest storm since 1850, say, no, we're not going to pay you what we owe you. Because the fact is, parishes in Louisiana, like New Orleans and St. John's, issued a voluntary evacuation order at first and may not have even had enough time to make a mandatory one as the storm moved in so fast. Other parishes, a voluntary evacuation order suggested that residents could try to protect themselves by sheltering in place against the ferocious winds. We can all understand why folks felt safest leaving their homes and going elsewhere, out of the path of the devastating storm. No one fled this killer storm because they were looking for a vacation or a road trip. They were able to stay in a hotel. They left their homes because they felt it was flee or risk death. There's nothing voluntary about that. So I'm calling on the private insurance companies right now, at this critical moment. Don't hide behind the fine print and technicality. Do your job. Keep your commitments to your communities that you insure. Do the right thing and pay your policyholders what you owe them to cover the cost of temporary housing in the midst of a natural disaster. Help those in need. That's what all of us need to do. That's what we're trying to do. FEMA has pushed out $77 million to the people of Louisiana so far, individuals. My message to the people of the Gulf Coast, who I'm going to visit tomorrow, we are here for you. And we're making sure the response and recovery is equitable so that those hit hardest get the resources they need and are not left behind. Whether you're a homeowner, a renter, a parent, a small business owner, no matter who you are, if you live in the affected area, please visit disasterassistance.gov. Go online and visit disasterassistance.gov to find help now. That's disasterassistance.gov. Or call 1-800-621-FEMA, F-E-M-A. 1-800-621-FEMA, F-E-M-A. That's 1-800-621-3362. There's help you can qualify for right away. I've tasked my senior advisor, Cedric Richmond, New Orleans neighbor and former congressman from Louisiana's 2nd District for 10 years, to lead this relief effort. He knows the area, he knows the people, he knows how to get things done, and he knows they get things done when local, state, and federal level are all working together alongside the private sector. The people of Louisiana and Mississippi are resilient and resourceful. We're going to stand with you for as long as it takes to recover and allow you to rebuild. And to the country, the past few days of Hurricane Ida and the wildfires in the West and the unprecedented flash floods in New York and New Jersey is yet another reminder that these extreme storms and the climate crisis are here. We need to be much better prepared. We need to act. When Congress returns this month, I'm going to press for their action on my Build Back Better plan. That's going to make historic investments in electrical infrastructure, modernizing our roads, bridges, our water systems, sewer and draining systems, electric grids and transmission lines, and make them more resilient to these superstorms and wildfires and floods that are going to happen with increasing frequency and ferocity. We're reminded that this isn't about politics. Hurricane Ida didn't care if you were a Democrat or a Republican, rural or urban. This destruction is everywhere. And it's a matter of life and death, and we're all in this together. This is one of the great challenges of our time. But I'm confident we'll meet it. We're the United States of America. And there's simply nothing, you've heard me say it before, nothing beyond our capacity when we work together. So for all those who are still in harm's way, or all those struggling to deal with the aftermath of these storms and fires, say, God bless you. Keep the faith. Everyone working day and night to look out for their fellow Americans is what this is about. And we're going to get this done. Thank you.
You saw no questions there taken by President Biden, who will be going to Louisiana tomorrow to survey the damage for himself after the horrible Hurricane Ida swept through, knocking out power, ruining homes, ruining businesses, and then continue its journey northeast there. And we all know what happened today. At least 25 dead, unfortunately, in the Northeast. In Maryland, we're talking about Pennsylvania, New York, and of course, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, all in the mix right there with flooding, tornadoes ripping through. Getting an update right now from the folks in Connecticut. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone.
The Woodbury Fire Department, the fire departments that came up to assist, the USART teams, and the Coast Guard and Eagle One. The sergeant was working a midnight shift last night, assigned to Troop L in the horrific weather. At 3:30 approximately in the morning, Troop L received an emergency call from the sergeant that his vehicle was in swift water and he knew he was in distress. That was the last they heard of him. We pinged his phone, and at 4 o'clock we sent all assets. We sent all assets right away with the fire departments and dive teams, everyone you can imagine. When daybreak came, with the helicopters in the air, and the water rescinded a little, we were able to locate his vehicle, mostly submerged in the river. With the help of the USART team and State Police Emergency Service divers, they located the vehicle, made entry into the vehicle with debris, and they did not locate the sergeant within the vehicle. About an hour after that, continuous search, the sergeant was located in the water of the river. Emergency medical personnel on scene treated him on the water, on the shore, and transported him to a Lifestar waiting helicopter, where he was transported to Yale New Haven Hospital. En route, he was presumed dead and confirmed upon arrival to New Haven. If you have any questions.
How far, Colonel Malikis, from his cruiser did you find the sergeant?
So that's an active investigation, sir. And what they're doing right now is our collision analyst reconstruction squad is out there with our major crime squad, collecting all the evidence and making those measurements and trying to tell. And they'll also consult with the rise of the water and compare at what levels the water were at certain times and how it subsided.
Colonel, how long was he a member of the Connecticut State Police?
over 26 years.
Do we have any idea what road he was on at the time?
From the distress call, all we know is he was near Jack's Bridge. And again, that's part of the investigation, and our detectives will work on that. He's one of the senior sergeants on the state police, well respected, and it's just a tragedy. That's all we can say.
And obviously this person served their community for so long. Like, if people are watching, is there anything we can do to help you guys right now? Family members, Connecticut residents?
You know, it's just a difficult time, but you know, we're just trying to help the family get through this difficult time, and that's our number one goal, and maintaining the professionalism and serving the public as we want to do. That will be part of the investigation. When we had to ping the phone, it was only one quick conversation that they had.
Colonel, there was a large state police presence on Riverbend Lane to their Riverbend Drive for most of the day. Is that at the end of that street where the Paparock River is that where his vehicle was located?
That's not where his vehicle was actually located. That was the first point of shore that they brought him when they got back. So they brought him back quickest point of shore.
How high were the waters when you guys did locate?
I'm not exactly certain. Again, the investigation will tell, because they were very high at 3:30, and as they kept coming down and down and down.
Was the sergeant responding to a call? Was he just on his routine patrol at that point?
Well, he was the midnight shift supervisor, so we're not certain what he was doing out. He might have been checking on the river. We don't know.
And Colonel, is it his parents that are coming in from California?
His parents are traveling, and they're old. Okay. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our Congresswoman, Johanna Hayes.
Thank you. Obviously, we're all devastated by this news. My heartfelt condolences to the entire Connecticut State Police Force. But this is just a sobering reminder. I shared with some of the officers inside, with the colonel, the lieutenant colonel, that my husband reminds me all the time that every time an officer puts on that uniform and leaves the door, they're putting themselves in harm's way. And I don't think that any one of us would have thought that we would be having a press conference to discuss an officer passing away during a weather event. But literally, that's what this job entails. Every time they leave the door, leave their homes, there's a possibility that they will not return. So this is just a devastating blow for our community, for our police force, for the family. My heartfelt condolences to the officer, to his family. We have all benefited so greatly by his service, but for the fact that he was out trying to protect us, whether it were a call, whether it were checking on the river, he would have been at home with his family, hunkering down like most of us were doing last night. He would have been at home, you know, making sure that his house didn't flood and that his family was safe, but he was out making sure other people's families were safe. So I ask that we all hold this troop in prayer and the entire Connecticut State Police Force, and just offer whatever assistance we can as a community as we navigate this incredibly tragic event. Thank you.
Hayes, can you talk about your husband's service?
Well, my husband is he's coming up on 25 years in Waterbury Police Department. But the thing that he always says is, it doesn't matter if he is conducting a homicide investigation or directing traffic. When he has that uniform on, he's in harm's way. When he has that uniform on, he doesn't have the option to leave when other people do. He has to stay to make sure that everyone on scene is safe. And I think that's what we're dealing with here. Just the idea that it doesn't matter where you're assigned or what you're doing. When you have that uniform on, you're in harm's way. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Governor of the State of Connecticut, Governor Luan. So it was 1 week ago that Commissioner Ravella and Colonel Malikas and probably some of the troopers I'm with here were swearing in the 130th class of state troopers. And the passion and sense of public service for these young people that are ready to give for their state. Nothing in this world is free. A trooper's life is made for me. And here we are exactly 1 week later. And a trooper, 26 years, has given his life for our greater good. And as Johanna said, you know, I was telling everybody, stay safe, stay home. Let's ride out this storm. That's not what you do as a trooper. As a trooper, you go out and you look and try and rescue others and take care of them. And that's what the troopers do. They're taking care of us every day. And you're always in harm's way. Sometimes you think it's going to be violence. You never know what it's going to be. Could be flooding. And you know, today we stand together as one, as the family, with the troopers' family, and all the troopers together as one. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any additional questions, we'll take a few of those now. Okay, thank you very much for coming. Thoughts and prayers with State Police.
Very sad update there in Connecticut after it happened in the early morning hours today, as a Connecticut state trooper was going to help try to rescue somebody in some flooding waters, and the vehicle was swept away into a river, and we learned he was hospitalized, but now we learned that the trooper did pass away. And he was a 27-year veteran. We heard from the governor and other state officials there on the very deep loss for not only the state of Connecticut, but really the police force around the country feels that pain as another officer there in the blue passes away, this time, unfortunately, trying to respond in a rescue situation. And we learned there from the state official as well that it doesn't matter anytime that they're leaving the home, there is that possibility that unfortunately they might not come back. And that's unfortunately what happened to that officer. We're thinking about the family and friends during this very, very difficult time, everyone. Live look right now as we continue storm coverage in the Northeast. This is a live look here in the neighborhood in New Jersey after it just got pummeled, unfortunately, by a tornado there. And you can see there the neighborhood, many of the homes destroyed, and cleanup process is already underway. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More Live Now from Fox coming up.
households back up.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. President Biden is heading to Louisiana tomorrow to check out the storm surge, really, and also survey the damage there from Hurricane Ida. Of course, we'll have full coverage tomorrow, but this was a little bit ago as New Orleans officials updating on the power outages that continue for so many citizens, not only in New Orleans, but Louisiana.
In all 8 of the city's cooling centers here in New Orleans, and we are providing assistance to individuals if they need help in applying for assistance. We will also have teams, in fact we do have teams today at points of distribution that are being managed by the Louisiana National Guard. This is primarily today in Jefferson Parish, but in the future that'll be in the pods here in the city and throughout Orleans Parish. Mayor Cantrell and Colin mentioned the Blue Roof program. The Army Corps of Engineers has completed their assessment of the area, and they are estimating up to 72,000 blue roofs here in southeast Louisiana. So we have expedited the processing of this, and we are now at a stage where households may begin to sign up. Colin mentioned blueroof.us as the a primary site for households to go to sign up. You may also call, if you want to talk to someone, at 1-888-ROOF-BLUE. That's 888-766-3258. The Army Corps of Engineers will hire a professional contractor to do this work, and your home, as a condition, must be habitable once the blue roof is installed. And again, I want to emphasize that this whole process, the installation process, is at no cost to the applying household. With regards to our current operations, again, we're working very closely with the mayor, Colin, and his staff around the clock. We have also brought in other federal agencies, and we're paying very close attention to power restoration efforts and the fuel shortages. We're working very closely with the state and their business EOC, as well as our national headquarters to try to expedite the delivery of commercial fuel throughout southeast Louisiana. We are coordinating support for temporary power at critical facilities such as hospitals and other sites when requested by the state. And FEMA is coordinating emergency food and water distribution to support state and local efforts. And again, I want to remind you that the actions on the ground are being executed by the local governments, and they are being led by the state and supported by federal entities like FEMA. You know, none of this goes as fast as any of us would like, especially for those who have been impacted by the storm. But I can assure you that we are doing everything possible to deliver the assistance that's needed as safely as possible. And I want to stress that we must be safe in the way we deliver this assistance. And so again, we all appreciate the patience that everyone has shown so far. We know that it's a very difficult time and that patience is running short. But we hope you can see the progress that's being made, and we look forward to updating you on our efforts going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you so much. All right. You know, I would be remiss if I did not just give a brief update on our senior officer, Cedric Davalier. He was discharged from the hospital on yesterday. However, under close watch and care for the next 3 days, I would ask for your continued prayers for a full recovery, but specifically over the next 3 days, so that he is in an even better position to fully recover. Prayers for him, prayers for his family that are evacuated, and of course our just, missing him and wanting to put their eyes on him too. But in the meantime, we're keeping our eyes on him and ensuring that he has the that critical eye and care over the next 3 days. And our hope is to relocate him with his family when the doctor has approved for us to be able to do so. But the critical time period is between now and the next 3 days. So I'm just asking you for your prayers, and my candles continue to burn on my altar in my office from Saturday up until today. So with that, we're going to segue into questions and answers. And so Trey, I'll lean on you for that.
Let's start with Mike Pearlstein from WWO.
Mr. Pearlstein?
Thank you. I have a few questions. Will you look back around, or do you want me to
Just
go ahead? First question, maybe for Ramsey, on the sewage discharge at the water plant. Do you know what volume over what period of time, and then what are the repercussions, both maybe by DEQ and those downriver parishes?
And that level of communication on the front end has been made in terms of DEQ and how we've had to respond to the lack of the stations, getting them back online, and even under generator power. But significant progress has been made. Ramsey?
Yes, ma'am. Thanks, Mike, for the question. Really what Mike is referring to is the sewerage system of the Sewage and Water Board. And it's a very complicated system. If you thought drainage was complicated, welcome to sewerage. So I'm going to explain just some basic stuff about it. One, it's a little bit like if you have two pools, and you have to pump water from one pool to the next, you have to be cautious of the next pool overflowing. And there's a series of lift stations that connect to two major pump stations, A and B, and those pump stations have to move the sewage from throughout the city via the pump stations and then to a treatment plant that treats it and discharges it. At the moment, the Sewage and Water Board, the East Bank treatment plant was flooded. They received Entergy New Orleans power, I believe yesterday, Mike. I know it's hot. Yes, it was. Thank you, Mayor. And they're repairing the flooded components of that treatment plant now. They believe they're going to be operational by the end of the day today. And they have enough generated power available at the different lift stations. By the end of the day, they're tracking for 40 to be able to lift, pump to the treatment, and then via the pump station, pump it to the treatment station and discharge it appropriately. But what does that mean? They have sewerage at the moment going into the river. And they had to notify the Department of Environmental Quality at the state and the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, at the federal level in order to do this, because there's no better, you want to process it and get it out, but you also don't want it in the streets of our city. And you don't want it in people's homes and people's businesses, etc. This was the only thing they could do at this moment, and they believe they will be online properly treating it by the end of the day today.
So that's still going in the river, and count the volume. What does that mean for downriver parishes?
I mean, I would refer that question to, frankly, to the Sewage and Water Board. Yeah. I think it's unfortunate. If you are a community on the river, this is something that I think is you have to be aware of. And it's unfortunate, but it is not something anybody wants to do. And the Sewage and Water Board team is working to repair their assets to cease this and get it done as quickly as possible.
Thank you for that. And then if I could follow with a different topic for Mr. Stoller. Stoller, can you spell that? I have a question for you. Is it S-T-A-L-L-E-R?
Yeah, last name S-T-O-L-A-R.
And Jerry with the G.
All right. So individuals and households are being encouraged to sign up for winter relief online and by phone. And I know there are a lot of critical needs and homes damaged or destroyed. What about the people who have evacuated and then people continue to evacuate, but because it's becoming a long-term event here, will there be relief just for like basic lodging and other out-of-town expenses should people be signing up for that sort of relief?
Yeah. Well, again, first step is to apply with FEMA. Next thing is keep all the receipts, okay? And one thing we are seeing is a very high percentage of the households that are applying for FEMA have homeowners insurance. So we're going to have to factor that in. As I said, FEMA cannot duplicate insurance benefits. But the best thing to do is, first step, register with FEMA. Second, keep all your documentation, and then stay in touch with us. Okay, if your lodging condition where you're staying changes, stay in touch with us. When a household registers online, they are given an option to create an account where they can go back and upload additional documentation and check on the status of their application. And then we'll work through each household's case, again, on an individual basis. Again, based on the composition of the household, how long they've been gone, whether or not they know the extent of the damage on their home, all these things are factored in to the amount of assistance that we can provide.
And Jerry, speak to the renter, from the renter's perspective.
Right. Yes. Yeah, the mayor referenced the rental assistance. That is really our primary means of assisting households. So we are trying to expedite the processing of that right now. A lot of that will again depend on how much we can, how much the household can tell us about the damage to their home. So if they haven't been able to get back, or maybe if they've been able to drive in and leave, that's going to be a critical factor in determining eligibility.
Okay. I feel like just one quick thought to that. You know, it came up at the City Council emergency meeting today that after Katrina, they were just into very quick action, providing their debit cards and the like, because there was a declared mandatory evacuation. There was no mandatory evacuation now. Does that make a difference? Is that something that...
Whether or not there was an evacuation order will not be considered as a factor in a household eligibility. Households are still going to be found ineligible for assistance, and that's going to primarily be based because of their insurance. Okay, but the fact that there was not a mandatory evacuation, or even if there was, that is not factored in or considered.
Thank you.
Jessica from there. Just for Kyle, I wanted to know, what can you tell us about the plan to deliver or shuttle people to a state shelter elsewhere? Where would that be? Have you guys worked out anything as far as how long people would be able to stay? What they could bring with them if they do go? Can you tell us a little bit more?
Yeah, there are a lot of options being considered right now. You heard Colin talk about what the city is currently coordinating with the state. Okay, those details are still being worked. On the federal side, we are anticipating the need for temporary sheltering and then even temporary housing. Okay, but all these plans are still very dynamic. We have to do some assessments, not only here in the city and in Orleans Parish, but throughout Southeast Louisiana. Once those assessments are complete, that information will then be given to the state. And then the state will need to decide what they would like the federal government to help them with. Okay? Again, this is all locally executed, led by the state, and supported by the federal.
Thank you, Jerry. Kyle?
Yeah.
Thanks. A little worried about my job security right now. Jerry's my guy. I think it'll be very similar to what we would do if we had the opportunity with the timeline, which we did not, to do the city-assisted evacuation. And this is not an evacuation. This is an opportunity for people who are saying, under my circumstances, other people have evacuated or left the city voluntarily because they have the means. This is primarily for people who either medically or financially do not have the means to leave and want to. It will be, one carry-on sized bag, not including medical equipment if there's, different types of durable equipment that you have. It will be you're not going to have a choice per se. It's going to be wherever the state is hosting shelters in central and north Louisiana. It may even be at some point another state, possibly, depending on capacity, and we're going to work with the state on that and DCFS. But it would be very similar to that, only in a much less expeditious, if you will, or extreme manner as we would pre-landfall if we were trying to do this. This is more, I'm ready to go out of town for a bit. Duration is, I think power is going to be a big determiner on what that duration is. But for now, I would say that's it. And obviously we have choices, we have buses, we have everything set up and ready to go for what we need. Pets are included in this, obviously. And what we're ideally going to do is we're going to move our elderly and ambulatory light medical special needs first. And then we're going to open this up and say, if you're ready, meet here or catch a bus here and move on that direction. And that's going to be kind of how it is. And we're going to run it multiple days, essentially a bus service to do this. And really, it's power dependent. It's dependent on where we are. I think the interest in this will be depending on where we are power-wise, quite frankly.
Colin, just kind of reiterate, as residents are hearing, if we're providing this level of information at this time, reiterate the importance of texting NOLA Ready to 77295 as we assessed, the interest.
Absolutely, and as I mentioned that, we can use, we've been utilizing technology which, unlike past storms, has pretty much stayed with us and has been a benefit for us. If you text NOLA Ready to 77295, do it. As I'm speaking right now, we're going to send a survey out, and we really would like to gauge interest in this. Not so much as whether or not it's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's just a matter of how and under what conditions and how we can control and make sure that it is a process that is good for our population, and that's what we want to do.
And it's not a long, drawn out, survey. It's just very quick.
Of course, yes, ma'am.
And Jessica wasn't finished. I'm sorry.
When is the soonest that y'all can put the full trigger?
Soon.
Tomorrow, next week?
Soon.
Charles with the lens.
Yes, a question for Ramsey. I understand that the transmission line coming in from Slidell is providing much more power than NOPS could be capable of providing. I'm just curious if we have any clarity from Energy about why the plant was not black started prior to that transmission line being repaired.
Good question, and I know there's been a lot of discussion about that. I'm going to answer your question with more of an explanation, if that's helpful, because I'm not going to give you a yes or no, and I hate doing that, but let me try and explain it a little bit. As has been conveyed to us, NOPS continued to run. That power plant can run, but they had to do a 24-hour period to ensure that it was safe after the storm. Power is a complex thing. Power comes from somewhere. It has to go somewhere. It has to be consumed. It has to go somewhere. If you turned the plant on, per se, the power has to go somewhere. And if the distribution system is so compromised, that is, as Entergy has explained to us, a portfolio. Let me rephrase. A portfolio of options could give you sort of a 60% solution. NOPS alone gives you a 60% solution. Combining that with inbound transmission might give you 80%. And so what they had is an array of options. 8 inbound transmission lines that all went down. Focus on bringing 1, 2, get the minimal ability that they can as quickly as possible, or maximum ability as they can in minimal conditions as quickly as possible. Combine that with NOPS and or 9 Mile District, and then rebuild the distribution system. I think it's important that the media acknowledge that this isn't like you getting a generator on your home, that when your power goes out, that suddenly it flips on and suddenly you got power. It's quite complicated in the sense of storm damage assessments, safety for people, and you might get to solve for an X factor, but your problem may be something more complicated, and you want to combine that X with +5, and you can provide more durable power more quickly. I know that was a complicated answer to what is a simple question, but I think it's important to provide context to the simple question.
Jambalaya News, do you have anything?
Well, thank you all again for being here for this coverage, and we'll continue to keep you informed and engaged. And as we move through this, I hope you're seeing progress in your own lives and families as well, and neighborhoods. So thank you so much.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break right here as we continue to always bring you the very latest on horrible situation there in the Northeast as it got pummeled yesterday and into the morning hours there. We are learning that at least 25 dead associated with these terrible storms. We're going to be getting some updates at the top of the hour from Fox 5 in New York City and Fox 29 in Philadelphia. Stay right here with us. More Live Now from Fox continues in just 2 minutes. And Live Now from Fox does it continue. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us here. Coming up in about 30 minutes, we will be getting some new updates coming out of the Northeast as the death toll continues to climb in the horrible storms that pushed through overnight and late last night there as well. So we'll keep an eye on those developments. I do want to play out, though, a little bit from the Pentagon briefing that happened just a little bit ago. We did learn that one Afghan refugee in custody after more vetting was done. So let's bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
An update on the support that the European Command continues to give to many thousands of Afghan evacuees. So I'm going to turn it over to the General. He'll have some opening comments. And then just like before, I'll moderate the Q&A. Please, when I call on you, identify yourself and your outlet. And if you could limit your follow-ups to a minimum, that would allow more people to get questions in. And we'll, after we're done with the General, I'll stay behind if there's any additional questions that we need to answer today. With that, General, sir, over to you.
volunteers grew to hundreds of volunteers. And today, as we scan across Europe, we have thousands of volunteers who are doing everything, from helping with food items, helping with clothing, serving as counselors, helping to organize, serving and assisting with security. They are tremendous force multipliers for us, and they are helping to facilitate good order and discipline in the environment day in and day out. Since Friday, the 20th of August, when the operation started, we at UCOM have processed 155 inbound flights, and we've taken care of 38,000 Afghan evacuees. On the ground at this very moment, we have 12,000 Afghan evacuees at Ramstein Air Base in Germany, 5,000 evacuees at Rhine Ordnance Barracks in Germany, 2,500 evacuees at Naval Air Station Sigonella in Italy, and 1,800 Afghan evacuees at Nav Station Rota in Spain. Since Friday, the 20th of August, when the operation started, we've been able to process and have 16,000 Afghan evacuees depart from Europe to the continental United States. 14,500 of those came from Ramstein Air Base, 1,500 came from Sigonella, and approximately 500 came from Rota Air Base in Spain. And the reason that I mention this evacuation is because it's intense, and we anticipate more intensity in the future, and the mission must go on. Aside from the evacuee operation that we're currently working in UCOM, we bear the responsibility to provide secure sovereignty for our European nations as well as to support NATO. We've been able to continue all of those operations via our operations activities and investments, and today the region remains secure and conditions are normal on the ground. The entire time we bear the responsibility to ensure that we continue to promote the safety and security for all involved, whether it's the evacuees, our fellow volunteers across Europe, or all of the great warriors that serve us in U.S. UCOM. John, I'll wrap up with a final thanks to some critical mission partners. First, the United States Interagency, all of our European allies and partners, U.S. Transportation Command, U.S. Northern Command, and U.S. Central Command. Their support to U.S. European Command has been remarkable. Today, we're excited about the fact because all those agencies work together to facilitate the flow of travelers and Afghans from Europe to freedom. John, I'll stop right there, and I look forward to taking your questions.
Thank you, General. Appreciate that. We're going to start with Lita Baldor from AP. Lita, I think you're on the phones, yeah?
Yes, thanks, John. Thank you, General. I have a question about the screening of evacuees as they come in, and I realize the military isn't doing a lot of that, but can you give us a better picture of what is happening to people who may be failing the screening or problems with screening? Are the countries, the allies that you're dealing with, are they expressing some concerns about what is going to happen to those people? What will the U.S. do with them? And can you tell us also if there has been any COVID problems with those evacuees as they are being processed? Thank you.
Lita, I'll kind of go reverse order. Number one, we're pleasantly surprised at the very, very few COVID situations that we've had abroad in Europe. Our policy is to allow the field commanders in place to govern the administration of COVID testing and COVID vaccination based off conditions on the ground. And as you well know at this time, the game plan is for all of our evacuees and travelers to ultimately get to the United States, get to military installations, and then at that point they would receive the appropriate testing and the appropriate vaccinations. With respect to allied concerns on folks that we are screening, so far we've had tremendous cooperation in this area. We've informed the nations of Germany, Italy, and Spain when we have individuals who are coming up close to the 10-day time limit, and we've received 100% cooperation from the nations in this area. And Lito, with respect to screening, it's come a long ways in the last 10 days. What we do is in-process our evacuees, and during the course of the in-processing, we conduct combined biometric and biographic screening so that through DoD channels, through CBP channels and through FBI channels, we have comprehensively scrutinized their background. And this process takes place at the initial screening when the evacuees come to our intermediate bases. And we want to make sure that we conduct the screening, get the results, and ensure that we've got results on the individual before we put these individuals into their sleeping quarters. And then as they remain on station, at some point, they'll be notified that it's time to depart. And as the individuals depart, they'll be screened one more time to make sure that from a biometric and biographical standpoint, cleared through DOD, CBP, and FBI, that they continue to remain in the green. I will tell you, we've also been pleasantly surprised with a number of individuals that are in need of further processing / more screening. And the way the process works at Ramstein, the way it works at Sigonella, and the way it currently works at Rhoda is during that initial in-screening process, if an individual pops red, we calmly take them out of the normal processing line and we put them in a different location so that we can have some isolation and have a little bit of extra time to make sure that everybody is as safe and secure as possible. Lita, that's a big and over a little map description. It's a lot more complicated than that. We've refined this process over the course of the last 10 days. As you can well imagine, if we wind up in situations to where we are backed up with evacuees at certain locations, if the screening process is too exorbitant and too slow, we can wind up having some serious problems. When we initially started operations here in Europe, our average wait time in the in-processing line put us in a position to where we could in-process about 60 folks per hour. Today, we possess the capability to process 250 folks per hour, and that has a lot to do with the improvement in the software with respect to our biometric machines communicating with our biographical machines. Lita, I hope this helps.
A quick follow-up so I understand. When you say 250 folks per hour and 60 per hour, is that because you have more locations, or are you talking about at one particular location? And that's all I have. Thanks.
That's an average of the 3 current locations that we're working with here in Europe, at Ramstein in Germany, at Rhoda Nav Station in Spain, and at Sigonella in Italy.
General Walters, it's Courtney Cubey from NBC News. I have just a couple follow-ups on all of that. So what happens when the individual pops red, as you said, and is sent for further screening? Have you had any who have not been ultimately cleared, and what happens in that case? And then I just want to be clear, when you're talking about the COVID situations, you're not actually doing any testing for COVID of the evacuees, correct? They don't get tested until they come to the U.S. Or if you are, can you tell us how that's happening? Is it only people who present symptoms or self-identify as having symptoms?
Courtney, the process is, as you just described. Ultimately, the plan is to test these individuals once they get to CONUS to their final military installation. But due to situations on the ground, and if we have situations where we see symptoms and the commander on site needs to have that person tested, we reserve the right to allow that commander to do so that he can preserve the health and well-being of the entire population in their community. They've got small resources to be able to do that. It hasn't been executed often. I can tell you in the last 3 days, it hasn't been executed once. So that takes care of the COVID side of the house. And Courtney, you talked a little bit about screening. Can you kind of clarify for me exactly what it is you're looking at?
Sure. So when an individual pops red, you said they're isolated for further testing or further screening, I guess. Have you had anyone who's not ultimately been cleared and brought back into the regular population? Or, in other words, are you holding any individuals because they've popped red and not been cleared?
Courtney, at this time, it's a rolling number. I've got 58 individuals that are in need of further processing, and based on when they entered the queue, I anticipate that all 58 will probably clear. I will tell you that we've had one individual since the operation started in Europe on the 20th of September who actually popped red, and that individual is currently in the appropriate custody of U.S. interagency officials. And Germany has been very, very cooperative, and we are still working his background investigation.
Okay. Jen?
General Walters, Jennifer Griffin with Fox News. Can you give us any more details about that individual and what kind of security threat he posed? Was he a member of ISIS-K, Taliban? And just so I understand what you told Courtney, there's no COVID testing being done of these individuals before they get to CONUS. Why?
First, Jennifer, the individual that's currently in custody is not of a high threat as far as I know. The rest of that information is protected, and that's with our agencies here that are representative of that individual. With respect to testing, based off the requirement and the timelines of the nations allowing us to use their soil for 10 days, it can become an administrative challenge with respect to moving people. As I said, Jennifer, commanders on the ground have the right to conduct testing and administer vaccination if conditions on the ground warrant. And that's a commander's call that they're equipped to make, and they've got the resources to be able to support that. But for the purpose of facilitating the flow of our evacuees to their final destination in CONUS, in order to comply with the restrictions of the nations, this is the current policy that we have in place.
Go to the phone lines. Jeff Schogel.
Thank you. General, you had mentioned that you expected the mission to grow more intense. Can you elaborate on that?
I can, Jeff. We're at a point right now where we're processing in about the same number that we're processing out, and it's not comfortable for our troopers in the field. It's challenging. There is the potential that we would be in a position in Europe as a result of our existing capacity to continue to facilitate the flow of evacuees out of the Middle East to ultimately get to the United States. So in order to make sure that our troops are as ready as they can possibly be, we are hoping for the best, but preparing for the worst. And so that intensity level has to remain very, very high with respect to our readiness to be prepared to process folks. I think what I've seen in the last 6 hours tells me that we're about to become in a position to where we're going to process about 500 or 600 in every day, and we're probably going to have 2,500 to 3,000 to depart every day. And if that continues in perpetuity for the remaining time, we'll be in good shape. But the next 24 hours will be very, very telling, and I want to make sure that our troopers are prepared for the most intense situations possible. Jeff, that's why the narrative surrounds that conversation.
Thank you. And are any of the Afghan refugees being housed at Camp Bondsteel in Kosovo?
None of our U.S. Afghan evacuees are at Camp Bondsteel. We are just on the edge with respect to NATO capability to putting some NATO Afghan evacuees into Camp Bechtel, which is very close to Camp Bondsteel, but we haven't started that yet.
Sylvie?
Hello, General. Sylvie Lantom from AFP. The Europeans were a bit frustrated by the way the evacuation went in Kabul. They were not able to evacuate as many as their citizens as they wanted. And today there was a meeting, defense minister, a meeting of the defense ministers of the European Union, and they talked about creating a European rapid reaction force. Do you think, as SACEUR, do you think it would be a good idea?
Well, first, I can't speak for the European Union. I certainly could speak as SACEUR for NATO. I've had reports from many nations, and the reports that have come to me through military channels and Minister of Defense channels have all actually been in the positive. And I would tell you that NATO and the EU are always attempting to do all that they can to make sure that we can facilitate peace on our soil. And I can't speak for the efforts that you're quoting with respect to the European Union, but I would say anything that we can do to promote peace and security on the European continent is a plus.
Megan.
Hi, General Walters. It's Megan Myers from Military Times. You mentioned that the European countries have given you a 10-day deadline to get these evacuees moved through. So which screenings or processes are they doing in Europe, and what do they have to finish up when they get to the U.S.? Is it more screening, or is it just resettlement? What processes need to be finished?
Megan, our evacuees receive biometric and biographical screening. They actually get screened twice. Once when they come in to our intermediate staging basis, once they've been initially screened, then they're put in their sleeping quarters, and once it's time to depart, they're screened one more time to make sure that we've cleared as many wickets as possible. And once they get to the United States, I believe they go through a similar process with the same machines to make sure that they continue to clear DOD, CBP, and FBI.
Health screenings or anything like that that's going on in Europe, that final step in the process is still going on stateside?
A thorough health screening will occur stateside, but we're in a position with our medical resources to get a broad brush scan from a medical perspective, and to take temperatures and to make sure that we're treating folks that need immediate medical help. And in many cases, it happens to be expectant mothers.
Tara.
Hi, General. Tara Kopp with Defense One. You talked about in-processing everyone. We learned yesterday that many of the SIV applicants that had tried to get out of Afghanistan didn't get through. So could you give us a picture of who actually did get through? If they weren't SIVs, who are they? Are they P1s, P2s? Are they Afghans? Could you talk a little bit about what you've seen in the processing?
Tara, I will tell you that I don't have the facts that you're quoting with respect to the statistics between what came out of HKIA to the Middle East and here. I can tell you that of the number of folks that I told you that we process, we're in a position to where we have 792 AMSITs, we have 996 legal permanent residents. But aside from those qualifiers with respect to the individuals, that information is probably kept in DOS channels, and you probably need to direct your question to that agency.
Okay, back to the front. Jared.
Hi, sir. My questions, please.
Hey, Jared, you're breaking up. Can you try it again?
Yes, sir. My question has been answered. Sir, thank you.
I didn't get that. Go ahead.
Yes, so Brian Everstein with Aviation Week. You had mentioned at the top you had 155 inbound flights. How many outbound flights have you had? And with the Kabul airlift ending, are you getting more gray tail capacity into your AOR to help with the outbound? If so, do you anticipate needing craft assets for an extended period of time?
Brian, right now we don't have a need for Civil Reserve Air Fleet participation, just because we're probably reaching a point where it's not required. We've had 155 inbound flights, and I don't have the precise number of outbound flights, but I would suspect that it's fairly close to that. So as long as the flow continues as expected, for the next 12 hours, we're bracing for high intensity, but after that, we should be in a position from a gray tail perspective to where the United States Air Force on the C-17 side of the house can adequately support the flow into Europe and the flow out of Europe.
Okay, time for one more, and then we'll let the general wrap it up. Go ahead, Tony.
Tony Capassia with Bloomberg News. On the biometric screening, can you give a sense of what databases are being tapped when someone gets a biometric screen? And will that information translate over to the United States or their eventual residents to help them get identification when they land here or their home or where they end up?
Hey, Tony, the biometric side of the screening, I believe, taps the DOD base, and the biographic side of the screening that gets into fingerprinting and the retinal scan gets into CBP and FBI. I can tell you on my limited computer experience that those databases have the capability to talk to one another. So you can flip cross-court from DOD to CBP and FBI, and we can take this electronic database and flip it to CONUS. So with respect to the question that you asked, my simple answer is there is compatibility in those systems to the agencies that I just identified, and there is compatibility with those capabilities from the European continent to the continental United States.
Thanks. General, I'm going to thank you so much for your time. I apologize for the technical difficulties early, but I'd like to turn it back over to you for any closing comments you might have, sir.
Well, John, first, thanks to you for doing what you are doing, and I just wanted to foot stomp one more time the tremendous patriotism that we see from our volunteers. They're DOD dependents. That they are local nationals from Germany, from Spain, and from Italy, and they're excited when they see these Afghans, and when they look in their eyes, that they see folks with hope and inspiration, and that actually gives them inspiration. And I want to thank our nation for doing what it's doing in treating all of these Afghan evacuees with dignity and respect.
Much, General. Appreciate your time this afternoon and this evening. Okay, I got a few things to go through with you, and then we can take some additional questions. In the wake of Hurricane Ida, the department is working closely with FEMA and local, state, and federal partners in supporting the states and areas impacted. Currently, there are roughly 5,800 National Guard soldiers and airmen from Louisiana and 10 other states responding to the aftermath of the hurricane in Louisiana. In Pennsylvania, roughly 140 Guard personnel have been activated along with high water vehicles and helicopters to support areas that are affected by the flooding. As of this morning, more than 650 active duty personnel are supporting hurricane response operations in and around Louisiana. The mission sets include route clearance, debris removal, high water rescue, and transport. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has deployed survey boats in southeast Louisiana in coordination with the Coast Guard to help open navigation lanes in the region. And the Corps is also providing technical engineering assistance to state and local authorities for flood response and risk management. Now in Haiti, the department continues supporting USAID, working with international partners and allies to provide life-saving aid and assistance to the people of Haiti in response to the recent earthquake there. U.S. Southern Command and Joint Task Force Haiti have been working around the clock to help save lives, deliver aid, all since the 14th of August when the 7.2 magnitude earthquake struck. As of early this morning, the Joint Task Force team has conducted more than 660 missions, delivered more than 573,000 pounds of aid, and saved or assisted more than 477 people. We'll continue working with this humanitarian operation until USAID, working with Haitian officials, determines that the department's unique airlift, maritime, transport, and logistic capabilities are no longer necessary, as commercial options to transport supplies by air, land, and sea increase on their own. Search and rescue on the new topic, the Navy and the helicopter crash that they had yesterday. Search and rescue efforts continue for the 5 missing crew members of the MH-60S helicopter that crashed into the sea yesterday while conducting flight operations from the USS Abraham Lincoln. The aircraft from Helicopter Sea Combat Squadron 8 was operating on deck before the incident. The sailor who was rescued from the aircraft was transported ashore and is in stable condition. The 5 additional sailors aboard Abraham Lincoln who suffered injuries are also in stable condition. 2 of the 5 Abraham Lincoln sailors were transported ashore for treatment, while 3 of the 5 Abraham Lincoln sailors had minimal injuries and remain aboard the ship. An investigation, of course, into the cause of this incident is underway. Now, on to the boards. Back in January of this year, the Secretary directed a zero-based review of all DoD advisory committees to include any committees not subject to the Federal Advisory Committee Act, to ensure that committee efforts are focused on our most pressing strategic priorities and our national defense strategy. The Zero-Based Review Board has completed its work, and they presented their recommendations to the Secretary, and the Department is now poised for many of the advisory committees to resume their essential work. The department's boards and committees have been and will continue to be a valuable resource as we defend the nation, succeed through teamwork, and take care of our people. The Secretary looks forward to working with many of these bodies personally and expects other department officials to do the same. After careful consideration of the recommendations resulting from the zero-based review, the Secretary has approved the following advisory committees for the resumption of operations. Recommendations for other boards are still under consideration, and we will announce the results of more advisory committees in coming weeks. But the ones that are approved now to resume their work are the Defense Business Board, the Defense Policy Board, the Defense Health Board, the DoD Board of Actuaries, the Medicare Eligible Board of Advisors, Defense Science Board, Defense Advisory Committee on Investigation, Prosecution, and Defense of Sexual Assault in the Armed Forces, the Uniform Formulary Beneficiary Advisory Panel, Inland Waterways Users Board, DoD Wage Committee, Board on Coastal Engineering Research, Marine Corps University Board of Visitors, the Department of Air Force Scientific Advisory Board, U.S. Strategic Command Strategic Advisory Group, the Army Science Board, and finally, the Defense Advisory Committee on Women in the Services. Well, as these boards get populated, we will be again transparent with you as members are brought back into the board work. September is Suicide Prevention Month. Health, safety, and well-being of our military community is essential to the readiness of the total force. The department is committed to preventing suicide among service members, veterans, and their families. And we want to remind everyone that support is within reach and emphasize the valuable resources that are available year-round, such as Military One Source and the Veterans and Military Crisis Line. This year, the DoD Suicide Prevention Month theme is Connect to Protect. Support is within reach. This highlights the vital role that connections to family, friends, and community and resources can play in preventing suicide. Our connections to family, friends, community, and organizations across the department are more important than ever. And as you've heard the Secretary say, mental health is health, period. And that's the way he wants everybody to look at it here. Lastly, on a schedule note, tomorrow the Secretary looks forward to hosting the Italian Minister of Defense here at the Pentagon. A readout of that meeting will be posted, of course, tomorrow afternoon. And with that, we'll start taking questions. Lita, did you have one for me?
John, no, I'll pass and let someone who didn't get a question earlier go.
Tara?
John, you mentioned that the MH-60 was operating on deck. So are we to understand that there was a collision or mishap on deck and the helicopter fell off the side?
I don't know